Hegel and Deleuze. Together again for the first time. Edited by Karen Howell and Jim Vernon. Karen Howell and Jim Vernon. A century and a half separates George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel and Gilles Deleuze. It would be hard to overstate the impact of these two major European intellectuals, individually, on what has come to be called continental philosophy. What has proved equally hard, however, is to determine the impact the thought of each thinker has on that of the other when considered in tandem. Helping to bring to light the various relationships, sympathetic, antipathetic, and otherwise, that may hold between them is the goal of this anthology. Deleuze and Deleuzians on Hegel and Hegelianism. It is not as though Deleuze and Hegel, scholastically speaking, have never been seen out in public together. Hegel and Hegelianism are mentioned often in Deleuzian circles. Unfortunately, these mentions are frequently snide caricatures, reflecting outright disdain or blanket rejection. For example, Brian Massumi reminds us that although Deleuze's earliest books read like a who's who of philosophical giants, Hegel is absent, being too despicable even to merit a mutant offspring. One Michael Hart, likewise, declares that even in Deleuze's very first published article, Du Christ à la bourgeoisie, published when he was only 21 years old, we can already recognize anti-Hegelianism as a driving force of his thought. However, beyond mere opposition, Hart goes on to say that Deleuze at times falls into rhetorical exaggerations by giving in to his unbridled hatred for Hegel. These exaggerations are often taken as gospel in the literature, preventing any real confrontation between the two thinkers. Indeed, as Catherine Malibu asks, in much Deleuze scholarship, doesn't Hegel become the bow wow of contemporary philosophers, the abhorred victim of the pack of the thinkers of difference, their absolute enemy? For a totalizing anti-Hegelianism appears to have become a kind of tic among some Deleuzians. 5. 12. Of course, Deleuzians exhibiting this tic would counter by reminding us that, while their rhetoric is perhaps unpleasant, even at times unfair, it is certainly not unwarranted given Deleuze's own comments. There are repeated moments, from his early writings all the way through to his final works, where Deleuze makes precisely those sorts of unbridled jabs. Hegel and Hegelianism are routinely name-called, the long perversion, 6. The long history of the distortion, the dead end, Dr. 268, a philosophy that betrays and distorts the immediate, animating no more than ghostly puppets, Dr. 10. Hegelians are singled out as those lacking the wit to laugh. 7. The arcade of Deleuze's anti-Hegelian rhetoric perhaps reaches its apex in difference and repetition. It is only in relation to the identical, as a function of the identical, that contradiction is the greatest difference. The intoxications and giddinesses are feigned, the obscure is already clarified from the outset. Nothing shows this more clearly than the insipid monocentricity of the circles in the Hegelian dialectic, Dr. 263. Less jab than bald confession, Deleuze eventually tells us what I detested most was Hegelianism and the dialectic. 8. This looks like disdain, and perhaps there was real hatred. However, a closer and more careful look at his texts reveals that there isn't only disdain. Something between Deleuze and Hegel also expresses itself therein, which is far less easy to define, represent, or characterize. True, among those figures credited with being Deleuze's intellectual forefathers David Hume, Baruch Spinoza, Henry Bergson, William James, Alfred North Whitehead, Friedrich Nietzsche, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, and so on. One never finds the brass nameplate of Hegel. Unlike the equally hated Kant, Deleuze does not even devote to Hegel a book about an enemy. 9. Yet, unlike so many other philosophers who also don't make his bastard line Saint Anselm, Niccolò Machiavelli, or Hannah Arendt, to name a random few, Hegel makes regular appearances in Deleuze's writings, once or twice in A Thousand Plateaus, The Logic of Sense and What is Philosophy, frequent mentions in the Final chapter of Nietzsche and Philosophy, and then about 100 times in Difference and Repetition. Such a pattern testifies to the fact that, even if he was not a straightforward intellectual kin, Hegel was in no way a negligible figure for Deleuze's thought. Deleuze, after all, was taught by Jean Hippolyte, and even wrote an early review of Logic and Existence. 10. Given Deleuze's own education, and the intellectual climate in Paris at that time, the need to engage with Hegel and Hegelianism, particularly if one wished to escape it, surely impressed itself upon him early and often. Indeed, a closer and sustained look at Deleuze's texts reveals that Hegel was neither simply ignored, nor hated. A number of times Deleuze offers qualified praise, for example, the Hegelian idea of alienation. 13. Supposes a profound restructuring of the true-false relation, Dr. 150, Deleuze even lauds Hegel's genius. 11. More commonly it is simply philosophical business as usual. He isolates a Hegelian concept or argument to build upon it or critique it, frequently drawing upon neglected aspects of the work to develop an alternative conception of the nature of thought. 12. Some exemplary remarks. With Aristotle, philosophy was able to provide itself with an organic representation of difference; with Leibniz and Hegel an orgiastic representation. It has not, for all that, reached difference in itself. Dr. 15. In this sense, it is noticeable how far Hegel, no less than Leibniz, attaches importance to the infinite movement of evanescence as such, that is, to the moment at which difference both vanishes and is produced. Dr. 27. Hegel seems to recognize the presence of genuine infinite in the differential calculus, the infinity of relation. Dr. 310 and 9. Leibniz and Hegel marked this attempt with their genius. But they too do not get beyond the element of representation, since the double exigency of the same and the similar is retained. 13. Thus, to presume Deleuze's relationship to Hegel's thought as nothing but bow-wow hatred is too quick. However, the prevailing wisdom amongst cooler-headed Deleuzians who work at arm's length from Hegel is not incorrect. For Deleuze, Hegel's account of difference and his own are divergent, if not wholly incommensurate, ontological idioms. In his own jargon, they are distinct images of thought. With Hegel, Deleuze claims, we remain only with a difference already mediated by representation. Dr. 27, because Hegel substitute the labor of the negative for the play of difference and the differential. Dr. 268. Deleuze essentially charges Hegel, Eonism, with forsaking the universal variation of differences for the stable individualities of representation. For Deleuze, difference is self-differentiating, structurally subverting the negative attempts to fully determine individuals and relations. Todd May takes this divergent schema as settled. Deleuze credits Nietzsche with the discovery of a type of thought that is anti-dialectical in that it no longer relies on negativity as the path to positivity. 14. Paul Patton argues that the Deleuzian alternative is not simply a matter of another image of thought. It is a matter of the force which destroys. The true, the right or the law, Cartesian truth, Kantian right, Hegelian law, etc. What is being recommended is not the repetition of some other form of conceptual assemblage, but a process, the operation of putting thought into an immediate relation with outside forces, in short, of making thought a war machine. 15. What remains an open question, however, is whether this divergence marks the sole, or even primary, relationship between Hegelian and Deleuzian thought. 14. How does the terrain appear from the Hegelian side? The prevailing wisdom among Hegelians who work at arm's length from Deleuze appears to echo the presupposition that what we have in these two thinkers are radically divergent idioms and systems. We say appears because, where Deleuzians have, in the main, actively heaped disdain upon Hegel, scholars of the latter have been more passively dismissive. Virtually no work has been done to answer the challenges Deleuze brings to Hegel's system by those invested in defending or even critically reworking or appropriating it. 16. This is a curious feature of recent scholarship given the voluminous ink spilled over Hegel's relation to Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, Georges Bouteille, Jacques Lacan, Slavoj Žižek, and others. This silence, however, is perhaps not unsurprising. Deleuze, after all, proudly claims to bear his heaviest debt to Spinoza, the Christ of philosophers, before whom the greatest philosophers are hardly more than apostles who distance themselves or draw near to this mystery. 17. Many Hegelians would simply assume that the same criticisms Hegel lodged against Spinoza apply equally to his apostle, Deleuze. These criticisms essentially invert the Deleuzian charges against Hegel. That is, Hegel reproaches Spinozism with merely assuming individual determinations, rather than deducing them from substance and thus of conceiving the negative or determination as only as a vanishing moment, returning to the one substance rather than essentially existing in itself. 18. For Hegel, Spinozism subsumes all individuality into the undulations of the self-differentiating substance, making it both unclear how and why individual subjects and determinations arise within it, and what, if anything, would give any such determinations positive value. If Deleuzians charge Hegel with forsaking the universal variation of difference for representational stability within the internalist system of negations, Hegelians would charge this brand of Spinozism with collapsing differences into the play of the univocal one, blotting out the values of individuality, subjectivity, and determination. It would seem, then, that Hegelians would be as correct to assume that Hegel is as anti-Deleuzian as Deleuzians are anti-Hegelian. But, as one would expect, this picture is not so simple either. In scholarly literature, Hegel is often chastised, and not just by Deleuzians, for his disdain for individuality and for subsuming all such determinations into spirit, history, or the idea. Having paved the way, via negation, for mediated determination out of immediacy, Hegel is generally presumed to have progressed to dissipate it again into one or more quasi-mystical absolutes. In fact, one emerging line of criticism repra. 15. Scented most prominently by Peter Hallward 19 links Hegel, patron saint of the absolute, defender of the necessary slaughter bench of history, identifier of the real and the rational, and deleuze, patron saint of the univocal, defender of the Stoic maxim become worthy of what happens to you, identifier of pluralism and monism, for their apparently mutual indifference to the specifics of worldly events, determinations, and subjects. Rather than opponents, then, the two have recently been seen as rivals, even interchangeable neighbors, for there is no real alternative between Spinoza and Hegel, and by extension between Hegel and Deleuze. 20 Thus, on the one hand, Deleuze and Hegel are often opposed to each other through the nature, role, and value of determination, representation, and negation in their systems. On the other, they are just as likely to be linked by their absolutism, indifference to specificity, and apparent amorality. The picture is very murky, indeed. If nothing else, it tells us that the relationship between Hegelian and Deleuzian thought is going to be neither one of simple rupture and escape, nor smooth cooptation and digestion. Double vision? This collection hopes to more adequately limn the various resonances and dissonances between these two major philosophers. It represents the best in contemporary scholarship on Hegel and Deleuze, neither presuming they occupy incompossible worlds nor collapsing them into each other. The contributing authors inhabit the as yet uncharted space between Deleuze and Hegel, collectively addressing most of the major tensions/resonances therein and laying a solid ground for future and necessary scholarship. The chapters are organized thematically into two groups, those that maintain a firm but nuanced disjunction or opposition between the thinkers, and those that chart possible connections and/or syntheses. Disjunction/contradiction. The chapters in this section corroborate, with varying degrees of intensity and import, the thesis that the fundamental relation between Hegel and Deleuze is divergence. This claim demands a close focus on those 16 themes within their respective texts that do, in fact, draw the figures together if only to ultimately push them apart again. At the crossroads of philosophy and religion, Deleuze's critique of Hegel focuses on the distinction between religion and philosophy in the two thinkers. On his reading, Hegel develops this conflow into an opposition between conceptual thought and representational image. Religion is the lived experience of the community, mediated by representations that crystallize unconscious feeling. Philosophy is the necessary, ordering thought that abstracts from such content into pure form. By raising the difference between philosophy and religion to the level of contradiction, Hegel can resolve the two in synthesis, leading to his famous account of religion as the content of philosophy, allowing, properly ordered, unity between the two, through which the truth of religion is preserved by being superseded into philosophical thought. Deleuze, Adkins argues, likewise differentiates religion and philosophy, but according to their different forms of creation, religion creates representational figures, while philosophy creates concepts. Rather than seeking any ultimate unity of these creations, however, Adkins seeks, through Deleuze, to maintain and deepen the divide between them. Philosophy must create concepts precisely by remaining at the level of feeling and contingency. It operates immanently and is directly tied to affects. Religion, to the contrary, arises when lived immanence is subsumed under another level, raised to something higher, or transcended, as in Hegel's dialectical system. Thus, Adkins argues, Hegel's philosophy abstracts from lived experience, but only by subsuming it under something transcendent from it. As such, Hegel can neither do justice to lived effect, nor explain the genesis of the abstract. Errors Adkins thinks are corrected by the thoroughly immanent Spinozism of Deleuze. Nathan Witter, in Negation, Disjunction, and a New Theory of Forces, Deleuze's critique of Hegel, also defends, albeit less starkly, a disjunction between the two thinkers via abstraction and immanence, using their respective accounts of force as the fulcrum. Hegel, having like Deleuze found that both actual objects and the actual subject experiencing them necessarily presuppose the play of virtual forces that cannot exist in isolation but always already differentiate from each other, seeks to show that such differences necessarily rise to the level of opposition and contradiction. The advent of such opposites produces a dialectic that culminates in the realization of the absolute. However, Witter argues, Hegel can only move this dialectic of forces forward through a cheat, that is, by presupposing the completion of the dialectic, or the goal, as that toward which the play tends, represented by the observing, phenomenological we. As such, Hegel subsumes the immanent play. 17. Of forces under the transcendent abstraction of achieved absolute spirit. Deleuze, to the contrary, surpasses Hegel by remaining at the level of immanence, freeing difference and force from the capture of the absolute, and the oppositional structure it presupposes. While the forces at play mutually imply each other, for Deleuze, they manifest a relation of disjunction that connects heterogeneities without subsuming them in ultimate synthesis. Witter concludes by considering the consequences of Deleuze's critique for our understanding of desire, recognition, and the other. And Sauvagnargues, in Hegel and Deleuze, Difference or Contradiction, examines an as yet underappreciated influence on Deleuze's critique of Hegel, Gilbert Simondon's account of disparation. Against the dialectic account of an instantiated concept pushing out to its logical opposite, resulting in their synthesis in some higher order concept/object, Simondon argues that it is real physiological tensions such as the binocularity of human vision that creates problems irresolvable by their own terms, forcing the creation of a new singularity as a solution to the problem. Such a disparation is neither deducible from the problematic heterogeneous moments, nor reducible back to them. It is genuinely creative and new, and provides a concept of difference which escapes the dialectic of contradiction. Given this stark contrast, and the admitted influence of Simondon on Deleuze, Sauvagnargues asks why Deleuze felt the need to call Simondon's account a dialectical one. The answer is that, in articulating the movement from pre-individual singularities to trans-individual individuations, Simondon hews dangerously close to the dialectical progression to more complex articulations from tensions at lower levels. More FIRMLY distinguishing himself from Hegel, Deleuze's account of virtuality affirms difference as pre-existing any individuation, and furthermore accounts for how difference itself gives itself over to the illusion of contradiction, and thus the appearance of dialectic. As such, he evades the potentially conservative consequences of Simondon's view by genuinely moving beyond Hegel. Henry Summers Hall, in The Logic of the Rhizome in the work of Hegel and Deleuze, similarly distances Deleuze from a similar, yet still too dialectical, view. However, he does so by mounting a Hegelian rejoinder to the Deleuzian charge that his system is strictly a transcendental, arbor sent one. Hegel, like Deleuze, after all, acknowledges the existence of rhizomatic multiplicities defined by external, inorganic relations. However, drawing upon Hegel's account of plant life in the philosophy of nature, as well as the related dialectic of finitude and infinity in the science of logic, Hall argues that Hegel both accounts for, and reveals the limitations of such rhizomatic assemblages. Plants, for Hegel, 18. Are defined by the lack of central subject internal to them, and thus are capable of an infinite series of relations and configurations. However, Hegel also shows that plants can only enter into assemblages because of the light that, while external to them, uniformly feeds them all. Thus, all plants are inherently unified by their relation to light, which organizes their movements and relations. Thus, Hegel shows that multiplicity alone is not enough to eliminate or fend off the unified subject, for the latter can arise from, or be presupposed by, externally related assemblages. Hall concludes, however, by suggesting that Deleuze answers this challenge through his discussion of the fascicle which, while constructing, like the rhizome, a multiple of open connections, remains open to recapture by, or implicitly presupposes, an external unity. True Deleuzian multiplicity, then, must be carefully constructed by subtracting the subject not just from trees, but from false multiple assemblages. Bruce Bow, in Actualization, Enrichment and Loss, charts the differential accounts of the ethical value of actualization in the pair. For Hegel, the process of becoming actual, determinate, concrete, explicit, marks an enrichment of power and truth from the inchoate, unexpressed potential that precedes it. By contrast, Deleuze finds in actualization a loss or impoverishment, in that it limits what was previously an inexhaustible virtuality of determinations, connections, and expressions. As such, Deleuze partially echoes the sentiments of the Romantics targeted by Hegel's critique of immediacy, the focus here. Theoretically, Hegel argues, Romanticism posits an immediate experience that is indeterminate, ineffable, and ultimately indistinguishable from nothingness. Ethically, it valorizes a beautiful soul incapable of acting lest its smug self-certainty be thrown into question. In both cases, it affirms the least rational, objective, and intersubjective aspects of experience as the highest and truest, destroying the very foundations of philosophy and morality. Deleuze, Bow recognizes, is concerned to distinguish his philosophy of immanence from inactive romanticism and thus begins with a fully determined, if virtual, structure, rather than a determinable, but indeterminate state. For Deleuze, the virtual is a differentiated, problematic system of intensities, which is then differentiated into actual individuals without ever exhausting the virtual. Actualizations arise from, and cover over, an inexhaustible virtual which is more powerful and profound than its creations. However, this leads Deleuze to defend an ethics aimed at retrieving the powers of the virtual via the progressive dismantling of the actual. As Bow argues, such an ethics can by definition only retrieve undeveloped potentials in their purity, rather than manifesting new, more ethical actualizations. It may be, then, that Hegel's critique of the beautiful souls in action applies equally to Deleuze's body without organs. 19. Feng Chia, in Political Bodies Without Organs, on Hegel's Ideal State and Deleuzian Micropolitics, focuses on the political implications of their divergent accounts of life. The living organism, of course, serves as the analog for Hegel's theory of the state, as well as for other normative political theories, and thus the threat of Deleuzian non-organic life to destabilize the conceptual scaffolding of modern political philosophy is significant, forcing us to conceive of the political body in non-organizational terms. Hegel raises the animal organism to the level of spirit, facilitating his conception of the political interdependence between the state, whole, and individuals, parts. While Chia divorces Hegel's organismic actualization of the healthy, free, self-realized political individual within a vital whole from the diseased or pathological relations that mark its distortion into authoritarianism, he nevertheless reminds us of the normative entailments of Hegel's account, elucidating some of the difficulties involved in maintaining the health of the whole by reconciling subjective recognition and state sovereignty. For Deleuze, however, all organisms, from subjects to states, arise through the stratification, or capture, of the immanent FLAs of life, and only tenuously, all organisms are subject to death, after all, while the FLAs that compose them simply recombine into other forms. As such, Deleuze's account of life subverts the organismic politics of healthy states by defending the incessant deterritorialization of all state forms, although not their ultimate dissolution into pure life, for FLAs can and will always be recaptured and segmented. While a significant challenge to Hegel, Chia reminds us that this vitalist ontology led Deleuze and Felix Guattari to a FRM, albeit with qualifications, the rigidly stratifying global capitalism as a potentially revolutionary force due to the deterritorializing power of its uncontrollable FLAs of money, population, and so on. He closes by suggesting that the repressive features of capitalism that concern them might only be genuinely countered through organized forms of state resistance. In Deleuze and Hegel on the Logic of Relations, Jim Vernon more staunchly defends the necessary development of determinate unity out of pure multiplicity. Deleuze seeks to undermine dialectics by demonstrating the externality of all relations, a thesis he defends primarily in his reading of Hume. There he contends that all relations are contingently imposed upon discrete impressions by experiencing subjects, and that it is only the demands of habit that grant them the appearance of necessity. Relations appear internal to terms, in short, only in so far as we cover over their contingent genesis by presuming that experience conforms to the expectations produced in us from past experience. Using the mechanical memory section of Hegel's Encyclopedia, Vernon XX argues that, like Deleuze, Hegel is concerned with the restraining effect of habit. Because many seemingly necessary relations are in fact merely habitual, Hegel evacuates all relations from thought, positing the complete discreteness of all mental contents from one another to see what, if any, relations apply universally to the thinkable. For Hegel, the discreteness of any term essentially implies its relation with others in the form of identity indifference, through which the determination of any discrete term is only graspable through its difference from, and in relation to, others. Such identifying relations take the form of predicating judgments, thus demanding more explicit, precise, and varied forms through which all such terms may be related. Vernon closes by considering some of the practical consequences of these divergent theories of relation. Connection/synthesis. The chapters in this section varyingly defend the compossibility of the Hegelian and Deleuzian images of thought. Doing so, of course, requires confronting the thinkers at the points wherein they seem most distant, thus often opening up different textual avenues than those guiding the preceding chapters. Simon Lumsden's orienting concern in Deleuze and Hegel on the limits of self-determined subjectivity is their respective responses to the Kantian bifurcation of apperception and sense. While seeking to complete modernity's drive toward a self-identical self-consciousness, Kant actually problematizes it by leaving unclear how subject and object, concept and intuition, can be determinately unified. Lumsden argues that Hegel and Deleuze can both be read as productively responding to the Kantian problematic by seeking to overcome its dualism, albeit in divergent ways. On the one hand, Hegel confronts the Kantian problematic by essentially eliminating the purely given, demonstrating it to always already have been mediated by historical and social forces. As such, for Hegel all determination of the given is the historically progressive self-determination of the inherently social subject, and thus concept and intuition are united on the side of the concept. On the other hand, Deleuze contends that thought is not the self-mediation of a willing, intending subject, but is forced upon the subject by the shock of the given. In Deleuze's transcendental empiricism, concepts arise from the passive exposure of subjectivity to the sensuous manifold. As such, thought is not spontaneously applied to the given, nor has it already stamped sensation as mediated, but is incessantly produced through the impact of some XXI thing heterogeneous on the subject, thus eliminating dualism on the side of intuition. As such, both thinkers replace the modernist, pre-Kantian concept of the subject with something more fluid, plastic, and open. Thus, while divided on precisely how to overcome the Kantian problem, Hegel and Deleuze are drawn together by their drive to productively overcome the dualism that hides behind modernist self-consciousness by evacuating stable self-identity. John Russin, in Desiring Production and Spirit, on Anti-Oedipus and German Idealism, draws Deleuze closer to Hegel by examining their mutual affirmation of desire as constitutive of subjectivity and experience. He begins by locating a Kantian tenor to Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus. While aligning the three Kantian syntheses, intuition, imagination, understanding, with the three syntheses of desire, production, recording, consumption, Deleuze and Guattari argue that the apperceptive unity through which Kant originally grounds objective experience is in fact the result of the Oedipalization, or normalization, of desiring production. Subjectivity and experience being results, rather than given, are by extension never complete, but always in process. Thus, they furthermore call into question Kant's division between theoretical, sense and practical, desire. All experience is the experience of desire, which is productive of all meaning. While agreeing with this radicalization of the Kantian project, Russin argues that the process of desire they articulate immanently produces an objective telos insufficiently acknowledged by the Deleuzian project. Turning to Hegel's dialectic of desire and recognition, he argues that, insofar as meaning is produced through desire, or as desired, every meaningful object is experienced through the presence of the absent desires of possible others who also desire it. In short, to experience meaning at all is to be inherently open to the desires of others. As such, intersubjectivity is implicit in the very nature of desiring experience, and constitutive of all possible experience. All desiring production implicitly presupposes the revelation of intersubjective recognition as the necessary result of desire. Thus, while both imminently radicalize the original project of German idealism by defending an account of experience as desire, Russin argues that Deleuze and Guattari fail to push their immanent critique far enough, ultimately siding with Hegel, albeit for slightly Deleuzian reasons. Juliette Simont, in Hegel and Deleuze, The Storm, provides a Hegelian response to Deleuze's critique that difference is domesticated by identity within the Hegelian dialectic, and better accounted for by Leibnizian monads. For Deleuze, there are two essential aspects of difference Hegel's dialectic cannot account for: the serial multiplicity of cases, purely quantitative multiplicity, and the unilateral condensation. XXII. Of difference, its tearing itself away from totalizing relations of resemblance. Simont responds to the phi-rst of these charges via Hegel's account of quantity. Rather than forsaking merely quantitative difference for a higher quality, she argues that Hegel liberates quantity from the quality that hems it in, that is, the phi-xed point from which ordered quanta proceed. His dialectic of quantity thus offers a restitution of quantity as quantity, rather than enveloping it in a unifying quality. She then treats the second critique through Hegel's account of form and content, arguing that there must be a gap between the two in order for any synthesized pair to proceed toward each other in the phi-rst place. Thus, synthesis does not eradicate difference by reducing it to the same, but allows differences to flourish as different even in relation. As such, Hegel relates unilateral difference and its convergence in unities in a manner resonant with Deleuze's critical account. While demonstrating points of convergence between their systems, however, Simont also uses them to reveal the irresolvable distinction between their systems. While offering remarkably similar accounts of the relation between unilateral difference and the reciprocity of form and content, and so on, each thinker tilts this relation in different directions toward thought and its unity for Hegel, toward nature and its contingent matters for Deleuze. As her analysis of their respective accounts of lightning storms reveals, the divergence between the thinkers may largely be one of emphasis and valuation, rather than essential content. Through a close reading of Deleuze's most sustained reading of Hegel, J. Lampert's limit, ground, judgment. Syllogism, Hegel, Deleuze, and Deleuze throws into question many of the stock Deleuzian myths regarding Hegel, most notably those regarding the role contradiction plays in the dialectic. While eventually critical of Hegel, Deleuze, as Lampert notes, does credit Hegel with having overcome organic philosophy, grounded in genus-species relations, under which differences are determined strictly as parts of a whole, for a more orgiastic model of thought, within which differences continually emerge and vanish in a non-totalizable field. Both Deleuze and Hegel move beyond categories such as substrate or essence to posit the necessity of ground, which is orgiastic insofar as its productivity brings forth determinations which mutate as they interact. By tracing his explication of ground into various expressions, the infinite, judgment, syllogism, mechanism, etc., Lampert reveals the limited role merely oppositional contradiction plays in Hegel's logic of difference. Rather than proceeding via struggle to ideal synthesis, Hegelian contradiction reflects the forcing effect differences have on each other across a field, or the differences make to other differences. Hegelian differences do not. XXIII. tend toward an end, or proceed from a cause, but reciprocally condition and uncondition each other in ground, drawing close to Deleuze's flux of simulacra in the empty form of time. Given the complexity of Hegel's account, and Deleuze's recognition of it, Lampert questions not only why Deleuze repeatedly resists aligning his project with Hegel's, but more important the cost of doing so. At times, to avoid any appearance of dialectical teleology, Deleuze seems to imply that true difference is too different to make a difference, bringing him close to the romantic beautiful soul. While the same charge is often brought against Hegel, Lampert argues, reading Deleuze in light of his enemy reveals that partisans of both thinkers of difference need to account for the effect differences have on each other. Emilia Angelova, in Hegel and Deleuze on Life, Sense, and Limit, draws the thinkers into proximity through the relation between natural life and the sign. Contrary to strictly representational understandings of Hegel, Angelova argues that his dialectic of self-consciousness and life reveals the inability for either to fully separate from, or subsume into, each other. Life cannot be comprehended as a genus save through self-consciousness, and as such presupposes it, while the comprehending self-consciousness cannot arise to comprehend it save through the natural base of life. Life thus demands the existence of conceptual signification, which arises as the self-conscious desire to reproduce the negating activity of life. Self-conscious desire, then, is a kind of gap, or nothingness in uncomprehending life, which is not something given or transcendental, but arises as an event of sense from the immanence of life, drawing Hegel toward Deleuze. Deleuze, of course, would object that Hegel's life, split by a negative gap of consciousness that seeks to comprehend, is narratively limited, corralled by the demand for mastery, truth, and completion. Rather than seeking to make sense of life, Deleuze seeks to determine what it does, to traverse in thought and thus reconstitute the full power of the virtual rather than to conceptually comprehend it within structured discourse. Such nomadic thought dismantles the self-conscious subject, bringing thinking back to the total play of life that forms its genesis. Angelova asks, however, whether such a reduction to life itself amounts to a kind of comprehension or closure. Bearing witness to pure immanence in thought entails a complete determination of the Field, lest any forms of transcendence remain. It may be that all ontological stories impose a limit upon life, and thus imply a negating subject. If this is true, then there may be less distance between Hegel and Deleuze than the latter would like to think. Finally, the collection closes with A Criminal Intrigue, an interview with Jean-Claude Martin conducted by Constantin V. Boundas. Martin, XXIV, director of the Collège International de Philosophie in Paris between 1998 and 2004, author of dozens of critical monographs and articles, and a major European node in the network of friendships about which Deleuze spoke, seeks, in his latest work, Un intrigue criminelle de la philosophie, to rekindle the discussion on Deleuze's relation to Hegel. Rather than seeking to affirm Hegel as an antecedent to Deleuze, Martin both affirms Hegel's status as Deleuze's enemy, while intriguingly employing this enmity to reinvent Hegel as a genealogist of morality and creator of concepts distinct from Deleuze to be sure, but also perhaps unrecognizable to mainstream Hegelians. Neither accepting nor rejecting this characterization, in this extraordinary conversation, Boundas pushes Martin through a wide range of topics in Hegel's philosophy, from the critique of Kantian morality to the account of Antigone, From the nature of the dialectic to closure of the system. From the engine of negativity to the logic of absolute knowing, which draws Hegel's system closer to Deleuze's philosophy of difference, without eliminating the distance between them. As should be clear from this range of texts, the challenges involved in grasping, appraising, appropriating, and developing the systems of Deleuze and Hegel are varied and immense. The essays collected here testify to the diversity of possible relationships currently conceivable between them, and the consequences thereof for the future of philosophy. While neither Hegel nor Deleuze gets the last word, these chapters ably demonstrate that partisans of either can no longer ignore the voice of the other. Hegel and Deleuze. Part 1. Disjunction/contradiction. 5. 1. At the crossroads of philosophy and religion, Deleuze's critique of Hegel. For Hegel and Deleuze, both religion and philosophy are undeniable facts of human existence. Thus neither Hegel nor Deleuze can avoid an account of how religion and philosophy relate to one another. For Hegel, religion and philosophy are related to one another as content and form. For Deleuze, religion and philosophy are two different types of creation, which are often confused with each other but ultimately are distinguishable by what they create. Religion creates figures, while philosophy creates concepts. Crucially, since for Hegel the content of philosophy cannot be any religion, but must rather be Trinitarian Protestant Christianity, he is dependent on a progressive notion of religious history. 1. In contrast to this, since philosophy and religion have different tasks, Deleuze is not required to think of either as progressive. After articulating both Hegel's and Deleuze's positions with regard to philosophy and religion, I will show that Deleuze's account of philosophy exceeds Hegel's in its ability to think the contingent and effective nature of human existence. Hegel. In 1785, F. H. Jacobi appended the German intellectual community with the revelation of G. E. Lessing's Spinozism. Moses Mendelssohn took up Lessing's defense, while Jacobi widened his offensive to include all of philosophy. Jacobi argued that all philosophy, insofar as it is thought consistently, tends toward Spinozism, atheism, and nihilism, a term coined by Jacobi. To Jacobi's scathing condemnation of philosophy had wide-ranging consequences for years to come. J. G. Fichte lost his position at Jena when he was charged with atheism. F. W. J. Schelling and G. W. F. Hegel. 6. Who remained at Jena after Fichte's departure, were scrupulous in their writings about God to avoid the same censure, even as they were trying to further their philosophical projects. 3. Hegel goes out of his way in Faith and Knowledge, Glauben und Wissen, to praise Jacobi even as he criticizes him as a manifestation of the subjective tendency in current philosophy. The subjective tendency in philosophy, Hegel argues, results in an untenable split between faith and knowledge. The solution to this difficulty for Hegel is to reconcile the opposition in terms of content and form. Faith, explicitly Trinitarian faith, provides the content that is given philosophical form in speculative philosophy. This is the call for a speculative Good Friday with which Hegel ends Faith and Knowledge. 4. And this is the promise that Hegel fulfills in the phenomenology of spirit. 5. That Hegel sees the Trinity as the essential content of philosophy does not mean that Hegel is trying to Christianize philosophy or turn philosophy into theology. Rather, Hegel is trying to account for the basic historical fact that the rise and spread of Christianity has profoundly changed the nature of thought in Europe and has become determinative for European identity. In short, Europe would not be what it is in any sense, material, cultural, moral, etc., without Christianity. The task of philosophy for Hegel is to account for this change, to show the contradictions that arise in a culture because of this change, as well as what is new in thought because of this change. Hegel articulates this change in terms of freedom in reason in history, die Vernunft in der Geschichte. Under Oriental despotism only the despot is free. All others are in bondage to the ruler. In Greece and Rome some, the citizens, are free. With the coming of Christianity, Hegel says that all are in principle free, but that this freedom is not actualized until the Reformation. For philosophy to fulfill its purpose, it must account for this expansion of freedom, and it cannot do so without taking Christianity into account. 6. In Hegel's lectures on the history of philosophy, he repeatedly notes that what separates philosophy proper from its origins in Eleatic philosophy is Christianity. Thus, in discussing the difference between Heraclitus and Parmenides, Hegel notes that Heraclitus is superior because he makes negativity immanent within the very concept of philosophy itself. Parmenides, since he fails to do this, is left with the dead infinite. The crucial moment comes when Hegel compares the immanent negativity of Heraclitus with the Trinity. All that is concrete, as that God created the world, divided himself, begot a son, is contained in this determination. 7. Here we see that Hegel identifies the essence of the Trinity with negation, and it is precisely this that must be thought in order for philosophy to be philosophy. At the same time, there must also be a process of historical actualization by which the thought of the negative becomes 7. Real in a particular community. So, while Heraclitus is to be revered for first thinking immanent negativity, philosophy itself must wait until this thought takes shape and makes its appearance in Europe. Similarly, when Hegel notes the fundamental parallel between Spinoza and Parmenides, the issues of both negativity and Christianity arise again. The difference between our standpoint and that of the Eleatic philosophy is only this, that through the agency of Christianity concrete individuality is in the modern world present throughout in spirit. 8. What makes modernity different from past ages is the change wrought by Christianity that makes concrete individuality possible. The reason that Eleatic philosophy, whether Parmenidean or Spinozist, fails to do this is that it eschews the particular to think the one. In doing this, Eleatic philosophy necessarily fails to think the negative and make it immanent to the concept. In the Phenomenology, Hegel makes explicit exactly what he means when he says that faith is the content of philosophy. At the conclusion of the section on revealed religion, the community of Protestant Christianity comes on the scene. The limitation of this community lies in the representational way it takes up the negativity of the incarnation and resurrection. This incarnation is pictured as happening in the past and creating the reconciliation in principle, though the reconciliation will not be actualized until some point in the future. The task of philosophy is to take up this universal process of immanent negativity pictured in Trinitarian religion and give it philosophical form. Philosophy thus thinks what is already actualized in a community. The owl of Minerva takes flight at dusk. Philosophy arises within a specific community to reconcile the contradictions that arise in the thought of that community. What arises with the advent of Christianity is the thought of the concrete individual, which can be thought from either the standpoint of the subject or the standpoint of object, which could be nature or the community. Thus, for Hegel the fundamental contradiction of his time, as the differences Crypt makes clear, is between the subjective and objective viewpoints. 9. The problem with contemporary philosophy's attempt at a solution is that for the most part it has attempted to resolve this problem from the side of the subject, hence Fichte's radicalization of the Kantian project in which the ich produces the non-ich. Faith and knowledge shows that despite all of their differences Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte remain trapped within the subjective viewpoint, which is why they are unable to come to terms with the relation between faith and knowledge. A one-sided approach, however, can never produce a reconciliation, it can only reaffirm the contradiction between the viewpoints. What is needed is a standpoint that is neither subjective, 8. nor objective but out of which this opposition is produced. This is the absolute, the philosophy that is able to take up faith as its content and not something opposed to philosophy. In his lectures on the philosophy of religion, Hegel maintains the fundamental position that he outlines in Faith and Knowledge and explicates in the Phenomenology of Spirit. The culmination of religion, defined as the self-consciousness of God, lies in Protestant Christianity. 10. Furthermore, not only are religion and philosophy intimately related as content and form, but also insofar as philosophy takes up this content in its logical form, it is orthodox par excellence. 11. What Hegel adds in these lectures that go beyond his fundamental position might best be construed as a response to the heresy of modalism. The modalist heresy argues against the eternality of the Trinity. It argues, rather, that the single God is manifested historically in three different and mutually exclusive modes. Thus, Father, Son, and Spirit can never appear together. The phenomenology might easily be read modalistically, since it pictures the three persons of the Trinity as corresponding to different historical epochs. Indeed, it seems that Zizek in his most recent work on Hegel and Christianity proposes just such a reading. 12. In the lectures, though, Hegel is at great pains to show that the relation of Father, Son, and Spirit lies beyond time in what Hegel calls the kingdom of the Father. 13. However, the very same act that is the eternal begetting of the Son is also the creation of the world. Thus, in the eternal self-diremption that is the life of the Spirit lie both the Trinity and the creation of the world. It is only in ordinary thought that the two are regarded as separate, as two absolutely distinct spheres and acts, LPR 338. This is the kingdom of the Son, LPR 333 and following. The creation of the world, however, inaugurates the divine history that culminates in the reconciliation of God and world, infinite and finite, universal and particular. This reconciliation is actualized in the community of believers known as the Church, the kingdom of Spirit, LPR 3:100 and following. What we have, then, in Hegel's fullest account of religion is not a simplistic and heretical modalism, but a highly complex, orthodox Trinitarianism. 14. Hegel thus avoids the false dichotomies of faith or reason, pantheism or theism, subject or object, immanence or transcendence, infinite or finite, human or divine, universal or particular. Each side of these dichotomies reveals something essential about the world, but in their one-sidedness they remain abstract. It is only by thinking both sides in their difference from and relation to one another that one arrives at the thought of the absolute. The absolute can only be thought through negation, can only be actualized through negation. The Trinity is, then, the very thought of the negative made actual in the world through the 9. Lived community of Protestant Christianity. There is no conflow between faith and reason, as Jacobi famously argues. Neither is it the case that faith is subordinated to reason, as Kant argues. Rather, what faith manifests concretely as the Trinitarian life of the community is the content of philosophy, and this is precisely what philosophy must think to be philosophy. Philosophy does not add anything new to this content, which already is the lived actuality of the reconciliation of God and the world, but simply replaces the representational form of this lived actuality with the conceptual form of thought. The historical and contingent form of religion is superseded by the conceptual and necessary form of philosophy. Deleuze. In contrast to Hegel, who begins with the difference between philosophy and religion and argues for their ultimate unity as form and content, Deleuze begins from the point at which philosophy differentiates itself from religion and argues that in order for philosophy to be philosophy it must maintain that difference. In his account of the origins of philosophy, Deleuze is heavily reliant on Jean-Pierre Vernant, although undoubtedly lying behind both is Nietzsche's argument from the genealogy that to conceal themselves the THIRD philosophers took up the mask of religion. 15. How is philosophy distinct from the wisdom traditions of the East? How does the sage, the one possessing wisdom, differ from the philosopher, the friend of wisdom? In The Origins of Greek Thought, Vernant argues that what sets the sage of ancient religious traditions apart from the philosophers of Greece is a complex interrelation of social and political factors. The Greeks were not merely being modest in saying that they were the friends of wisdom, while the sages were able to make the more grandiose claim that they possessed wisdom. Rather, changes in political and social organization made possible the formation of a city in which all the citizens were seen as being in competition with one another. For example, Xenophon writes concerning the Spartans in the constitution of the Lacedaemonians. But Lycurgus thought the labor of slave women sufficient to supply clothing. He believed motherhood to be the most important function of freeborn woman. Therefore in the THIRD place, he insisted on physical training for the female no less than the male sex, moreover trials of strength for women competitors as for men, believing that if both parents are strong they produce more vigorous offspring. 16. 10. The Spartans pursued the competitive aspect of their city in largely physical terms, but Vernant argues that this competitive aspect became generalized such that Greek cities were characterized by the citizens' agonism toward one another. Even when the topic turns away from physical competition toward ideas, this agonism remains. No longer is it possible for one person to possess wisdom. Each must prove in a contest of arguments and ideas that he or she is wisdom's true friend. All others are, of course, rivals to the one who claims to be wisdom's friend. In some ways Vernant's argument echoes the long-standing claim that the rise of philosophy in Greece is miraculous and unprecedented, the so-called miracle grec. Vernant, however, is careful to note that while something new comes on the scene in Greece it is not miraculous, but the result of new political and social organizations that arise in Greece during the 6th century BCE. Deleuze takes Vernant's argument about the origins of philosophy as a way of understanding the nature of philosophy. In pursuit of this task in his Enguateries What is Philosophy? Deleuze explicitly distinguishes philosophy from art and science. However, Deleuze also at crucial points is required to distinguish philosophy and religion. In brief, Deleuze argues that all of these domains, philosophy, science, art, and religion, are characterized by creation, but each domain creates something different. Philosophy creates concepts, science creates functions, art creates sensations, and religion creates figures. Each of these creations is a different way of dealing with chaos, the riot of things and ideas with which one is constantly confronted. Initially, it looks as if Deleuze has come to the same conclusion as Hegel regarding the difference between religion and philosophy, though by very different means. Deleuze's distinction between figures and concepts sounds very much like Hegel's distinction between representations and concepts. This similarity is further reinforced when Deleuze writes, "The transcendent God would remain empty, or at least absconditus, if it were not projected on a plane of immanence of creation where it traces the stages of its theophany." 17 For both Hegel and Deleuze, religion requires a referential structure by which transcendence is represented. Hegel, of course, argues that this referential structure culminates in the three persons of the Trinity, Father, Son, and Spirit. In contrast, for Deleuze, the figures do not culminate at any particular point. History for Deleuze is not the progressive unfolding of the absolute in its necessary self-development. As a result, even though the distinction between religion and philosophy for Deleuze and Hegel shows remarkable confluence, ultimately religion cannot be the content of philosophy for Deleuze. Deleuze begins with the point of separation between philosophy and religion and seeks to maintain that separation. 18. 11. Deleuze maintains the separation of philosophy and religion not only by articulating the difference between figures and concepts but also by showing that philosophy presupposes a plane of immanence and invents conceptual personae. Deleuze describes the plane of immanence in numerous ways. It is the image of thought. It is fractal. It is a secant plane that cuts across chaos. Deleuze takes up the notion of fractal to describe the plane of immanence because what he is trying to capture is infinite variability. If the plane of immanence is defined by infinite variability, then concepts are the singular points at which something happens. 19 Concepts are thus intensive ordinates within the plane. The relation between plane of immanence and concept is identical to the relation between the virtual and the actual that dominates works such as difference and repetition. 20 The conceptual persona is the correspondence between the plane and the concept. Conceptual personae carry out the movements that describe the author's plane of immanence, and they play a part in the very creation of the author's concepts. WP 63. For example, in Descartes the presuppositions that set the contours of his plane of immanence, and form his image of thought are assumptions about the nature of thought itself. Everyone knows what thinking means. Everyone can think, everyone wants the truth. WP 61. On this plane Descartes forms the concept of the cogito, and he is helped in creating this concept by the idiot, the lone thinker locked away in a room to discover certainty. These three aspects of philosophy, plane of immanence, concept, and conceptual persona, are only separable in principle, not in practice. Furthermore, they do not follow from one another either logically or chronologically. Each aspect is self-reflexively related to the others. For Hegel, the plane of immanence is difference raised to the level of contradiction. Or, the image of thought that Hegel presupposes is the dialectic, in which every position necessarily generates its opposite. The concept that Hegel creates is simply the concept or the idea or the absolute depending on the work. In each case the concept posits the identity of the oppositions generated on the plane of immanence. The conceptual persona that is the correspondence between plane and concept is spirit. In keeping with Hegel's privileging of development, spirit appears in many guises. This aspect of spirit is foregrounded in the phenomenology but subtends all of Hegel's works. The great danger that continually haunts philosophy is taking the plane of immanence and making it immanent to something else, substance, being, or God, for example. Making immanence immanent to something other than itself transforms immanence into transcendence. At precisely this moment, philosophy ceases to be philosophy and becomes religion. Whenever there is transcendence, vertical being, imp. 12. Real state in the sky or on earth, there is religion, and there is philosophy whenever there is immanence, WP. 43. The primary exception here is Spinoza. Spinoza was the philosopher who knew full well that immanence was only immanent to itself and therefore that it was a plane traversed by movements of the infinite, phi LLED with intensive ordinates. He is therefore the prince of philosophers. Perhaps he is the only philosopher never to have compromised with transcendence and to have hunted it down everywhere. He discovered that freedom exists only within immanence. He fooled phi LLED philosophy because he satisfied its pre-philosophical presupposition. WP. 48. Spinoza thus becomes the hero, and savior, in Deleuze's history of philosophy, the only one who understands the true nature of philosophy, which he pursues relentlessly. In his description of the nature of philosophy and his evaluation of Spinoza's role in it, Deleuze seems to come remarkably close to Jacobi. For both, religion and philosophy are mutually exclusive. For both, Spinoza represents the culmination of philosophical endeavor, that is, to the degree that philosophy consistently follows its own presuppositions it tends towards Spinozism. All philosophers are Spinozists of some kind. The only issue is whether they are consistent in their Spinozism. The crucial difference, of course, is that Jacobi recoils in horror at this possibility, while Deleuze embraces it as the path to freedom. If Deleuze's account is accurate, though, it would seem that philosophy has rarely been philosophy. The history of philosophy has rather been dominated by the continual attempt to subdue immanence, make it immanent to something. Within this context Hegel errs by confusing plane and concept. He makes his plane of immanence immanent to the concept. On Deleuze's terms then, Hegel does not successfully differentiate philosophy and religion as form and content. Hegel remains a religious thinker, but not because he takes the Trinity as the content of philosophy. He remains a religious thinker because the dialectic, difference itself is subordinated to the concept, which unifies the difference. Hegel's rejoinder to this criticism, of course, is that Deleuze misunderstands the task of philosophy. Without pursuing an underlying unity, an absolute, philosophy simply abandons itself to feeling and contingency. As a result, Deleuze's philosophy ends up being another version of the subjectivism that he sees as endemic to the philosophies of his age, whether in Jacobi or Schleiermacher. Deleuze essentially agrees with what Hegel's assessment of his thought would be. It is based on Kantian. 13. Genki and feeling. What Deleuze is at pains to show, though, is that a philosophy based on contingency and feeling need not fall under the criticisms of subjectivism that Hegel levels against Jacobi and others. The way that Deleuze avoids this criticism is first and foremost by reconceiving philosophy as a productive activity. The second way that he does this is by turning to the fundamental role of the affects in shaping thought. Thus, subjectivity is not the ground of philosophy, it is the result of an effective process. Philosophy as productive. As we saw above, for Hegel, philosophy cannot be philosophy without thinking the negative. Deleuze's thought in general, along with his work with Guattari, can be seen as an attempt to remove the thought of the negative from philosophy. In Difference and Repetition, Deleuze argues that negation is the last bastion of representation, the means by which Hegel stretches difference to the point of contradiction, dr. 262-63. The dialectic, however, only ensures that difference remains external and subjugated to a greater unity, the identity of identity and difference, as Hegel says in the Logic. It is precisely here that we see why Deleuze accuses Hegel of a false Spinozism. 21. Hegel has taken the plane of immanence and made it immanent to something else, namely the absolute in the phenomenology and the encyclopedia or the idea in the logic. 22. In contrast to the Hegelian dialectic, Deleuze proposes a different model of thought and experience. Rather than introducing negation as the means by which movement is introduced into thought, Deleuze proposes that thought is self-moving, that it already differs from itself without this difference being a negation or rising to the level of contradiction, which would externalize the difference. Deleuze's first attempts to think internal difference come from an early essay titled Bergson's Conception of Difference. Deleuze writes, in Bergson, thanks to the notion of the virtual, the thing differs from itself first, immediately. According to Hegel, the thing differs from itself because it differs first from everything it is not, and thus difference goes as far as contradiction. 23. There are numerous ways that Deleuze takes up the notion of internal self-differentiation throughout his work. In many texts he retains the notion of the virtual as the abstract, machinic account of actual processes. He also pursues this same notion in terms of possible connections among partial objects and the way in which these connections are channeled by their limit. At bottom, though, lies a conception of philosophy, even life. 14. Itself, as productive. Life, experience, philosophy simply is that process of making new and contingent connections. In philosophy, these connections are conceptual and are articulated on a plane of immanence. There is desire, but it is not predicated on a lack. Affectivity and subjectivity. Hegel would agree with Deleuze that the subject is the result of a process. This idea encapsulates Hegel's criticism of Spinoza and Eleatic philosophy in general. Substance must become subject, as Hegel says in the Phenomenology. 24. The crucial difference, though, lies in the way that Hegel thinks the result. While result certainly indicates the culmination of a process, this process is at the same time what Hegel calls in the Logic a retreat into the ground. Hegel writes, Progress in philosophy is rather a retrogression and a grounding or establishing by means of which we first obtain the result that what we began with is not something merely arbitrarily assumed but is in fact the truth, and also the primary truth. The advance is a retreat into the ground, to what is primary and true. 25. Hegel's point here is the Aristotelian point that epistemological grounds are inversely related to ontological grounds, that what is primary in the order of knowing is secondary in the order of being and vice versa. Thus, all of Hegel's works begin with what is immediate, and through the process of determinate negation the immediate is shown to be grounded on the mediated. The truth of immediacy lies in mediation, but this can only be achieved as the result of a process. In the same way, the truth of substance lies in subject, as the concrete, self-conscious whole of spirit, but this moment can only be reached through the dialectic. Thus, the subject is an achieved moment for Hegel, but it is also the ground and truth of all that preceded it. The process that Deleuze has in mind for the production of the subject is much different. Deleuze takes up Klossowski's Nietzsche and the vicious circle as emblematic of the account of the subject as the result of affective states. What is common to Deleuze's articulation of Spinoza and Nietzsche and Klossowski's articulation of Nietzsche is a fundamental affectivity that underlies and results in subjectivity. At the same time, however, subjectivity is not seen as more fundamental than affectivity. Rather, for Deleuze, the subject is a residuum. 26. Each individual, rather. 15. Then being a self-positing whole, is in fact constructed as the intersection of various affective forces. Thus Klossowski writes concerning Nietzsche, the body is a product of chance, it is nothing but the locus where a group of individuated impulses confront each other so as to produce this interval that constitutes a human life, impulses whose sole ambition is to de-individuate themselves. 27. Thus, in sharp contrast to Hegel's account in which the more one pursues consciousness the more one uncovers its ground in the self-positing subject of reason, Deleuze, following Klossowski, argues that the subject is not the ground but the contingent nexus of affects that are only chosen in retrospect as constitutive. This is why Deleuze discusses the subject as the reflective moment by which one selects some affects, some intensities as representative and declares, so, that's who I am. 28. This declaration is the final moment in the complexify-cation of desiring production in which the connective and disjunctive syntheses of desire interact with their limit in the body without organs. This third synthesis of desire Deleuze calls celibate because it neither produces nor grounds anything. It is merely the aorist moment that freezes the continuous circuit of desire. Conclusion. For Deleuze, then, philosophy is precisely the account of the contingent and affective. This account, however, does not result, as Hegel would argue, in a one-sided subjectivism. Rather, the subject is the impotent result of contingent and affective processes and grounds nothing. The question that remains, though, is what is gained by reconceiving philosophy in this way? What is gained is precisely the contingent and the affective. For Hegel, the contingent and affective either remain inscrutable or are subordinated to the greater unity of the concept, at which point, of course, they are neither contingent nor affective. The problem with Hegel's account of thought's movement from abstract to concrete is that, to paraphrase Deleuze, it is neither abstract nor concrete enough. It is not abstract enough because it cannot give an account of the affective or contingent as such. In Deleuze this abstract account is in terms of the virtual or the diagrammatic. Even more crucially, though, it is the very interaction of the contingent and effective in their concreteness that gives rise to the abstract. Neither the abstract nor the concrete is more real than the other. Neither is superseded by the other. Each is required in its distinctness to think the contingent and effective. Philosophy for Deleuze is the creation of concepts. It is only insofar as these concepts 16. Are thought on a plane of immanence that is not immanent to anything else that they can think the contingent and effective. 2. Negation, disjunction, and a new theory of forces, Deleuze. Critique of Hegel. Nathan Witter. I would like in this chapter to examine the relationship Deleuze establishes with Hegel with a view to avoiding the false alternative often bandied between Deleuze's critics and defenders, that either Deleuze is a naive and ill-informed reader whose polemic against his rival misunderstands how dialectical his own thinking is, or that Hegel is unimportant to Deleuze's thought and thus any misreading of Hegel is irrelevant. The textual evidence to support both sides of this exchange is easy enough to find. Deleuze, for example, states that what he most detested in his education in the history of philosophy was Hegelianism and dialectics. And he famously declares in his seminal work on Nietzsche that there is no possible compromise between Hegel and Nietzsche. Nietzsche's philosophy forms an absolute anti-dialectics and sets out to expose all the mystifications that find refuge in the dialectic, to which presumably means that Deleuze sees no possible compromise between his own thought and Hegel's. Without dismissing these harsh statements, and while acknowledging that Deleuze's general approach to Hegel is quite an exception to his creative, if not always faithful, readings of both friendly and rival figures in the history of philosophy, I nevertheless maintain that there is a real sophistication to Deleuze's critique of dialectics, and a subtle and complex relation that is established underneath his language of blunt opposition. To advance this view, I will examine the discussions of force, consciousness, self-consciousness, and desire in the early chapters of the Phenomenology of Spirit, 3 locating the moments where Hegel's dialectic falters in such a way that Deleuze can provide new formulations of these terms. I will then examine these new formulations as they appear first in the theory of forces presented in Nietzsche and philosophy, and then in the account of desire found in the appendices of the Logic of Sense. In Ingig 19. In the phenomenology in this way, it is less important to me whether Deleuze actually had the same critical reading in mind when launching his attacks on Hegel than whether such a reading and critique can make sense of Deleuze's moves in a way that provides a more complex and sophisticated portrayal of the Hegel-Deleuze relation. What I hope to make clear is that Deleuze's position against Hegel, including his declaration of irreconcilability, can be redeemed through a rigorous and critical reading of Hegel, even if Deleuze did not provide this himself. I believe that what emerges from this enterprise is a Deleuze who neither neglects Hegel nor reads him poorly, but who rather rivals and completes Hegel's thought, much like Nietzsche, for Deleuze, rivals and completes Kant. For readers familiar with Deleuze's wider corpus know of his indebtedness to a particular reading of Hegel and a line of critique that emerges from it. In his 1954 review of Jean Hippolyte's Logic and Existence, Deleuze aligns Hegel's project with what will become the general thrust of his own, holding the lesson of Hippolyte's Hegel to be, philosophy must be ontology, it cannot be anything else. But there is no ontology of essence, there is only an ontology of sense. 6. This notion of sense provides the general terrain on which Deleuze's relation to Hegel must be approached. 7. Hippolyte's text challenges the humanist or anthropomorphic readings of Hegel that, à la Kojève, take human collective spirit to be the absolute subject. 9. To dispute this view, Hippolyte concentrates on the second of two appearances of the absolute in the phenomenology, where, in the closing pages, phenomenology transitions into logic. The nature of this transition demonstrates that human self-consciousness and history are merely focal points where an absolute beyond humanity is actualized concretely, these focal points, in turn, negating themselves and returning to this absolute. In this way, the absolute is immanent to the empirical and human even while remaining different from them, allowing Hippolyte to argue that it provides the sense and direction for human being and history without becoming an essence standing above or behind them. Thus, the phenomenology studies the anthropological conditions of this reflection, the self-reflexivity that is the sense of the absolute. It starts from human, properly subjective, reflection in order to sublate it, in order to show that this phenomenology, this human itinerary, leads to absolute knowledge, to an ontological reflection which the phenomenology presupposes. LE 34. Moving away from the anthropological interpretation, however, Hippolyte encounters a fundamental difficulty he is not the first to locate, namely, that there is no negation internal to history that returns it to the absolute. History is indeed the place of this passage, but this pa. 20. Sage is not itself a historical fact. LE 189. A disconnect thereby emerges between the successive time of human history and the eternal nature of the absolute, leaving the latter opaque to the former and reinstating the very transcendence the dialectic is meant to raise. For Hippolyte at least, this quandary does not arise in the absolute's first appearance, which occurs at the end of the phenomenology's third chapter when consciousness, ending itself in its object, passes into self-consciousness. This is the point at which consciousness is no longer burdened by some alien other, the point that, as Hegel promises in the introduction, will signify the nature of absolute knowledge itself. PS 89. Deleuze seems to accept this difference, declaring in his review that the relation between ontology and empirical man resolved in the absolute's first appearance is perfectly determined, but not the relation between ontology and historical man. RLE 194. The lack of a properly dialectical transition from history back to the absolute indicates that the moments of the phenomenology and the moments of the logic are not moments in the same sense. RLE 195, and this equivocation in Hegelian sense suggests, for Deleuze, that a root from Hegel may be found in a difference that differs from dialectical contradiction. If Hippolyte's Hegel is correct in his view that the absolute as sense is becoming, RLE 194, this becoming, Deleuze contends, must be grounded in a notion of being as difference, wherein contradiction would be less than difference and not more. RLE 195. Deleuze's early review presents his most direct and detailed critique of Hegel, and its distinction between difference and contradiction remains pertinent to all his later work. But it certainly does not tell the whole story of Deleuze's relation to Hegel, insofar as Nietzsche and philosophy takes aim at a rather different target. Moreover, the contention that the relation between ontology and empirical man is perfectly determined seems implausible, and it is doubtful that even the young Deleuze held it himself, for it suggests an adequacy of ontological negation or contradiction that is fundamentally incompatible with his entire philosophy. Indeed, a disconnect arises in the absolute's THIRD appearance that is as problematic as what Hippolyte identifies in the second, and while it is perhaps not as relevant to the task of rebutting the anthropomorphic readings of Hegel, it is significant for the critical path Deleuze pursues. To appreciate the role played by the absolute's THIRD appearance, it is worth noting, with Heidegger, the dual position the phenomenology holds in Hegel's thought. 10. On the one hand, it provides the groundwork for the never completed system of science, and as such, it functions as a foundation that articulates the entirety of a system that Hegel had. 21. Intended to present also as logic and as a philosophy of nature and psychology. On the other hand, it is merely one component of the system, allowing Hegel, as his structure evolves into that of the encyclopedia, to relegate it to a subsection of the philosophy of spirit, which comprises the final part. As a foundation and complete account of the system, the phenomenology displays a miniature version of the path Hegel pursues later, wherein an ontological derivation of the notion what Taylor calls the strict dialectic is followed by an empirical or historical dialectic that demonstrates how this notion is actualized and how it returns to itself. 11. In the phenomenology, the first 3 chapters, which form the dialectic of consciousness, comprise the strict ontological dialectic, ps. 220, although they differ from the logic in deriving the absolute from an empirical starting point, consciousness's immediate experience of a thing. The transition from the strict to the historical dialectic should occur seamlessly and, indeed, it must do so for the relation between empirical man and the absolute to have any temporal dimension. Otherwise, the relation remains no more than that of an abstract and merely formal notion that is presupposed by the immediate and abstract experience of an isolated and abstract consciousness. In short, the absolute's appearance must immediately effect this transition or it will remain abstract itself. Thus, the culmination of the dialectical path consciousness follows to find its truth in self-consciousness should yield 2 fundamental results. Consciousness must find its foundation in the absolute and also attain a more concrete conception of itself as self-consciousness. This would allow the dialectic of self-consciousness to trace the same route as the dialectic of consciousness, but at a more concrete level, reaching the still more concrete notion understood as reason. Through similar transitions from the abstract to the concrete, the dialectic can then progress through reason, spirit, religion, and finally absolute knowing. As will be seen, however, it is precisely in the first dual move that quandaries arise, impacting not only the absolute's relation to self-consciousness's development through historical time but also its relation to empirical consciousness encountering its world. It is on this empirical level that the attacks in Nietzsche and philosophy are launched. Early in the text, Deleuze explicitly connects the philosophy of sense to force. We will never find the sense of something if we do not know the force which appropriates the thing, which exploits it, which takes possession of it or is expressed in it. Np. 3. He quickly adds that this Nietzschean conception of force must be rigorously distinguished from Hegel's, that Nietzsche's anti-Hegelianism is already apparent in the theory of forces, Np. 8, and its idea that the essential relation 22. Of one force to another is never conceived of as a negative element in the essence. In its relation with the other, the force which makes itself obeyed does not deny the other or that which it is not, it affirms its own difference and enjoys this difference. N.P. 8-9. In the Phenomenology, force is introduced in the third chapter, and it leads consciousness to its first encounter with the Absolute. Hegel maintains that the relational movement of forces ultimately makes sense of consciousness's experience, first by providing the underlying truth of the object of perception and then by supplying the internal mechanism through which consciousness sublates itself into self-consciousness. This forms the backdrop to the dialectic of lordship and bondage, to which Deleuze himself refers after highlighting the distinction between Hegelian and Nietzschean forces, N.P. 9-10. Deleuze positions his critique of Hegelian forces in terms of abstract versus concrete forms of relation, declaring that for Nietzsche opposition is the law of the relation between abstract products, N.P. 157, and that the dialectic misinterprets sense because it does not know the nature of the forces which concretely appropriate phenomena, N.P. 158. In holding the Hegelian conception of force is an abstract one, Deleuze is challenging the adequacy of the central component in Hegel's derivation of the absolute at the point at which its relation to the empirical is, supposedly, perfectly determined. If one may apply Deleuzian concepts to Hegel, then the first three chapters of the Phenomenology can be seen as a movement that takes thought from the actual to the virtual, and the text as a whole can be seen as a movement from actual to virtual and back. On these terms, Hegel's text moves from the actual, if abstract, experience of the immediate thing of sense certainty to its virtual preconditions in a network of mediating force relations, and then demonstrates the actualization of this virtual absolute through a series of transitions that, starting with self-consciousness, proceed toward more and more concrete accounts of human spirit and its unfolding in history, until the absolute is once again attained. The fulcrum that turns the analysis from the virtual back to the actual would then be the frequently overlooked pages that introduce the dialectic of self-consciousness prior to the dialectic of lordship and bondage. It is precisely in these pages that the disconnect that plagues the Absolute's first appearance is revealed, as the Absolute, rather than transitioning immediately to the next stage of analysis, instead undergoes a series of non-dialectical machinations. The empirical, ontological, and historical are here left unmediated, and the inadequacy of dialectical contradiction is exposed. 12. From this sundering, as will be seen, Deleuze's ontology of sense can emerge around the difference that structures a new relation of forces. 23. Consciousness and self-consciousness. The dialectic of consciousness seeks the truth of consciousness, that is, the conditions under which the subjective certainty of consciousness's experience has objective truth. It begins with the thing immediately presented to consciousness, which appears as the richest kind of knowledge, ps. 91. The claim that truth resides in this immediate appearance, however, immediately negates itself, since a truth cannot lose anything by being written down, any more than it can lose anything through our preserving it, ps. 95, yet any truth claims about an immediate experience, for example, that it is now 6:06 p.m. exactly, become false even as they are stated. What remains true, however, even in this immediate self-contradiction, is that the thing's appearance is always framed by concepts of time, space, subject and object, whether it is now 6:06 p.m., midnight, or 8:30 a.m., Consciousness's experience always takes the form of an object appearing here and now before a subject. Sense certainty thereby finds its truth in perception. The truth of perception is likewise not to be found within its conceptual object. The latter is a unified, independent entity, yet also a multiplicity of universal but relational properties. An object is white as opposed to black, blue, or some other color. It is white for a subject, for me, and so on. The object is thus internally contradictory, insofar as it must negate otherness to define itself, but this negation also relates it to others. The thing is posited as being for itself, or as the absolute negation of all otherness, therefore as purely self-related negation, but the negation that is self-related is the suspension of itself. In other words, the thing has its essential being in another thing. PS 126. As the object's essence involves being both a unity and a multiplicity, the truth of perception, moving between individuality and universality, must be found in a perpetual alternation of determining what is true, and then setting aside this determining. In each single moment it is conscious only of this one determinateness as the truth, and then in turn of the opposite one. PS 131. The concept of force encompasses this contradictory movement within the perceived object. It subsumes the moments of being in itself and being for another, performing the requisite synthesis for the understanding, whereby the object, referring outside itself, nevertheless refers to itself alone. Force is essentially relational and negative, each force defining itself by negating what it is not in a reciprocal determination. The interplay of the two forces thus consists in their being determined as mutually opposed. PS 139. Furthermore, while force initially presents an opposition between itself and its expression, the latter seemingly located in its relations to external others, through the necessity of this expression. 24. These others are also internal to it. In this, there is immediately present both the repression within itself of force, or its being for self, as well as its expression. Force, as actual, exists simply and solely in its expression, which at the same time is nothing else than a supersession of itself. PS 141. In this way, the concept of force also sublates the distinction between essence and appearance, since force is nothing but its expression, appearance is its essence and, in fact, its filing. PS 147. It therefore becomes a movement from being in itself to being for another and back to being for self through being for another, leaving no opaque thing in itself conditioning this movement from outside. Consciousness is thereby given the internal mechanisms needed to overcome the aporia that characterizes the understanding, where it remains detached from its world, grasping reality through laws that never fully reconcile universal and singular. The movement of force demonstrates that, in being separated from its object, consciousness is also negatively related to it, so that each is part of the other's identity. The subject finding itself in its object in this way, consciousness realizes itself as self-consciousness. Self-consciousness, presenting a being that separates itself from its world to examine it as an object while also remaining fully immersed within this world, is a more concrete conception of the science of phenomena than the portrayal of an isolated consciousness examining an external and independent reality. The dialectic of self-consciousness thus works out the truth of self-consciousness, the conditions under which its self-certainty has objective truth, but also traces the same path as the dialectic of consciousness on a more concrete level. However, it does not begin with an internal contradiction that shows how self-consciousness's initial certainty negates itself. On the contrary, Hegel prefaces this new stage with a review of the previous developments, declaring that with consciousness's return to itself from otherness, we have entered the native realm of truth. PS 167. Self-consciousness is then said to consist of two moments, THIRD. It relates to itself alone and is negatively separated from an otherness given to it in sense certainty and perception as a substantial and enduring but not self-conscious existence. Second, it unites with this other, whose difference consequently becomes mere appearance. 13. This negation and absorption of otherness, a negation of negation that moves self-consciousness from the THIRD to the second moment, leads Hegel to define any self-consciousness as desire in general. Consciousness, as self-consciousness, henceforth has a double object. One is the immediate object, that of sense certainty and perception, which however for self-consciousness has the character of a negative, and the second, viz. Itself, which is the true essence, and is present in the THIRD instance only as opposed to the THIRD object. PS 167. As a movement of desire, self. 25. Consciousness negates, for example, by consuming or destroying an object it is not. It is clear, however, that the facets of desiring self-consciousness derived from this movement of negation cannot provide the grounding Hegel seeks. Desire must reach a higher negation of negation, one that negates but also preserves its other, and this ultimately requires another self-consciousness, one for whom the THIRD self-consciousness negates itself to become an object of desire for this other. But the entire phenomenological dialectic takes place from the perspective of a singular consciousness examining its world, and no experience given to this consciousness as it progresses to self-consciousness indicates that it ever encounters an other that is even conscious, let alone self-conscious. This, of course, is the problem of recognition in a nutshell. I cannot be certain that another who confronts me is actually self-conscious, that he or she has the sort of relation to self I am conscious of having when, say, I carry out an inner dialogue with myself or reflect on my existence in the world. It is therefore a leap of faith to see myself in the other, to recognize a human sameness between us that persists no matter how different or alien we seem to be to each other, and thus also a leap of faith to see the other's recognition of me as something that genuinely affirms me. And self-consciousness lacks any determinate negation that overcomes this blockage, it can only relate to its other through a negation that destroys the other. 14. Hegel can negotiate this aporia only through a cheat, which he quickly executes. He writes, but for us, or in itself, the object which for self-consciousness is the negative element has, on its side, returned into itself, just as on the other side consciousness has done. Through this reflection into itself the object has become life. PS 169. This for us cannot refer to the consciousness that to this point has been the phenomenology's lone subject, nor can it be the object that consciousness has encountered and that has, in itself, returned to itself. This statement introduces an entirely new perspective, that of the phenomenologist who transcends the situation of consciousness and its object, seeing a movement of self-related negativity in each. From here, Hegel asserts that life, the object of consciousness's desire, has its own notion, whereby a simple universality, the genus, sunders itself into multiple independent members, which return to the universal through self-negating acts of procreation, ps. 169, 71. This negative movement of life, which preserves its moments within it, is a universal unity, ps. 172, identical to the notion by which consciousness becomes self-consciousness. Hegel thereby concludes that life, like self-consciousness, relates beyond itself. In this result, life points to something other than itself, viz. To consciousness, for which life exists as this unity, or as genus, ps. 172. 15. The Req. 26. Uzid higher form of desire can now be established. Self-consciousness initially desires to destroy an independent object to establish its own self-certainty, ps. 174, but as it requires the object's independence to desire to supersede it, this negation is self-defeating. Something other than self-consciousness itself must be the essence and aim of its desire, and the object's necessary independence indicates that self-consciousness can achieve satisfaction only when the object itself effects the negation within itself, and it must carry out this negation of itself in itself, for it is in itself the negative, and must be for the other what it is, ps. 175. The object must therefore be present as absolute negation, which gives it the universal independent nature of the genus as such, or the genus as self-consciousness, all of which entails that self-consciousness achieves its satisfaction only in another self-consciousness, ps. 175. The form of this satisfaction, of course, is recognition. Now Hegel does not simply introduce the phenomenologist's external perspective to advance this dialectic. The phenomenologist must stand in a very specified location. Hegel concludes that a self-consciousness exists for a self-consciousness. Only so is it in fact self-consciousness, for only in this way does the unity of itself in its otherness become explicit for it. With this, we already have before us the notion of spirit, ps. 177. But this reference to spirit is, in fact, a reference to the end point of the entire phenomenology, whose goal is absolute knowing, or spirit that knows itself as spirit, ps. 808. The perspective from which the object's self-relating negativity appears is thus that of the phenomenologist who stands at the end of history, at the point at which this absolute knowing is purportedly achieved. Only at this final stage is my recognition of the other's self-consciousness, and thus also my own, certain. All previous stages contain internal contradictions that block reciprocal acknowledgement. Moreover, the desire Hegel inserts into the dialectic here is not simply the individual's desire for recognition, the desire to be valued by another articulated so famously by Kojève 16, but is rather the desire for the notion of spirit to be actualized, for the identity of identity and difference to be achieved at the level of concrete collective self-consciousness. The beginning of the historical dialectic thus depends on whether this perspective can be granted. Clearly it can only if history has in fact reached its end, or it would be a purely speculative assertion. If history has already worked itself out as Hegel proposes, the non-dialectical prologue to his historical account would not be mortgaged against anything uncertain. The dialectical progression of the text would then be merely formal, since the claim it redeemed would be as uncontroversial as stating that when an acorn is planted it grows into an oak tree, a declaration whose 27. Certainty is guaranteed by our having already seen that acorns become oaks. At this point the disconnect Hippolyte identifies between spirit's historical development and its return to the absolute reacts back upon the absolute's THIRD appearance. Put colloquially, Hegel's cheat essentially involves looking for the answer at the back of the book, much like a high school math student who takes the answer from the textbook's appendix and writes a proof that will reach that same answer. If the proof, when properly constructed, actually leads to this answer, then all's well that ends well. However, if it ends up somewhere else, or if it cannot progress to an end at all, it follows that either the proof has been done incorrectly, the student's error, or the answer in the appendix is wrong, the textbook author's error. In Hegel's case, everything hinges on the historical dialectic leading to the end he invoked to derive self-consciousness as truth in the desire for recognition. The failure to reach this end invites reconsideration of everything that was borrowed from it: the nature of desire, its relation to self-consciousness, and the possibility of mutual recognition. But it also invites reappraisal of the prior steps that moved from the empirical reality of consciousness experiencing the world to the notion that joined it to its world. For these steps, culminating with the concept of force, rested on forms of negation and contradiction that may have determined a relation between empirical man and the absolute, but that in the absence of a worked-out historical dialectic are no more than a mediation of abstractions of an abstract notion, the identity of identity and difference, that has yet to be fleshed out in any concrete sense, and of a subject determined as a conscious being but not a human being. Absent having really and concretely reached the end of history, the end upon which every step from the absolute's THIRD to its second appearance depends, Hegel's dialectic is left open to Marx's critique that it never moves beyond abstractions, spirit being no more concrete than self-consciousness, which is no more concrete than consciousness, and instead only passes from one abstraction to another. 17. Deleuze reaches a similar conclusion, although he does not follow Marx in re-establishing the dialectic on materialist terms. Instead, Deleuze maintains, against Marx, that the entire logic of dialectical negation must be overturned, that a new form of difference or relation must be sought. 18. A new theory of forces. Deleuze reproaches Kant for outlining the conditions only of possible rather than real experience. Here he follows Bergson in seeing the POS. 28. Cybele as an abstract image of the real, one that reality already resembles and to which existence is merely added, leaving the conditions of possible experience too loose and general for the reality they are meant to grasp. 19. On the face of it, Hegel's dialectic seems to avoid this criticism, since it is structured as an internal movement that progressively explicates the real in its full complexity. Beginning with the most abstract and one-sided depiction of reality, the dialectic demonstrates how this thesis contradicts itself and engenders its opposite. The subsequent synthesis of these opposites thereby presents a more complex, two-sided image of the real, so that as the dialectic advances it progressively encompasses the richness of a concrete absolute, whereby the rational the notion is real and the real is rational. The only requirement is to show that contradiction and opposition arise internally, so that the dialectic's movement remains immanent and never refers to a beyond that cannot be synthesized. Indeed, such a beyond is impossible, since anything beyond the absolute would have a negative relationship to it and hence would be subject to mediation. Nevertheless, Deleuze maintains that this progression fails, because the real cannot be constructed through a synthesis of abstractions. Dialectics can no more lead to the concrete than if one tried to recompose a real object by gluing together two-dimensional photographs taken from all possible angles. 20. This critique does not entail a return to a pre-dialectical conception of reality. Instead, for Deleuze, the abstractness of dialectical negation and sublation points to differences that, exceeding opposition and contradiction, are excluded from dialectical synthesis. The inclusion of these fugitive differences within a synthetic structure, however, precisely because they are incompatible with an identity of identity and opposition, necessarily breaks with dialectics. A truly concrete synthesis of differences, Deleuze maintains, must therefore be a synthesis of disjunction that connects heterogeneities. Dialectics does maintain a disjunction among differences, but Deleuze holds that in treating differences as opposites, it allows them to communicate only to the degree they mirror one another, thereby submitting them to the principles of identity. In contrast, the challenge, Deleuze states, is to make divergence no longer a principle of exclusion, and disjunction no longer a means of separation. The whole question, and rightly so, is to know under what conditions the disjunction is a veritable synthesis. 21. This requires that everything happens through the resonance of disparates, point of view on a point of view, displacement of perspective, differentiation of difference, and not through the identity of contraries. LS 175. A disjunctive synthesis involves a relation to an other, but one from which no return to establish an identity for itself is possible. Under these conditions, the 29. Rational and the real remain connected, but in no way resemble each other. In general terms, the conception of force Deleuze develops through Nietzsche shares with Hegel's the contention that the thing in itself is abstract because anything in its concreteness refers outside itself, making its identity as an isolated thing merely a moment in a more comprehensive synthetic relation. Neither physical atomism nor psychological egoism can account for the necessary plurality and difference of their objects, and only become coherent if they are translated into the terminology of force, NP 6-7. At THIRD site, Deleuze's Nietzschean account of force appears far too metaphorical and vitalist to have any substantive connection to Hegel's. His statements that all force is appropriation, domination, exploitation of a quantity of reality, NP 3, that a new force can only appear and appropriate an object by THIRD of all putting on the mask of the forces which are already in possession of the object, NP 5, and that a superior force affirms its own difference and enjoys this difference, NP 9, seem completely removed from the language in the Phenomenology, or any other properly philosophical treatise. Nevertheless, despite the apparent philosophical sloppiness in this personification of forces, Deleuze maintains that it is Hegel's language of opposition, contradiction, and negation that lacks the necessary rigor. Forces remain abstract when they are determined simply through reciprocal opposition. Hegel's account remains one-sided and incomplete because his seemingly more analytical and philosophical language removes the forcefulness that makes forces what they are. Hegel proposes an abstract movement of concepts instead of a movement of the physis and the psyche. Hegel substitutes the abstract relation of the particular to the concept in general for the true relation of the singular and the universal in the idea. He thus remains in the reflected element of representation, within simple generality. He represents concepts instead of dramatizing ideas. Dr. 10. In contrast, Deleuze argues, Nietzsche's approach reflects a rigorous method of dramatization, np. 78, that goes beyond abstract representations of force. Terms such as active, reactive, dominating, and submissive express the nature of force concretely. They denote an asymmetry and agonism that for Deleuze underpins the sense of things, concepts, and events, making them obstinately resistant to mediation. This asymmetry, Deleuze further maintains, is inseparable from a rethinking of quantity and quality. When quantity is treated as number and linked to counting units, it remains abstract, as there are no 30 units in themselves. Considered on a more concrete level, the level at which there are no unities or things pre-existing their relations, but only incongruent relations of force. Quantity cannot be a number but only a relation, there is no quantity in itself, Deleuze holds, but rather difference in quantity, an internal difference that differs from contradiction and that specifies the essence of force. Intensive difference being the essence of quantity, there can also be no equalization of quantities except in abstraction. Difference in quantity is the essence of force and of the relation of force to force. To dream of two equal forces, even if they are said to be of opposite senses, is a coarse and approximate dream, a statistical dream in which the living is submerged but which chemistry dispels. Np. 43. Forces are thereby constituted by relations to other forces that are not simply external, but that nevertheless remain heterogeneous. Against the dialectical progression of Hegel's logic, where quality negates itself to become quantity and both are synthesized as measure, ensuring that all qualities can be quantified and thereby measured, 22. Deleuze introduces a difference in quantity that, in concrete relations, affects a disjunctive synthesis. Intensive quantity, Deleuze maintains, manifests itself in the form of more or less it is ordinal rather than cardinal, Dr. 232-33. In the realm of force, it is therefore a relation of strength and weakness. In unequal relations of force, one must dominate over another that submits, but the incongruity of the relation implies that this hierarchy is never without resistance, so that these forceful relations are relations of inequality in flux or disequilibrium. Difference in quantity, however, necessarily engenders quality, which is that aspect of quantity that cannot be equalized out in the difference between quantities, np. 43-44. 23. Corresponding to the quantitative difference of strength and weakness is thus an irreducible qualitative difference of active and reactive. Dominant forces are active, meaning they command, create, transform, and overcome. Dominated forces are reactive, and work by adaptation, compromise, and considerations of utility. Np. 40-44. The active or reactive quality of force thus indicates the tactics or means by which it exercises its power in relations of continual tension and transformation. Np. 54. Finally, the configuration of forces manifests a will to power, which, Deleuze maintains, serves as the principle of the quality of force and the signification of the sense of related forces. Np. 83. 85. The will to power is what the configuration of active and reactive forces expresses, and this expression is either affirmative or negative, a will to affirm strife or to deny it. What a will wants, depending on its quality, is to affirm its difference or to deny what differs. NP 78. Affirmative and negative wills to power are closely related but not the same. 31. As active and reactive forces. Affirmation expresses active forces becoming dominant, while negation expresses forces in their becoming reactive. NP 54. This, of course, distinguishes the wills to power Nietzsche calls noble and slavish. The former expresses an affirms strife, can flow ict, and a will not to secure its identity but to transcend its limits and overcome itself. The latter condemns strife and can flow ict as evil and affirms its identity as good through contrast. In this way, Deleuze ties dialectics itself to a slavish conception of the world. The entire master-slave dialectic, he states, is the slave's conception. It is the image that the man of ressentiment has of power. Underneath the Hegelian image of the master we always find the slave. NP 10. As Nietzsche says of opposing values, they are merely foreground estimates, only provisional perspectives, perhaps even from some look, perhaps from below, frog perspectives, as it were. 24. In this way dialectical abstractions are not mere errors, they express the sense of a limited perspective, and, indeed, are engendered by this perspective. Desire, the other, and the otherwise other. It is thus in accordance with the failure of dialectics to determine fully the relation between the empirical and the absolute that Deleuze is justified in inserting into the empirical, material, and sensible a quantitative difference that replaces negative opposition, a disjunction of heterogeneities that replaces the identity of contradictories, and a will to power that goes beyond self-relating consciousness. The dialectical sense of identity and opposition that purports to underpin and relate the empirical, logical, and historical remains one-sided and incomplete, yet, crucially, this does not make it a mere appearance or subjective error. On the one hand, Deleuze contends, identity and opposition are real illusions, as undeniable and objectively true as the fact that, from the perspective of the Earth's surface, the Sun and the Moon appear to be roughly the same size. On the other hand, their reality is that of surface effects, products of a dynamic of differences that exceeds their terms and operates within them. Identity, opposition, and difference thereby form a single assemblage, which Deleuze calls an assemblage of desire. In contrast to the Hegelian structure of desire that relates self to another through a demand for recognition, Deleuzean desire is a structure of disjunction, an agencement of heterogeneous elements that function. 25. Like its Hegelian counterpart, it certainly involves a relation to some other, but, more fundamentally, it involves a relation through an other that complicates. 32. The link between a desiring subject and a desired object, including those objects that are themselves desiring others. Deleuze acknowledges that through desire self-consciousness and subjectivity are achieved. There is some truth to the Hegelian thesis about recognition, but this idea captures only a limited aspect of desire's operations, and presents only one form that otherness may take. More profoundly, desire also institutes an overcoming and a deterritorialization of subjectivity and identity, a dissolution of the bond of identity attained through opposition. Deleuze's analysis of Michel Tournier's Friday, a retelling of the Robinson Crusoe story, illustrates all of these aspects. In contrast to Daniel Defoe's version, which places Robinson in an original state of isolation and follows him as he builds a new rigorous order and exploration already falsified by Robinson's having access to tools of civilization from the shipwreck and having already repressed his desires so as to be able to work. Tournier frames the story in terms of Robinson's dehumanization through a process that does not reproduce the world but rather deviates from it. Ls. 302-4. Robinson's Island presents a world without others, revealing the significance of others through their absence in several respects. First, Deleuze maintains, others ensure that around each object that I perceive or each idea that I think there is the organization of a marginal world, a mantle or background, where other objects and other ideas may come forth in accordance with laws of transition which regulate the passage from one to another. Ls. 305. In this respect, the other is a virtual excess and a conduit that connects ideas and objects to one another. The other assures the margins and transitions in the world. Ls. 305. But the other also enables the subject to embed objects and itself in the world. The part of the object that I do not see I posit as visible to others, so that when I will have walked around to reach this hidden part, I will have joined the others behind the object, and I will have totalized it in the way that I had already anticipated. As for the objects behind my back, I sense them coming together and forming a world, precisely because they are visible to, and are seen by, others. Ls. 305. Finally, the other relates the subject to its object, as my desire passes through others, and through others it receives an object. I desire nothing that cannot be seen, thought, or possessed by a possible other. That is the basis of my desire. It is always others who relate my desire to an object. Ls. 306. This relation is one of temporal discontinuity, as the other causes my consciousness to tip necessarily into an I was, into a past which no longer coincides with the object. The mistake of theories of knowledge is that they postulate the contemporaneity of subject and object, whereas one is constituted only through the annihilation of the other. Ls. 310. In all these ways, the other exceeds the order of 33. Representation. It is neither subject nor object, even if it may at times be in one of these categories, but is required for this order to function. While the other might seem to be another subject whom I perceive as an object and who, in turn, perceives me as one, this is simply a substantiation of the other as the structure of the perceptual field as such. Ls. 307. It is the structure which conditions the entire field and its functioning, by rendering possible the constitution and application of the preceding categories. Ls. 309. Indeed, this structure other allows others to function as others, to instantiate an excess that constitutes the order of representation. Ls. 309-10. Without the texture provided by others, there is only unmediatable opposition, the brutal opposition of the sun and earth, of an unbearable light and an obscure abyss, the summary law of all or nothing. Real dualism then appears with the absence of the other. Ls. 306, 309. Without the temporal discontinuity effected by the other, consciousness and its object coincide. In an eternal present. Ls. 311, and as a result, the category of the possible has collapsed, ls. 306, because the structure other is the structure of the possible. The other, as structure, is the expression of a possible world, ls. 307, 308. The loss of others may seem like the loss of all order, and, indeed, Tournier's Robinson initially experiences it this way, ls. 311. But the dualism introduced by the other's absence, Deleuze holds, is actually another order that splits each earthly thing and introduces its double in a transcendent, celestial form. The other is the grand leveler, and consequently the destructuration of the other is not a disorganization of the world, but an upright organization as opposed to the recumbent organization. It is the new uprightness, and the detachment of an image which is vertical at last and without thickness, ls. 312-13. Robinson moves from despair and neurosis with the loss of a structure other to psychosis as he tries to recreate through work the organization that the other had provided, ls. 313-15. Eventually, however, he finds an alternative in something that is perhaps what others were hiding from us, ls. 315. For Deleuze, Robinson discovers a pure surface of disjunction, from which both brute oppositions and the structure other arise, ls. 315. Robinson is led to it by the intervention of Friday, who alone is able to guide and complete the metamorphosis that Robinson began and to reveal to him its sense and its aim, ls. 315-16. Crucially, Friday does not function at all like a rediscovered other, ls. 316. Nor is he a sexual other, an object of desire for Robinson, ls. 317. Instead, he indicates another, supposedly true world, an irreducible double which alone is genuine, and in this other world, a double of the other who no longer is and cannot be. Not an other, but something wholly other, un tout autre, than the 34. Other, not a replica but a double, one who reveals pure elements and dissolves objects, bodies, and the earth, ls. 317. Whereas the other is a strange detour that brings my desires down to objects, and my love to worlds, ls. 317, Friday, this otherwise other, ls. 319, is able to separate desire from its object, from its detour through the body, in order to relate it to a pure cause, ls. 317. This is desire's perversion or, rather, its manifestation as a perverse structure, which is opposed to the structure other and takes its place, ls. 319. In being released from its object, this perversion affects a desubjectivation, ls. 320. This is the sense of the Robinson Fission, ls. 318. In declaring that philosophy must be an ontology of sense, Deleuze places his project and Hegel's on the same terrain, and in affirming difference and disjunction against negation and contradiction, he follows Hegel's own refusal to leave thought in the realm of abstractions, divorced from any relation to the concrete and sensible. Deleuze in this way completes Hegel's project even while breaking with dialectics and its movement to secure the subject. In this way, their common philosophical direction in no way prevents Hegel's and Deleuze's respective philosophies from remaining fundamentally incompatible and irreconcilable. How, then, should the Deleuze-Hegel relation be understood? I would suggest that it be seen in terms of disjunction, whereby Hegel's and Deleuze's thinking are intimately intertwined but never subject to mediation or resolution, separated even in their proximity to each other by the deepest of chasms. In Derridean terms, each is the other's difference, with any phi nal specification of their relationship being always differed and deferred. This is certainly reason enough to read and reread both Hegel and Deleuze, and perhaps also to give Deleuze a certain credit. While he may seem to establish a crude opposition to Hegel, this opposition is in fact only a surface effect of the disjunctive relationship his philosophy has always affirmed. 3. Hegel and Deleuze, difference or contradiction. And Savanargas. In the foreword to Difference and Repetition, Deleuze locates his philosophical program in what he thinks is a broad current of anti-Hegelianism, and indicates that difference and repetition must take the place of identity, negativity, and contradiction. This programmatic statement deliberately foregrounds his theoretical quarrel with Hegelian-type dialectics, where difference is glossed in a negative manner as a point of contradiction insofar as it is made subordinate to that which is identical. Thus interpreted, the Deleuzian critique of Hegel can be viewed as unfolding in 3 steps. First, there is the 1962 chapter criticizing with the help of Nietzsche the notion of negativity. Second, the critique of Hegel manifests itself with the introduction of Gilbert Simondon in Difference and Repetition, who is important for establishing Deleuze's transcendental empiricism, and whose influence should not be underestimated. Finally, thanks to Foucault and Guattari and the new theory of history that Deleuze sets up after 1968, the debate over Hegel stabilizes itself around the question of history, henceforth construed as the empirical and political domain of complex modes of subjectivation, a heterogeneous necessity comprised of an admixture of fortuitousness and continuity. The intellectual milieu from which Deleuze emerged made staking out a position with regards to Hegel a veritable rite of passage. With respect to Sartre, Deleuze claimed, "He was my teacher," noting the widespread influence of Sartre-inspired phenomenology in the post-war period. Still, for Deleuze, philosophy begins by challenging phenomenology in the broadest sense, including philosophies of consciousness, in a lineage that combines the Kantian transcendental subject and Husserlian phenomenology, via the efforts of Sartre and Merleau-Ponty and other phenomenological accounts of mind, in a trajectory that meets up with Hegel, historical dialectics, and the historicism of some of Marx's successors. 39. Deleuze's objections both to the subject and to teleological history manifest a keen awareness of the German idealist tradition, and help explain not only his interest in empiricism but also his recourse to Marx, a characteristic feature which will be accentuated still further over the course of his collaborative work with Guattari. Such a background permits a comparison of his intellectual development with that of Foucault. Following Jean Wahl, Deleuze uses Anglo-American empiricism from Hume to Whitehead to distance himself from the idea of a historical realization, while Foucault turns to an empirical study of historical documents. Deleuze proposes a sustained but heterodox reading of Marx which adds to the aforementioned empiricism an attentive concern for the socius and the humanities, while Foucault moves away from politics and the Marxist circles of the 1970s toward a study of modes of governance and subjectivation. A critical reading of Kant, the disavowal of Hegel, the battle against teleological conceptions of history and philosophies of the subject were all crucial issues for French philosophy from the 1960s forward. When we consider that Deleuze and Foucault were eminent figureheads in these debates, we are better equipped to understand their difficulties with Hegel's theses. Disparation and the dialectic. Deleuze turns to Nietzsche and the theory of individuation of Gilbert Simondon to criticize the Hegelian dialectic. In their hands, ontology is no longer a matter of the identity and difference, but of a constructive disparity that stems from a difference that is not reducible to identity. What essentially defines a metastable system is the existence of a disparation, the existence of at least two different dimensions, two disparate levels of reality, between which there is not yet any interactive communication. Deleuze is interested in this tenet because it lends support to his contention that any individuation requires fundamental difference as a condition. He calls this fundamental difference transcendental difference, an expression frequently capitalized in difference and repetition to signal its status as a constitutive, that is, as a condition of the new and not a mere comparative difference between two already existing distinct states. The term disparation, or disparateness, Dr. 51, which Simondon borrows from the psychophysiology of perception, refers to the production of depth perception in binocular vision, and to the incompatibility of retinal images, the irreducible disparity of which produces 40. Three-dimensional vision as its creative resolution. Each retina is covered by a two-dimensional image, but the two images do not coincide due to differences in parallax, which one can readily observe by closing one eye at a time. Hence, no two-dimensional image is available to solve what Simondon calls the axiomatic of two-dimensionality, that is, the mutual incompatibility of the images. Such an axiomatic, in Simondon's terminology, means the objective structuring of a problematic field, in this case vision, the presentation of a problematic or objectively metastable situation requiring a solution. Such a problematic incompatibility is what Simondon intends to capture by his notion of disparation. To attempt to resolve this objective metastability between the two retinas, the human brain integrates it as a condition for the coherence of a new axiomatic, namely three-dimensionality. Vision of volume and the perception of depth thus emerge as the resolution of a problem by creating a new and unpredictable third dimension, which the two retinal images did not previously contain. This, in essence, is the process of disparation, which Simondon extends from the realm of perception to a general logic of becoming. Disparation, allowing us to grasp the assemblage of a perceptual operation, serves as the model for all individuation, and supplies an account of the emergence of novelty. It is from this broader perspective that Deleuze will take up the notion of difference. Disparation offers an account that allows one to escape not only the Hegelian concept of synthesis but also the dialectic of contradiction. Disparation generates a new, third dimension to resolve the disparity of retinal images, but importantly, this new dimension does not make the fundamental conflow ICT between the two retinas disappear. Rather, it incorporates that conflow ICT in a new system, depth. Sustaining the retinal disparity prompts this jump to a new dimension, which neither brings about a synthesis nor resolves a contradiction, but rather produces an integration that carries the problem to an altogether new level where the disparity between the two retinas takes on a new meaning. Perception's discovery is not a reductive abstraction but an integration, an amplifying operation, avers Simondon, IGP, 206. 4. On this view, depth perception neither reduces the contradiction nor eliminates the parallax which nourishes it. There is no dialectic synthesis of opposites that absorbs disparity in some higher unity. What is at stake is an entirely different operation, an inventive construction that adds a new dimension to isolated retinal images. This solution does not come from a resolution of the initial contradiction, but from the generation of a dimension that is genuinely novel, depth having in no way been contained in the presenting problem. Disparation thus becomes the defining category of individuation. It captures the process at work in any true genesis, and answers the linger. 41. Problem of the actualization of virtuality by providing an account of what Simondon calls the metastable character of being. Simondon presents his doctrine as a postulate of ontological nature which rests on a new method and a new idea: being is act, not one. Thus relation, as the modality of being and becoming, takes the place of substance, which is henceforth relegated to the model of a being which has become. Simondon labels this new methodology and notional apparatus transduction to stress that the structuring operation of differentiation takes place at all planes of reality, be they physical, biological, mental, or social. Simondon intends this transduction to encompass the dephasing or structuring differentiation through which an individuation carries itself out, such that each structured region serves as a principle for the constitution of the next. Simondon expresses the end result in a statement which is wholly Deleuzian: the extremes reached by virtue of the transductive operation did not pre-exist this operation. A dynamism arises from the primordial tension in the heterogeneous system of being which falls out of phase and produces dimensions by which it structures itself. It does not come from a tension between the terms attained through this operation. 5. IGP 31. In other words, the individuated terms to which the constituting relation gives rise do not pre-exist the disparation, and, once created, reinvigorate the system as a whole, the retriggering of transductive individuation. Transduction is thus prior for Simondon, and must be understood as a manner of being, not as a relation between two terms. In so far as substance loses its status as the exemplary model of being, it henceforth becomes possible to conceive relation as the non-identify of being to itself. 6. IGP 30-31. Moreover, this allows one to construe relation as external and anterior to its relata, the very result Deleuze arrived at through his own empiricist investigations. The problematic and the problem idea. Disparation's model of the problematic offers a promising way to escape the elements Deleuze deems unacceptable in the Hegelian dialectic, namely the sustaining role of the negative, the primacy of contradiction, and the resolution of difference by a dialectic which neutralizes it by assimilating it to the identity of the concept. Deleuze thus calls on the resources afforded by Simondon's work to counter Hegel, much in the same way that he had earlier enlisted the help of Nietzsche. The idea of disparation is more profound than the idea of opposition, declares 42. Deleuze. He notes that, in Simondon, the problematic replaces the negative. 7. Disparation thus betokens a new physical and physiological model that supplants the strictly logical model of conceptual opposition, while the problematic in replaces the negative. Simondon himself took care to distinguish disparation from a dialectic process. As he repeatedly insisted, it cannot be assimilated to a relation of contradiction, and cannot give rise to a ternary resolution, identity, difference, identity of difference, and identity. Or, affirmation, negation, Aufhebung. This for at least two reasons. First, no synthesis can get rid of a contradiction by overcoming it. The dialectical movement, which purports to overcome contradiction, does not overcome it. It logically envelopes the preceding terms by containing them both hierarchically and ontologically. As the product of a resolved contradiction, synthesis is necessarily homogeneous with its very terms and superior to them. This is the dynamic of the Aufhebung, it maintains while overcoming, such that it produces the identity of identity and difference. None of this is applicable to disparation, which maintains a strict equivalence between resolution and conflow ICT, and crucially never overcomes the conflow ICT that obtains between the terms provisionally brought into relation. Strictly speaking, then, in a rigorous transduction there is no synthesis, synthesis does not occur. It is never finished la synthese nes effectua, lns jamaizakivi because the relation to the contrary, maintains the asymmetrical character of terms mentioned au contraire à la symétrie caractéristique de termes, IGP, 109. No higher synthesis is produced because, unlike the dialectic, the starting asymmetry is never absorbed. The initial difference does not reduce itself into any kind of superior identity. The presenting incompatibility between the two retinas therefore cannot even be characterized as a contradiction, since it subsists and is even required to continue to produce the ensuing solution. Disparation at all times maintains the difference. There is never a question of resolving it. Hence, where Hegel countenanced an internal contradiction and a difference in the concept, Simondon proposes a real disparity. This is a heterogeneity between terms which the problematic alone brings into tension and can do so only by maintaining that very heterogeneity. The second reason why disparation cannot be assimilated to a relation of contradiction is that whereas Hegel posits an identity, Simondon insists on the play of a difference. While the dialectic generates an identity of contraries by means of a unifying synthesis, transductive disparation makes heterogeneity the ongoing constitutive condition for the invention of a truly novel solution. Disparation is made possible by a diff. 43. Difference that is never liable to be withdrawn. The asymmetry, the problematic difference, produces the individuation, not as a synthesis, but rather as a response to a metastable situation. The synthesis is not implemented by reducing the contradiction, on the contrary, it is precisely because the asymmetry is maintained that it provokes, as a creative solution, the invention of a dimension which does not absorb that asymmetry but gives it a renewed expression. The Hegelian construal of contradiction remains internal to the terms which it encompasses in the dialectical relation, while in Simondonian disparation the heterogeneity stays external to the terms which it brings into relation. Simondon must therefore be understood, along with Nietzsche, as one of the key thinkers whom Deleuze strategically calls upon in his bid to distinguish himself from Hegel. In the brief preface that opens Difference and Repetition, Deleuze explicitly locates his project in a climate of general anti-Hegelianism, and stresses the central place of Simondon alongside Nietzsche. The problematic Simondon and the differential Nietzsche determine struggles or destructions in relation to which those of the negative are only appearances, dr. xx. In those passages of difference and repetition devoted to Simondon, Deleuze always insists on the fact that the status of difference depends on the principium individuationis. With contradiction, difference is brought to a level of existence that is purely logical. To that extent, Hegel pursues a philosophy of representation despite his claim to be breaking from it. Indeed, he subordinates difference to a process of unitary differentiation of the absolute such that the contradiction which underwrites the negative role of difference is arguably nothing but the discovery of the self by the mind in a phenomenology of the identical. The Hegelian dialectic, in spite of being framed by its founder as a struggle against the traditional idea of representation, thus becomes the foil of choice for Deleuze. According to Deleuze, transductive disparation and the eternal recurrence of difference combine to effectively overturn the dominance of negativity and representation, which until then reigned supreme as a misguided construal of difference subordinated to identity, reduced to the negative, incarcerated within similitude and analogy, dr. 50. Difference is subordinated to identity whenever it fails to sustain the heterogeneity of the terms which it relates. As Deleuze argues in his 1962 book on Nietzsche, the contact of one force with another never implies a negative element of essence, and so the anti-Hegelianism, an expression of difference and repetition already present in that earlier work, which permeates Nietzsche's oeuvre, is manifest in his theory of forces. The negative is shown under closer scrutiny to be a false concept. 44. The speculative element of negation, opposition, or contradiction Nietzsche substitutes the practical element of difference, the object of affirmation and enjoyment. 8. Although the pluralism at work can appear akin to the dialectic inasmuch as a force is always thought in its essential relation with another force, it nevertheless remains the only profound enemy of the Hegelian dialectic. Indeed, the pluralism of forces never wholly succumbs to the dialectic's appeal to contradiction, but rather affirms it directly and unilaterally as a plural singularity that is both positive and conflictual. Force is always given in the plural, as a complex network. In sum, Deleuze subjects Hegelian difference and negativity to an argument which echoes the concept of multiplicity that is so important to his oeuvre. With the help of Bergson and Riemann, Deleuze shows how we must go from a multiplicity composed of parts, still held captive by a schema of difference between the one and the many, and a conception of the multiple as a body of amorphously plural and discontinuous unities, toward a truly substantive multiplicity. The Hegelian notion of difference, which is abstract and merely nominal, conserves the unity and homogeneity of its terms, and maintains the difference in the order of the identical without ever managing to produce a difference that is truly substantive, precisely in the manner that an abstract multiplicity adds stable unities. Instead of the internal difference of the concept where the movement stays dialectical and homogeneous, Deleuze proposes a difference that is plural and irreducible, a veritable asymmetry of the different. For difference implies the negative, and allows itself to lead to contradiction, only to the extent that its subordination to the identical is maintained, says Deleuze at the opening of Difference and Repetition, dr. 19. Hegelian logic thus remains a false movement, from the mediation posed as a movement of the concept, to the contradiction imitating difference in the progression toward the mind's self-apprehension, to the similarity of the contradictory terms which the synthesis yields by giving birth to the identical. Deleuze will never cease fighting this mediation of the concept as the movement of speculative thought, which he supplants with the Leibnizian idea of Weisdiction, inserting small differences tongue-in-cheek where the grand Hegelian contradiction countenanced a unitary difference in the concepts. Resolutely turning his back on these ways of approaching the issue, Deleuze thus proposes a new picture of difference. Arising from the general failure of representation, his proposal sees the modern world as a world of simulacra in the sense of going beyond the old, tired differences that could do little else but pit essence against existence, model against copy. 45. Simondon's dialectic. By all accounts, Simondonian disparation is a powerful ally in the polemic against a Hegelian conception of dialectics, where negation leads to Aufhebung. Why then does Deleuze feel the need to apply the term dialectic to Simondon himself? Because, says Deleuze, in Simondon's dialectic, the problematic replaces the negative, d. 88. This caveat not only helps pinpoint a divergence between the two thinkers, it also demonstrates the massive influence of the Hegelian setup, an influence Deleuze acknowledges perpetually as the most formidable theoretical adversary of a philosophy of difference. Simondon construes disparation as holding between two pre-existing dimensions of individuation, a field of pre-individual singularities which Deleuze pays homage to as a new definition of the transcendental field, to which is annexed a field of trans-individual individuation that basically encompasses the process of individuation in a domineering dimension. In this way, individuation does not escape an undifferentiated virtual canvas but rather modulates between the two successive dimensions of the pre-individual and the trans-individual. Simondon treats these twin dimensions as the boundaries of the dephasing operative in the process of individuation, such that it is sandwiched, so to speak, between a large and a small. All the explicit references to Simondon made by Deleuze in Difference and Repetition bear on this point, since it is the issue where the two thinkers differ most markedly. For Deleuze, construing difference as a disparation between a pre-individual dimension and a trans-individual dimension is meaningful only to the extent that it re-establishes an analogical resemblance between those very dimensions which the theory of disparation as a whole sought to avoid. The moment difference is taken to come phi-rst, any reification of differences as steps in the ladder of being is barred, and if Simondon continues to appeal to this, Deleuze believes it is because it safeguards a dimension of unity understood as the most and least the very side where Deleuze will locate the multiplicity of becoming. Deleuze's entire philosophical effort consists in trying to turn these modal dimensions into variations without making any presuppositions as to their size or scale with respect to some all-encompassing being. This allows us to better appreciate the rationale that sees Deleuze distancing himself from Simondon whilst helping himself to ample portions of his insights. The locus of Deleuze and Simondon's disagreement has to do with the regime of multiplicities and the progressive order of dimensions across which individuation unfolds. By holding fast to a 46. Sort of successive movement going from the pre-individual to the trans-individual, Deleuze thinks Simondon tacitly conserves a form of dialectical progress which incorporates the various differences in an unbroken development. In ordering the pre-individual, the individual, and the trans-individual along a curve that ostensibly manifests a logical and temporal evolution, Simondon unwittingly reinstates a sort of graduated scale of being. His superb analysis of individuation can nevertheless thus be said to founder into conservatism. The reproach is particularly salient in a political key, especially when we consider the sociological analyses that Simondon's thesis generates, but the criticism applies across the board. By maintaining a psychic individuation between the dimensions of the organically pre-individual and the trans-individual, Simondon harbors a unifying teleology and reintroduces the form of the self which he had averted in his theory of disparity, that is, his theory of the individual conceived as dephased and multiphased being, d. 89. To avoid this Simondonian precept of an already established scale of sizes, Deleuze insists on difference as difference in itself. In the THIRD footnote devoted to a critical treatment of the large and the small, he opts to refer back to Simondon, on the importance of disparate series and their internal resonance in the constitution of systems. See Gilbert Simondon, Dr. 318, and 25. But, he quickly adds, however, Simondon maintains as a condition the requirement of resemblance between series, Dr. 318, and 25. Deleuze stresses the place of virtuality in the actual, and refuses to situate it between the pre-existing poles of the large and small, thereby giving difference the potential to explain the emergence of individuation. Instead of a dyad of large and small resulting in a phased individuation, Deleuze posits a vibration of the virtual and the actual. This stakes out the key theoretical divergence that separates Deleuze and Simondon, although, as we have striven to underscore, there are many powerful areas of agreement between the two. Simondon's influence on Deleuze is thus much more subtle and convoluted than what can be gleaned from the comments made in Difference and Repetition. The Hegelian dialectic, define it as a contradiction which is resolved thanks to the contribution of negativity, is Deleuze's chief adversary, and by making disparation the prime theoretical alternative to opposition, he confirms the centrality of Simondon's ideas. Care must be taken to not let the point of disagreement between the two thinkers described above downplay the pivotal importance Simondon had on the development of Deleuze's account of differentiation, an influence one can see clearly in case studies of individuation Deleuze explores, like the physico-chemical crystal and the biological membrane. 47. Intensive quality and the limit and illusion of the negative. In clarifying his own conception of intensive quality, Deleuze betrays how close-knit his thought is with Hegel's. Intensity presents itself paradoxically as a limit which accounts not only for creation in thought but also for the illusion of objectivity which covers it up. This is why intensity is apprehended only as a form of representation by philosophy. It is this ground that allowed Hegel to distinguish the speculative tenor of philosophies of representation. Intensity produces thought under the influence of the sign, but in thinking it is grasped as individuated, which is why philosophy could do no better than approach it from a speculative angle, and could never reach it without the experience of art. This is not because art is somehow more adept than philosophy in this regard, nor is it because difference is somehow ineffable by itself. Rather, it is because intensity depends on a certain type of experience which art gives to philosophy. In so doing, art unravels philosophy's transcendental illusion, that unavoidable mirage that stems from the movement that actualizes intensity, nullifying it just as it seeks to develop it. Illusion thus arises from intensive quantities. In Difference and Repetition these are taken to possess three characteristics. Intensity occurs first and foremost as a quantity that comprises inequality itself, even if that quantity is resolved as a quality, since the unequal, as a quantity that cannot be equaled, appears as the quality of quantity. Secondly, quality is an affirmation and not a contradiction. Thirdly, this affirmation is a differentiation, that is, an individuation or virtual multiplicity that is actualizing itself. The objective illusion pertains to the very movement of actualization, which nullifies the difference in intensity. Deleuze must therefore both signal his departure from the construal of difference espoused by Hegel and at the same time account for the divergence that exists between his affirmative difference and the standard notion of contradiction. The objective illusion of intensity fulfills this purpose. It does so by pitting the Kantian dialectic of the illusion of thought against the Hegelian dialectic of contradiction. Intensity is thus first and foremost a difference in degree, which is to say a quantity. But this quantity, in so far as it is irreducible to the identity of the same, is incapable of being equaled. In itself, it therefore morphs into a quality. As such, the notion of number, which is always ordinal before being cardinal, is originally intensive. Quantity therefore presupposes a prior difference. For Deleuze, there are two sides of the difference, differentiation with a C, meaning the actualization, the individuation and actualized. 48. Form, annulling the virtual difference, and differentiation with a T, meaning the virtual pattern of intensity, the pure forces of difference implied in each individuation. Therefore, any individuation always means an actualization, annulling the virtual intensity in having realized a concrete form. But virtual differentiation and actual individualization, differentiation, shouldn't be taken as two separate ontological levels, as if the virtual differentiation could be the cause, or the principle of the actual differentiation. Every form, every actual differentiation, is about to become, and so to become redifferentiated. Even this redifferentiation means the transformation of this actual individual into a new form, a new individuation, leading to a new individual as a result. This whole analysis of intensity as sheer difference, which remains inexplicable without being reduced because it tends to nullify itself in the very system that explains it, has undeniable Hegelian overtones. Quality, for Hegel, is a product of difference, and is negated in quantitative indifference so that being may determine itself as difference. Becoming implies the disappearance of being in nothingness and the disappearance of nothingness in being, after which being and nothingness themselves jointly disappear to give way to a veritable determination of being as becoming. The opposing terms of being and nothingness, quality and quantity, and so on which articulate the logic are not so much identities as they are positions of their own difference, provisional moments that are nullified in the movement of their becoming other. Deleuze thus rejects the status of contradiction and the negative that are central to the Hegelian movement but not the aim of establishing a logic of being as becoming. As such, he retains the ambitious affirmation of a speculative thought which escapes representation and those limits set by the Kantian system. The project for a philosophy of difference encompasses both of these aspects. As Juliette Simond has pointed out, 9. This unexpected alliance between Hegel and Deleuze turns on the reading of Hegel proposed by Jean Hippolyte. According to Hippolyte, the key point of Hegelianism consists in twisting thought to think the unthinkable. The logos is that which thinks the non-thought. 10. Deleuze is not far removed from this idea. In fact, difference as something absolutely different presents itself as the highest thought, but we cannot think it. D. 159. Deleuze reviewed the work of Hippolyte in 1954-11 and underscored the point of bifurcation, maximal coincidence and divergence that exists between a logic of meaning and a logic of contradiction. For Hegel, the difference, which is wholly external to REFL action and being, is in another respect the internal difference of being with itself. As Deleuze notes, this means being is identical to difference. Hence, the major proposition of Hegel's logic, underscores Deleuze, consists in 49. Transforming metaphysics into logic, and for the transformation of logic into the logic of sense, RLE, 193. From this point onward, then, Deleuze has at his disposal a crucial piece of his own system. Philosophy, as metaphysics, cannot be otherwise than a logic of sense. The key challenge resides in constructing an ontology of difference which would not have to go up to contradiction, because contradiction would be less than difference and not more. RLE, 195. This is the very argument we find in difference and repetition. Does not Hippolyte ground a theory of expression where difference is expression itself, and contradiction its merely phenomenal aspect? Deleuze queried at the close of his review, RLE, 195. The contradiction stays phenomenal, which is to say doxastic and subject to common sense, because it places the burden of expressing difference on the identity of contradiction. This is the logical status of contradiction, and marks the dialectical opposition which Deleuze rejects. Difference goes as far as contradiction only when it is taken to the limit under the determination of identity, Dr. 49. That is how Deleuze paints Hegel's innovation as the final and most powerful homage rendered to the old principle of identity, Dr. 50. All while maintaining this proximity of thought with the unthinkable that determines it, Deleuze must now explain what sets the thought of difference apart from the Hegelian framework he has set up as his foil. The second feature of intensity is called in to accomplish this work. It is meant to account for how difference, affirmative in itself, is nevertheless susceptible to falling under the Hegelian representation of the negative and contradiction. Difference is affirmative, but by individuating itself and discharging its constitutive difference, it appears before thought under the illusory form of a contradiction. The objective illusion that prevents thought from grasping the difference as an affirmation can now be explained. It stems from the process of the individuation of intensity, which actualizes difference and thus deletes it. The idea of the negative, regarded by Deleuze as the greatest danger that lurks for a philosophy of difference, is thus seen as belonging to the transcendental illusion. Accordingly, it is underneath quality and within extensivity that intensity appears upside down under the negative, under limitation, and opposition, Dr. 235. Negation, in sum, is produced by an objective illusion that covers up intensity for the sake of thought. In a typical move, Deleuze submits Hegel to an argument that is still more Hegelian in nature. Hegel did not succeed in grasping the logic of difference, Deleuze argues, nor did he successfully fulfill his desire to escape the clutches of representation, because he tried to explain differ. 50. By subjecting it to the representational logic of identity. The speculative Hegelian tenets are thus not speculative enough, and his ontology is held captive by the subjective structure of representation. It attains difference only underneath quality, within extensivity, and retains only a qualified opposition, not the true movement of difference. Hegelianism approaches difference only in its actualized mode, and thus misses its becoming, which for Deleuze means the tension that determines the passage from virtuality to actualization. Again, this argument is distinctly Hegelian. Thought does not rise above the speculative proposition but rather stays trapped in the antinomies of representation. Deleuze here defines the negative as a difference inverted, seen from below, dr. 235, walking on its head, to echo Marx. However, the Marxian argument is used by Deleuze in a vitalist, not political sense, one which moreover is not even explicitly materialist. It isn't that thought fails to understand the socio-political conditions that subtend it or the very material conditions of its existence, but rather that it approaches the thrust for actualization the other way round. Instead of considering thought as it springs forth toward that which is higher, a rise in altitude that marks an elevation of potential, it instead looks at it from below, where all that potential collapses back. Finally, there is a third feature: intensity is an implied quantity that is wrapped up and embryonic. The appeal to Hegelian risk is effected in a threefold manner, by means of the theory of enveloped expressions which the Renaissance inherited from Neoplatonism, by means of the embryonic quantities of Leibniz's differential infinitesimals, and by means of the theory of intensive variation developed by Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire. All three theoretical sources allow for a more focused insistence on the problem of the virtual under actualization. They let Deleuze defy the impenetrability of meaning, the ideational portion of the event, and the construal of difference as idea. Only the joint collaboration of these three features, Deleuze argues, allows us to escape the Hegelian contradiction. To the extent that difference is affirmative, it is because it is disparative. Difference is therefore not an opposition which, by negating its asymmetry, produces a synthesis which nullifies it because its real movement is that of a productive differentiation, actualization. It isn't surprising that the example Deleuze systematically chooses to buttress this point is that of disparation in the typical sense used in stereoscopy, to which Deleuze applies the Simondonian extension. Oppositions are always flat, they lack the stereoscopic depth of reality. Instead of the superficial synthesis of differences according to their opposition and merely mental reconciliation, Deleuze prefers a real and intensive affirmation of the difference, bereft of any reconciliation. We have seen. 51. How this movement in Simondon's work allowed Deleuze to counter a merely ideational negation. Every opposition refers to a deeper disparateness, and oppositions are resolved in time and extensity only to the extent that the disparates have first invented their order of communication in depth, writes Deleuze, reprising the analysis put forth by Simondon, dr. 236. Simondonian disparation ensures that Deleuzian logic is impervious to the logic of the concept at the very point where those views are most alike. Disparation can do this because it curbs the entropic energy loss movement of the negative as opposition by means of a vital negentropy, a growth of complexity and the production of the novel. By this term vitalism, we mean that Deleuze is both close to and yet distinct from Bergson. While it is true for Deleuze that every individuation takes the path of living, non-organic, complexity, unlike Bergson, life is not the ultimate stage of the operation of difference. Living forms are no better or more ultimate than material forms. Deleuze never forgets the virtual differentiation of any actualization. his is a vitalism of difference. If the negative can be taken as difference seen from below, it is because it theorizes difference as a developed difference, explained at length and subordinated to an identity which comes from an equalization of differences in individuation, which is to say subordinated to the status of actuality. Deleuze makes it clear that negation is difference seen from below, and that it becomes affirmation the moment it rises up, dr. 54-55. Affirmation, the second feature of intensity, is by itself a differentiation, the third feature, which makes the first feature relative. The intensive quantity is not divisible by quantity, nor is it indivisible by quality, but does not divide itself without changing its nature. Here Deleuze is borrowing from the Bergsonian idea of duration that had earlier helped him defy any substantive multiplicity. Anachronistically perhaps, we might say that it is dividual, with reference to the expression proposed by Deleuze in Cinema 1 to characterize multiplicities that are neither indivisible nor divisible into their constituent parts, and which are also divided only by changing their nature. 12. Here we go from electromagnetic intensity to biological differentiation, from the virtual as the actualization of an intensity, to differentiation as individuation, a vital arrow. Implicitly, all that was understood as a degradation of potential in the previous analyses, loss of charge as difference, for instance, now reveals itself as a difference, a climb toward complexity, so that every differentiation, empirical individualization, implies a transcendental differentiation, a new set of virtual differences. 13. The electromagnetic model thus gives way to the biological model, and material intensity assumes the role of a vital differentiation. 52. Deleuze is quite close to Bergson. The la vital puts paid to Hegelian negation. Negation stays entropic and secondary because it travels the layered slope of the concept instead of the differentiating lines of becoming. Intensity is thereby very much given in things. It is a transcendental principle which hugs the vital movement of thought itself and is totally distinct from the quantities which science manipulates and conceptualizes, even if the transcendental logic of difference requires the substitution of a physics of individuation, of an energetics of difference of potential, of a mechanics of fluids, and of a biology of individuation which replaces the old mechanics of solids of classical physics and the biology of genera and species. Hence the aesthetic of difference implies an altogether new logic, not to mention its own dialectic. Transcendental yet empirical, it rejects the Kantian dichotomy between the empirical and the a priori. Still, it remains transcendental since it retains intensity as the insensible limit of difference itself. That is what Deleuze, following the Bergsonian expression revived by Wall, calls a superior empiricism, whose object is precisely this intense world of differences, where qualities phi and d their rationale and the sensible phi and ds its being, see, example dr. 56-57. This superior empiricism, which is transcendental, construes the sign as a heterogeneity. The sign is shown to be triply heterogeneous, with respect to the object it emits, since it emerges as a disparation between two kinds of scales, with respect to itself, since it refers to the objects which it envelopes, and thus incarnates a natural or spiritual power, an idea, dr. 22-23, and heterogeneous with respect to the response it elicits, since it does not resemble it. It is this heterogeneity of the sign which allows Deleuze to articulate literature and philosophy in their constitutive disparity. It is also what underwrites the label of empiricism for thought which, as we have just seen, does not back away from pure speculation, and moves, for the time being, in the sole medium of thought. This conception of heterogeneity, according to Deleuze, allows one not to surpass but to render powerless the very concept of contradiction. Translated from the French by Marc Champagne, with Niels Feuerhahn and Jim Vernon. 4. The logic of the rhizome in the work of Hegel and Deleuze. Henry Summers Hall. The aim of this chapter is to provide an account of Deleuze and Guattari's model of the rhizome, and to look at a possible Hegelian line of response to it. After outlining why Deleuze and Guattari feel the need to move away from an arbor-sent model of thought, such as underlies the structure of judgment, I look at Hegel's description of plant life in the philosophy of nature, and show how this can be related to the dialectic of the finite and infinite in the science of logic. This leads to the question, as a Hegelian riposte to Deleuze, can we see rhizomatic thought simply as an example of the spurious infinite at play? I want to conclude by showing that Deleuze and Guattari are well aware of this interpretation, and show how Deleuze's distinction between the decentered and the polycentered, and his characterization of multiplicity as an alternative to the many, allow him to avoid these implications. I want to begin by looking at why Deleuze and Guattari believe we need to move to a new model of thinking. Arbor-sent thought. In this PHI-RST section, I want to look at why Deleuze feels that we need to move away from a classical conception of thinking, typically tied to the structure of judgment. While Deleuze's critique of judgment occurs throughout his work, I want to focus here in particular on the arguments offered in his collaboration with Guattari in A Thousand Plateaus. It is here that Deleuze and Guattari introduce the notion of rhizomatic thought as an alternative to what they characterize as the image of the world, which they call either a tree or root book. To understand why Deleuze and Guattari feel the need to introduce the concept of a rhizome, we PHI-RST need to understand the limitations of the classical model. 55. Of thought which they wish to oppose. Deleuze and Guattari's discussion of the traditional model of thought in A Thousand Plateaus centers on two limitations. First, the classical image of thought is imitative. Their point is that insofar as the classical image forms a complete and unified image of the world, it necessarily leads us to posit a radical dualism between the image of thought and the world of which it is an image. That is, we are led to posit two different ontological planes, a position which cuts off the possibility of the kind of immanent and univocal ontology which Deleuze and Guattari want to construct. The world and the image of the world become two distinct entities which cannot be reconciled with one another. How could the law of the book reside in nature, when it is what presides over the very division between world and book, nature and art? 1. Deleuze's second criticism of classical logic, as well as the arbor-sent or root metaphors that characterize it, is that it presupposes a moment of unity, as well as a binary division of this primary unity. It operates by a process of division, the law of the one that becomes two, then the two that become four, tp. 5. The classical example of this kind of thought would be the Arbor Porphyriana, Porphyry's tree of species. 2. Porphyry's account, given in his text, Isagogy, provides a formalization of Aristotle's account of species and genera in the categories, and was one of the standard works in medieval logic. The essential idea which underlay his model was that by the division of a more general category by a difference, we are able to give a precise account of what something is. That is, we gradually approach a more precise definition of something by further adding properties to it which differentiate it from other entities. What is meant will be clear from the following. In each category there are the highest classes, the lowest classes, and some which are between the highest and the lowest. There is a highest genus beyond which there can be no other superior genus. There is a lowest species after which there can be no subordinate species, and between the highest genus and the lowest species there are some classes which are genera and species at the same time, since they are comprehended in relation to the highest genus and the lowest species. Let us make the meaning clear with reference to one category. Substance is itself a genus, under this is body, and under body animate body, under which is animal, under animal is rational animal, under which is man, under man are Socrates, Plato, and particular men. 3. The first difficulty with such an approach is that it creates a sharp distinction between nature and the image of nature. Porphyry's hierarchy of terms operates according to sharply opposed differences, but it appears 56. That in nature we have more gradated distinctions between different objects. Opposed differences do not mix, but opposed accidents may mix. For it doesn't help to replace the binary opposition between categories with a larger set of categories. However, as in this case, we still presuppose the notion of a unity from which all of the other categories are divided. On the side of the object, it is no doubt possible, following the natural method, to go directly from 1 to 3, 4, or 5 e.e., but only if there is a strong principal unity available, that of the pivotal taproot supporting the secondary roots. That doesn't get us very far, tp. 5. This difficulty in fact stems from a deeper problem, the need to explain both aberrant cases, where the entity falls within a species without having the property which is supposed to govern species membership, and the differences which are not to be taken into account when we consider what a thing is. Thus, on the one hand, we need to take account of the fact that some men are not rational, but are still to be counted as men. On the other, we need to deal with the fact that men may have different skin color, without this affecting their nature as men. To deal with these questions, we need to make a distinction between what is essential to something, and what properties that thing has merely accidentally. Such a distinction seems to require a further ontological dichotomy, however, between the ideal image of the thing, its essence, and its actual, worldly, and often imperfect state. The dichotomy between essence and appearance therefore leads to the distinction between the image of the world, essence, and the world itself, appearance. Deleuze provides an extended discussion of judgment in difference and repetition, and although we have to be careful moving between his sole-authored and collaborative works, the distinction he makes there between two kinds of sense will be useful in diagnosing exactly where the problem with arbor-sent thought lies. In difference and repetition, Deleuze argues for two conditions that must be fulfilled when making a judgment. He argues that the subject must possess both good sense and common sense. Deleuze defines good sense and common sense as follows. For while common sense is the norm of identity from the point of view of the pure self and the form of the unspecified object which corresponds to it, good sense is the norm of distribution from the point of view of the empirical selves and the objects qualified as this or that kind of thing, which is why it is considered to be universally distributed, dr. 133-34. Of these two problems, the problem of accidental and essential properties is one of good sense. It amounts to the ability to attribute predicates appropriately, and to correctly assign things their positions within the hierarchy. Thus, problems of good sense occur when we have difficulties in knowing when to attribute a property to something. 57. And when not to, such as in the degenerate cases which Aristotle discovers in the parts of animals, the sea anemones or sea nettles, as they are variously called, are not testacea at all, but lie outside the recognized groups. Their constitution approximates them on one side to plants, on the other to animals. 5. In these cases, the possibility of successfully making a judgment is thrown into doubt by the purely empirical question of whether or not a particular entity belongs to the species in question or not. We may be able to deal with these errors of good sense by increasing the sophistication of our hierarchy by, for instance, as Deleuze and Guattari suggest, moving from bivalent to polyvalent categorical distinctions. Good sense is not the sole presupposition of judgment, however, and it is the case that even the failure of good sense still leaves judgment intact. It is as though error were a kind of failure of good sense within the form of a common sense which remains integral and intact, dr. 149. Rather than simply address the grounds for good judgment, Deleuze's project is to examine the grounds for judgment in general. Even when the subject exhibits poor judgment, when good sense fails, we are still dealing with thought in terms of a hierarchy of terms. The subject falls into error by subsuming the particular under the wrong universal, or failing to recognize the essential difference. Deleuze's criticism of common sense instead attacks the nature of judgment itself. Judgment involves the attribution of a predicate to a subject, and Deleuze follows Kant in claiming that such an attribution relies on the notion of a pure subject and a transcendental object. 6. This requires, prior to the attribution of properties themselves, a theory about what is to count as a substance or an individual. That is, prior to the specification of the properties of a subject, judgment already requires a subject to be individuated. In Deleuze and Guattari's terminology, it already assumes a certain form of territorialization. If we look at the dichotomous approach, we discover that although it can provide an account of the qualification of the subject, it cannot provide an account of its constitution. At the top of the hierarchy, we simply already have the notion of a being, albeit an empty one. In order to arrive at 2 following a spiritual method, it must assume a strong principal unity, TP 7. In other words, the principal unity must always precede the determination of the object, ruling out an account of the emergence of this unity itself. On Deleuze's reading, there are therefore 2 principal postulates of judgment. First, judgment presupposes that what exists is a world of objects. Second, judgment presupposes a certain distribution of objects throughout the world. This closes off the possibility of anything like a theory of the genesis of objectivity itself, or a formulation of an ontology that does not presuppose the division of the world into subjects and 58. Properties. Deleuze and Guattari express this by noting that multiplicities in arbor-sense structures presuppose a point of unity in addition to the multiplicity of properties itself. How are we to overcome these limitations? Deleuze and Guattari propose that rather than conceiving of thought on the model of the tree or root, we need to develop a new form of thinking, in this case based on the model of the rhizome. Whereas both trees and roots exhibit a branching structure from a central point, much as we found in the Arbor porphyriana, rhizomatic plants do not exhibit this structure. Rather than a vertical branching structure, rhizomes have stem systems which are horizontal in nature, which are not organized around a central point. Further, they are adventitious root systems, which means that root systems do not simply develop from a specified part of the plantlet, the radicle, but are also capable of developing from other parts of the plant, such as the stem or leaf. 7. Deleuze and Guattari argue that the rhizome provides a better model for thought, as it does not require a central point, is not hierarchical, and allows heterogeneous connections between parts to be formed. To see how the alternative model functions, it is worth looking at a system which is archetypally rhizomatic for Deleuze and Guattari, the wasp and the orchid. Deleuze and Guattari refer to the Offers genus of orchids which attract wasps with a modified petal resembling a female wasp. As the male wasp attempts to copulate with the petal, pollinia become attached to its body. 8. The line or block of becoming that unites the wasp and the orchid produces a shared deterritorialization of the wasp, in that it becomes a liberated piece of the orchid's reproductive system, but also of the orchid, in that it becomes the object of an orgasm in the wasp, also liberated from its own reproduction, TP 293. If we take the case given above, it would seem that if we were to explain the symbiotic relationship between the wasp and the orchid on the model of judgment, we would have to presuppose some kind of unified center for the interaction. This amounts to in effect seeing the one as a property of the other. The wasp is a moment in the reproductive system of the orchid, or the orchid as a moment in the instinctual system of the wasp, or seeing both as contained in a higher unity. Deleuze and Guattari argue, however, that such an approach ultimately is incapable of explaining the generation not merely of an additive unity of the two organisms, but of an entirely new system. Whenever there is transcoding, we can be sure that there is not a simple addition, but the constitution of a new plane, as of a surplus value. A melodic or rhythmic plane, surplus value of passage or bridging, TP 314. Instead, Deleuze and Guattari stress the importance of transversal relations between organisms, and also the openness of biological systems. 9. In this sense, they want to see the wasp orchid as 59. An assemblage. 10. Not as the addition or simple exchange between two different organisms, but as the constitution of a wholly new system defined purely in terms of the manifold connections it exhibits. This constitution of a new and open system cannot be understood within an arbor-cent framework, since such frameworks can only account for the determination of a pre-existing subject, rather than the constitution of a novel one. The rhizomatic approach resonates even more closely with Margulis's seminal study of cellular biology, Symbiosis in Cell Evolution. 11. Margulis argues that eukaryotic cells, cells containing complex structures of organelles, evolved through the formation of symbiotic relationships between more primitive prokaryotic cells. That is, basic elements of the cell, such as mitochondria, migrated within the cell membranes of other cells to form mutually beneficial relationships. Mitochondria allow the cell to use oxidizing reactions to produce energy while the cell provides the machinery for the reproduction of the mitochondria. Such an approach breaks with the idea of the progressive differentiation of lineages of organisms by recognizing the importance of transversal communication of genetic data between species. It therefore disrupts the hierarchical model which judgment relies upon by showing that organisms are not to be understood purely as subsumed under species, but also as forming parallel, connective relationships. This move away from a subsumptive logic further opens the possibility that rather than seeing properties as attaching to a pre-existing logical subject, we can see organisms as essentially open. Margulis's account is not one of the development of the organism, the determination of the subject of predication, but rather of the constitution of the organism itself, the emergence of the subject of predication. It is important to note that Deleuze and Guattari are not introducing an ontological dualism between rhizomatic and arborescent structures. In fact, all structures can be understood in both of these terms. We should note that root systems themselves operate largely rhizomatically. Thus the process of nitrogen fixing, the conversion of nitrogen in the air to ammonia or other nitrogenous compounds, one of the key roles of the root system, relies on a symbiotic relationship with rhizobium bacteria. Rhizobium bacteria are stimulated by the emission of chemicals from the root hairs, and in turn emit chemicals which cause the root hairs to bend around them, creating nodules within which the bacteria form colonies. 12. Likewise, grafting allows the formation of what Deleuze would call heterogeneous assemblages. In fact, it should not surprise us to discover that arborescent structures show themselves to be rhizomatic in nature, and Deleuze presents several examples of non-vegetative rhizomatic structures, such as the packs of wolves and rats, and the rhizome. 60. City of Amsterdam. The rhizome therefore should be seen as a model of a logic of connections, rather than as just a state of affairs. In all of these cases, it is quite possible to read the phenomena in question according to either arborescent or rhizomatic categories. It is true that the same thing is generally susceptible to both modes of calculation or both types of regulation, but not without undergoing a change in state. TP 17. There is a disanalogy between the two cases, however, to the extent that rhizomatic structures can more or less approximate arborescent structures, whereas arborescent structures, with their requirement of sharply defined subjects, represent the ideal limit of arborescence, which cannot in practice be encountered, as it implies that the organism is completely closed. Deleuze's introduction of the rhizome is therefore intended to overcome several limitations of arborescent thought. First, it is intended to provide a logic capable of accounting for the genesis of a particular system. It does so by not relying on the notion of a subject as pre-existing its determination. Second, it aims at providing a logic capable of explaining transversal connections between systems. A rhizomatic thought will therefore dispense with two interrelated moments on the structure of judgment. First, it will not be based on the notion of the attachment of properties to a central identity. Second, it will not rely on the notion of subsumption. Subsumption is key to the structure of judgment. An individual is subsumed under a general concept, or is allocated to a class intentionally according to a given property. Subsumption allows a subject to be determined by the constant restriction of the logical space it is to be found in, but symbiotic relationships, for instance, disrupt this procedure by creating bridges between different logical spaces. There is a block of becoming which snaps up the wasp and the orchid, but from which no wasp-orchid can ever descend. TP 238. Likewise, the eukaryotic cell belongs to two lineages, and hence two arborescent spaces, at the same time. It occurs on two branches of the tree of life simultaneously. To provide a way of understanding the world which does not rely on the linear determination of judgment, the rhizome must therefore be conceived of as an acentered, non-hierarchical, non-signifying system without a general and without an organizing memory or central automaton. TP 21. What is the central logical move that Deleuze makes in putting forward this project? It is the substitution of a logic based on the copula by a logic based on the conjunction. The tree imposes the verb to be, but the fabric of the rhizome is the conjunction, and. TP 25. In fact, there are two senses in which the verb to be is rejected by Deleuze. THIRD, Deleuze rejects the predicative use of to be, thus moving away from a subsumptive understanding of determi. 61. Nation. He also rejects a second sense of to be, the affirmation of an identity, a is a. To escape from this use of to be, Deleuze and Guattari need to focus on the relations between terms, rather than the terms themselves. In this account so far, we have seen some of the key features of Deleuze's critique of judgment. If we return momentarily to difference and repetition, however, we can see that Deleuze is quite careful in making a distinction between classical logic, which he calls finite representation, and Hegelian dialectic, which he calls infinite representation. It is clear that Hegel's approach does rely on a progressive determination of an indeterminate concept, the being, pure being of the science of logic, but Hegel himself is quite hostile to the idea that judgment should be the driving force in philosophy. He argues, however, against the idea that the inadequacy of the finite categories to express truth entails the impossibility of objective cognition. 13. Hegel therefore puts forward what he calls the speculative proposition. Whereas the two uses of the verb to be are kept separate in finite thought, in the sense that this rose is logically a different kind of judgment to this rose is red, Hegel's speculative proposition attempts to combine the identity and predicative uses of to be in the same proposition. For Hegel as well as Deleuze, classical judgments rely on a passive subject which constitutes the basis to which content is attached and upon which the movement runs back and forth. 14. By contrast, in the speculative proposition, the subject is related to another subject, as in the proposition, the actual is universal, ps. 39. In this case, Hegel argues that although both terms are subjects, and hence relate to themselves through the proposition, we do not have a simple tautology, as the two terms are also not identical with one another. As the speculative proposition cannot be understood either to be asserting the identity of the two terms, or predicating one of the terms of the other, finite thought fails to make sense of the proposition. For infinite, or dialectical, thought, however, the speculative proposition represents the heart of the dialectical method, as the reiteration of the second subject, the universal, as both different and identical to the first subject, the actual, forces thought to consider the subject itself no longer as a phi-xed identity, but as something which is itself changed by the movement of the proposition. As the second subject is not simply a further determination, but rather the subject itself, the whole proposition is put into motion. As Hegel expresses it, formally, What has been said can be expressed thus: the general nature of the judgment or proposition, which involves the distinction of subject and predicate, is destroyed by the speculative proposition, and 62. The proposition of identity which the former becomes contains the counter-thrust against the subject-predicate relationship. P.S. 38. While Deleuze is careful to distinguish Hegel from other thinkers of representation, he argues that every philosophy of categories takes judgment for its model, as we see in the case of Kant, and still even in the case of Hegel, Dr. 33. That is, in spite of Hegel's attempt to move away from the concept of judgment, the speculative proposition is still too close to the form of judgment to provide the kind of account Deleuze thinks we need. 15. I do not want to explore here the extent to which Deleuze's criticism of Hegel can be upheld, but rather to reflect on Hegel's own discussion of conjunctive logic in the philosophy of nature and the science of logic. The aim will be to see whether it is possible to formulate a Hegelian riposte to the move to a rhizomatic model of thought. The spurious in night. Whereas the science of logic attempts to provide the complete determination of the categories of thought and being, the philosophy of nature expresses these ideas as they are found in the world itself. Nature is the idea in the form of otherness. 16. As Howelgate notes, Hegel's conception of nature is somewhat Spinozistic, an introduction to Hegel, 109, with being autonomously determining itself as nature. Nevertheless, the philosophy of nature is not simply a reiteration of the categories of the science of logic. Rather, the philosophy of nature also argues that nature is separated from reason. Whereas the science of logic discovers reason to be a coherent, internally related whole, nature for Hegel embodies the unreason of externality, an introduction to Hegel, 111. The philosophy of nature therefore presents the categories of thought in a form which is alien to reason, rather than being immanently and internally related to one another. In nature the categories present themselves as separated from one another in the various forms of entities which we encounter in the world. Nevertheless, nature is still the idea, albeit in the form of this externality. While externality constitutes the specific character in which nature, as nature, exists. 17. The philosophy of nature charts the movement of reason back into the form of a unity with spirit in the form of a path of return, for it is that which overcomes the division between nature and spirit and assures to spirit its knowledge of its essence in nature. Pn. 14. The philosophy of nature will therefore chart the movement from the pure externality of parts to a form where the parts are once again understood. 63. According to internal relations. Much as we found in the case of Deleuze, these categories will not merely allow for a descriptive analysis of nature. Nature embodies the categories of thought, albeit in a different element, and on this basis, there is a normative element to Hegel's descriptions of the natural world. Different forms of life will better embody the idea, and so his appraisals of the sophistication of different forms of life will allow us to determine his appraisal of the form of logic that they embody. As Hegel's philosophy aims to provide a purely immanent description of the world which does not rely on any external principles, the movement from the pure externality of nature back to the idea of internal relationality given by the end of the logic must itself proceed immanently, that is, not rely on any principles outside of itself. Thus Hegel's account attempts to show how nature itself moves from a system governed by externality to one governed by internal relations. Nature will thus appear as a hierarchy of stages, moving from the most external to the least external, as it progressively transforms itself into more unified forms. Hegel's dialectic therefore attempts to show how spirit gradually becomes embodied in more and more adequate forms of nature, progressing through mechanism, physics, chemistry to life, and finally to the apex of life, man. In the process, we move from an understanding of the world governed purely by the self externally of matter to one which is centered on a more Aristotelian view of the organism as a relation of parts to a whole, where insofar as the animal's members are simply moments of its form, and are perpetually negating their independence, and withdrawing into a unity which is the reality of the notion, the animal is an existent idea. If a phaenger is cut off, a process of chemical decomposition sets in, and it is no longer a phaenger, pn. 352. We therefore move from the literally atomized account of the world offered by physics to the organic worldview, where the parts have no meaning outside of their relationships to one another. While animal life provides the model of the highest form of organization, plant life occupies a position similar to the rhizome in Deleuze and Guattari's account. Talking of rhizomes in particular, Hegel writes that strawberries and a number of other plants, as we know, put out runners, that is, creeping stalks which grow out of the root. These filaments or leaf stalks form nodes. Why not from free portions? If these points touch the earth they, in turn, put out roots and produce new, complete plants, pn. 313. Much like Deleuze, Hegel's point here is that the rhizome does not have a phi-xed and determinate structure such as we find in the higher plants. Rather, differentiation is always provisional, and not formed around the unity of the plant as a whole. We should note here, however, that Hegel recognizes that even the higher plants x. 64 exhibit the same structural features that we find in lower plants. For Hegel, the distinction will not be between the rhizome and the root/tree, but between the plant and the animal. It is plant life as a whole that exhibits a structure which escapes from the hierarchical form of judgment criticized by Deleuze. Thus, immediately after providing the example of the rhizome, Hegel introduces the example of the mangrove tree, where a single tree will cover the moist banks of rivers or lakes for a mile or more with a forest consisting of numerous trunks which meet at the top like close-clipped foliage, pn. 313. In what sense, therefore, is Hegel's conception of the plant to be compared to Deleuze's concept of the rhizome? In both cases, we have systems without a central point of unity, and which do not operate according to the binary logic of diremption which governs the structure of judgment. Whereas the animal forms a natural unity with each part internally related to each other, the plant lacks what Hegel calls a soul, and forms merely external relations between parts. Whereas the body of the animal is an organized body, the plant has not at the same time acquired a system of viscera, pn. 305. The lack of a central unity means that each part of the organism can be connected with each other, and for Hegel, the difference of the organic parts is only a superficial metamorphosis and one part can easily assume the function of the other, pn. 303. Therefore rather than having parts inhering in the unity of the whole, we have for Hegel a system where there is no longer any distinction between parts and wholes, or between subjects and properties. In short, any part of the plant can exist as a complete individual, This can never be the case with animals with the exception of the polyps and other quite undeveloped species of animals, pn. 314. As we saw above, the classical differentiation of species occurs through a movement of division, with an object being determined through the attribution of a specific difference to the subject. As the plant does not have a central subject, it likewise escapes from the logic of opposition. 18 differences are no longer presented as oppositions governed by a common center of identity as we found in the Arbor Porphyriana. It therefore appears as if the plant escapes from the kind of arbor-cent logic which Deleuze criticizes. Rather than operating through a logic of opposition and hierarchy, it operates linearly, and through a process of conjunction. As we shall see, Hegel argues however that this conception of life necessarily collapses back into a model with a definite center, and an oppositional structure, in this case the organized body of animal life. This should already be partially apparent in Hegel's suggestion that difference in this case can only be understood as a superficial metamorphosis of form rather than a genuine difference. As we saw, de. 65. Deleuze's focus on the rhizome implies an underlying logic, and this is also the case with Hegel's discussion of plant life. The philosophy of nature is an expression of reason in its externality, and so we can see it as correlated with the logical categories provided in the science of logic. The question, therefore, is, which of the categories of the science of logic correspond to plant life? In this case, the dialectic which embodies the transition from plant life to animal life is the dialectic of the finite and the infinite. I want to turn briefly to this dialectic before returning to Hegel's account in the philosophy of nature. By doing so, I want to show exactly why Hegel thinks the account given there proves to be insupportable. The dialectic of infinity occurs in the THIRD part of the science of logic, in the doctrine of being. As Hegel's dialectic proceeds imminently, we will begin at the stage where the dialectic has reached the notion of something. The notion of something which Hegel develops is perhaps the most basic which we could conceive of, merely that of the unity of a being and a quality. For Hegel, something also contains a moment of self-relation, in that as a unified concept, it is the negation of the difference between being and quality. As self-relating negation, however, we can see it as containing two moments. Whilst it is a determinate being, it is also the negation of this determinate being. It is something other than something. The second is equally a determinate being, but determined as a negative of the something and other. 19 something therefore contains two moments of being. It implies the existence of another. We should be able to see, however, that each of these moments, the something and the other, have the same structure. The labels, something and other, only apply to the extent that we began our analysis from one of these two entities. Each is therefore both a something, and an other to its other. We can reverse this understanding of each being as something, and recognize that each is also, in its own self, an other. If of two things we call one A, and the other B, then in the THIRD instance B is determined as the other. But A is just as much the other of B. Both are, in the same way, others, SL 117. As such, we have a continual process of something becoming other than itself. As its nature is to be other than itself, however, this negation is a constant return into itself. That is, in the other negating itself, it becomes other to this other, a something. While something at THIRD appeared to be a self-contained moment, we can see now that it is in fact better characterized by this moment of openness to another. We should note that we now have an understanding as something being constituted by this relation to the other. Becoming other is a key feature of the structure of something, and to this extent, we can now see something as having a particular constitution. This aspect of constitution is double for something. It is constituted by relating to, and 66. Being distinct from, something other. In other words, it is this, rather than that. These two moments are the foundation of the distinction between being in itself and being for another, as it is both self-enclosed, but also other-related. We can now ask how this essential relation to another plays out in the determination of something. If something is to be determined by its relations to another, it should be the case that at least two conditions must be met. First, it must form some kind of relation to this other, in order that determination can take place. Second, it must differ from the other, as without this difference, there is no other to determine it. These two conditions imply the need for a further concept, that of limit, which will both separate the two somethings, and yet as they share this limit, relate them. The limit circumscribes what a thing is by defining the point at which it transitions into its other. But as such, the limit has a paradoxical quality, as it is the ground for the existence of something, as something requires this relation and separation from another, but is also the point at which something is not. Something is what it is within its limit. Here we transition to another category, however. What is fundamental to the structure of something is its relation to its limit, but its limit is what it is not. This fundamental relationship toward its own negation leads us to recognize that at the heart of something is finitude. For finitude, therefore, limit is not merely something indifferent, but is rather a fundamental moment in its structure. Without this limit, finitude would become infinitude, it would go beyond itself. This is the first sense of the infinite, as a pure beyond. The limit therefore acts to prevent the finite from becoming something other than itself. As we cannot at this stage countenance the possibility of the finite containing the infinite, the notion of limit does not simply signify an arbitrary point in something's relation to another something, but is also a limitation that which prevents finitude from becoming infinite. This brings in a new moment into the concept of finitude. As finitude now contains this essential moment of limitation, we can say that it also brings in a notion that it ought to overcome this limitation. This ought captures the complex structure of finitude. It contains both its being and its limitation. In fact, these two moments are in tension with one another. Finitude wants to transcend its limitation, but as the limitation is integral to finitude, it resists the force of the ought. As the moment of transcendence provided by the ought is integral to finitude, however, it does go beyond itself. These two moments do not collapse into a unity, however. Instead, we have a constant process of moving between the two moments. Finitude perishes because it transcends its limitation, but this perishing simply leads to the emergence of another moment of finitude, as the ought includes the moment of limitation within it. We have, therefore, a perpetual series of 67 finite moments, the perishing of one leading to the generation of the next. This series of finite moments, however, is an infinite series. When we look at the notion of the infinite, however, we can see that it relies on its reference to the finite. It is specified as the beyond which escapes from the limitation of finitude. A result of this, however, is that the notion of limitation is inherent to the concept of the infinite. For this reason, this notion of the infinite is characterized by Hegel as the bad infinite. The finite and the infinite are therefore in fact rather similar to each other. Both are defined by their common limitation, and each relies on the other to sustain itself. So each concept requires that the other concept be determinately understood in order that it may itself become determinate. While we want to be able to understand each category in its own terms, we find that each concept leads us to consider the other. This leads us, however, into another form of infinity, an infinite series which oscillates between these two terms, as each refers itself to the other to vouchsafe its own determinacy. What conclusion can we draw from this? Well, the concept of the infinite is now itself defined by a process which can never be completed. It is therefore itself defined in terms of an ought to be which is never achieved. The infinite itself, therefore, once again collapses back into the finite. There is thus an inherent unity between these two categories, although also a moment of difference between them, depending on the emphasis which we place on the terms themselves. The infinite is determined, in part, by its differentiation from the finite. As such, however, it is tied to the notion of a limit, and thus finitude. It is a finitized infinite. But the finite now has a definite structure. It is no longer defined in terms of its ought. As such, it is an infinitized finite. Rather than these two terms being considered as defined in their own terms, we now explicitly recognize that finitude as part of its structure has a reference to infinity, and the infinite likewise contains a reference to the finite. These references mean that regardless of which term we begin with, we are driven to the other. Rather than seeing these terms as existing in a series, as was the case with the bad infinite, however, now that we have explicitly recognized that they reciprocally determine one another, we can see them as forming a circle. Thus, from the very structure of the infinite series of finite somethings, we are led to the notion that finite and infinite are concepts which are mediated by one another. Neither can be determined independently of the other. Once we recognize this, we can note that the true infinite is the structure of movement of the finite and infinite as a whole. So now we can return to the original question of how this notion of infinity is related to the notion of an a-centered, non-hierarchical mode. 68. Of organization. In the earlier genealogic, Hegel explicitly relates the question of the bad infinite to the question of the one and the many. He writes that the subsistence of the many qualities as of the many quanta has simply the beyond of a unity that has not yet been taken up into them and would sublate the subsistence if it were so taken up. 20 Hegel's point, therefore, is that any mode of organization which simply relies on a series of properties related without a central notion cannot but imminently develop, under dialectical analysis, a central moment of unity, whereby the series presented by finitude is recognized as containing the infinite. Systems of organization such as that proposed by Deleuze rely on an artificial suspension of this moment of unity. In order to subsist, the aggregate is not allowed to take up this beyond into itself, but just as little can it free itself from it and cease to go beyond itself. The genus system, 33. On this reading, therefore, Deleuze's strategy would rely on an artificial suspension of the movement of the dialectic. If Deleuze were consistent, he would allow the non-hierarchical held to imminently develop a central moment of unity. Of course, this does not mean that Hegel fully supports a model of subsumptive logic such as that which Deleuze criticizes. Rather, Hegel is arguing that the notion of a subject is both necessary and non-arbitrary for philosophical inquiry. That is, it emerges dialectically from the matter itself. The multiple imposes unity on itself, rather than simply presupposing a moment of unity. We do not, therefore, have the phi-xed moment of a subject which is central to Deleuze and Guattari's critique of arbor-sent thought. The movement of the infinite is the key to understanding Hegel's account of life. The plant is explicitly characterized as an infinite, conjunctive multiplicity, lacking any notion of a center. Each plant is therefore only an infinite number of subjects, and the togetherness whereby it appears as one subject is only superficial. Pn. 276. The structure of the plant, therefore, is the expression of the bad infinite. We can now ask, what is the inherent limitation of the structure of plant life? As we saw with the structure of finitude, the infinite series of the bad infinite eventually showed itself to require a moment of unity, which was provided by the recognition that in the good infinite, the determinations of the finite and the infinite were unified, while each moment preserved its determinacy. Deleuze brings forth the rhizome as the archetype of a system without a central unifying principle. Hegel, however, has an analysis of such a form of life that shows that it does have a central point of unity. The plant has an essential, infinite relationship with light. This simple principle of selfhood which is outside of the plant is the supreme power over it. Schelling therefore says that, if the plant had consciousness, it would worship light as its god. Pn. 306. The plant therefore 69 manages to exist without an internal point of unity only because it is alienated from its true moment of unity, light, which is external to it. Were the plant capable of thought, its attitude would be that of the unhappy consciousness of the phenomenology of spirit. It is only if we ignore this infinite relationship to light that the plant can be seen as a-centered. What appears to be a non-hierarchical structure is in fact coordinated according to a point external to the plane of the rhizome's growth. Potato plants sprouting in a cellar creep from distances of several yards across the floor to the side where light enters through a hole in the wall. In order to reach the opening where they can enjoy the light, Pn. 306. As Hegel writes of the finite and infinite in the Science of Logic, if they are taken as devoid of connection with each other, they are only joined by and, then each confronts the other as self-subsistent, as in its own self only affirmatively present. 21 Without the infinite providing a point of unity, therefore, no connection is possible at all between elements, and we are left with a hollow philosophy of the and. Deleuze's tripartite distinction. Hegel therefore puts forward a view of the rhizome which is fundamentally opposed to that of Deleuze, and with this comes a critique of an attempt to found an a-centered logical system. If Deleuze's account of the rhizome can be mapped onto Hegel's account of the infinite, then it could also be shown that Deleuze's philosophical approach itself is simply an example of the bad infinite, and that a more faithful attentiveness to the movement of thought would lead us from the rhizome, and the bad infinite, to the properly centered notion of the animal form, and the good infinite. I now want to show that Deleuze and Guattari are aware of this possibility, and that in fact 8,000 Plateaus features a tripartite distinction between images of thought which allows them to recognize the importance of the Hegelian argument while preserving a place for their own rhizomatic vision. There are three kinds of conceptual schemata that Deleuze and Guattari put forward in 8,000 Plateaus. The THIRD, the root book, is the structure exemplified by the arborescent image, whereby determination is provided by a series of subsumptive operations. Deleuze and Guattari suggest two different ways of overcoming this structure, however. These are the model of the fascicular root and the rhizome itself. Fascicular root systems, such as we find in grasses, do not have a central taproot from which secondary roots emerge, but rather develop a bundle of thin 70 fibrous roots, with no obvious center. Deleuze and Guattari identify the fascicular root with a certain reaction of modernism against arborescent or linear thought. The three examples they provide are of Burroughs's cut-up poetry, Joyce's attempt to provide a decentered narrative, particularly in his Finnegan's Wake, and Nietzsche's move to an aphoristic notion of philosophy. Burroughs's cut-up poetry operates by combining texts in a random manner, breaking down the inherent unity of the texts which provide the material for his compositions. In Naked Lunch, we are presented with the fractured account of William Lee, a junkie. Burroughs interjects into the narrative to tell us, "You can cut into Naked Lunch at any intersection point. I have written many prefaces. They atrophy and amputate spontaneous like the little toe amputates in a West African disease confined to the Negro race, and the passing blonde shows her brass ankle as a manicured toe bounces across the club terrace, retrieved and laid at her feet by her Afghan hound." 22. In all of these cases, however, Deleuze and Guattari ask whether reflexive, spiritual reality does not compensate for the state of things by demanding a more comprehensive secret unity, or a more extensive totality, tp. 6. They give three examples of how this unity functions. In the case of Burroughs, it is through the fact that the work itself created exists as a unity in its own right. The most resolutely fragmented work can also be presented as the total work or magnum opus, tp. 6. For Nietzsche and Joyce, it is in the form of a cyclical ordering. Thus Nietzsche brings in the notion of the eternal return to unify the field of differences, 23, while Joyce, in his most radical attempt to break with linear narrative, Finnegan's Wake, relies on the form of circularity by developing a structure where the final sentence trails off only to be taken up again at the beginning of the work. Deleuze and Guattari argue that the lack of an overarching unity in nature is only preserved on the basis of positing a subjective unification in the form of a past, or yet to come, tp. 5. Ultimately, therefore, the field of difference relies on an underlying substratum. Likewise, the world of differences for Nietzsche is unified by the eternal return. Deleuze and Guattari's relationship with these figures is thus ambivalent. A Strange Mystification, a book all the more total for being fragmented, tp. 6. Their reference to these thinkers as the angelic doctors evokes Aquinas's attempt to provide a consistent equivocal concept of being through the concept of analogy. 24 Deleuze and Guattari are therefore going to attempt to show that despite the recognition of the fragmented nature of the world within modernism, this recognition 71 still in some sense relies on an implicit moment of unity. While our percent thought leads us to an equivocal ontology, with representation standing opposed to the world, the fascicular thought of modernism tries to break with this ontology by problematizing it, but in fact sets up a problem which demands an equivocal solution. Thus, while the roots do not have a center, they are unified by their relation to the plant as a whole. In this case, therefore, we can apply Hegel's criticism of the bad infinite. While these thinkers generate a field of differences, ultimately, this is only on the basis of an external concept of unity. In these cases, therefore, the subject provides a point of unity for the system, much as the sun was the external point of unity in Hegel's account of plant life. Just as Hegel's spurious infinite immanently transforms itself into the good infinite, in the case of the logic of modernism, its ostensibly non-hierarchical presentation or statement in fact only admits of a totally hierarchical solution, tp. 17. Deleuze and Guattari's analysis of modernism thus characterizes it in a way that resonates strongly with Hegel's criticism of finite thinking. Conclusion. The question thus remains, how do Deleuze and Guattari develop a theory of the multiplicity which is not susceptible to the Hegelian critique? They argue that the multiple must be made, not by always adding a dimension, but rather in the simplest of ways, by dint of sobriety, with the number of dimensions one already has available always n, 1, tp. 6. The question therefore is, how do we form a multiplicity without a point of unification? Here we come to the key difference between Deleuze and Guattari's rhizomatic structures and those of the root book. Rather than the unification of elements within a substratum, a species of entities in the classical model of thought, or by way of a superstratum, the sun as an external reference which unifies the various moments of the plant, Deleuze and Guattari propose that we reconceive the notion of elements themselves. So long as they are viewed as a discrete collection of entities, we will be drawn to introduce a further element, which is the unity of the elements themselves. As long as the plant is conceived of along Hegelian lines as an infinite set of discrete plants, the immanent movement of our image of thought itself will force us to recognize a necessary point of unity and identity above and beyond these elements. Thus we will be returned to the situation of the subsumptive logic of judgment and the associated structures of good sense and common sense. This is not the place to 72. Provide a detailed overview of Deleuze and Guattari's own alternative, 25. But we can start to see the direction this approach will take in their claim that it was a decisive event when the mathematician Riemann uprooted the multiple from its predicate state and made it a noun, multiplicity. It marked the end of dialectics and the beginning of a typology and topology of multiplicities, tp. 482-83. Deleuze and Guattari are thus suggesting here that the move to rhizomatic thought occurs with a shift in the meaning of the term multiplicity. Rather than seeing it adjectively, as something which we use to describe various elements, it becomes an entity in its own right. We move from a predicative to a substantive understanding. But this means that we no longer talk in terms of the multiple x, but of a multiplicity itself. To think this way, Deleuze and Guattari do not mean we should take up the many elements into the one. We can say the one is multiple, the multiple one forever, We speak like Plato's young men who did not even spare the farmyard. Dr. 182. Hegel's solution to the problem of the one and the many, the infinite and the finite, is to show how both moments dialectically imply one another. Deleuze and Guattari's response is to recognize that these two concepts are necessarily intertwined, as is shown by the fascicular root model, and therefore to reject both simultaneously. They therefore give up the notion of the units of the multiplicity being discrete and closed. There are no points or positions in a rhizome, such as those found in a structure, tree, or root. Tp. 8. They also reject the notion of an inherent moment of unity over and above the elements themselves. The notion of unity appears only when there is a power takeover in the multiplicity by the signifier or a corresponding subjectification preceding. Tp. 8. By giving up both moments, they fall outside of the dialectic of the finite and the infinite of Hegel. There is no determinate being to trigger the dialectical process, but rather an inexact yet rigorous, Tp. 483, continuous multiplicity. Deleuze and Guattari therefore put forward three different models of thought in A Thousand Plateaus: the root book, or arborescent model, the fascicular root, or modernist model, and the rhizome, or vegetal model, Dr. 17. The key result of this tripartite structure is that it allows us to recognize that it is not simply enough to renounce the classical hierarchical form of arborescent thinking to overcome judgment. Deleuze and Guattari argue that we must be careful not merely to reintroduce the moment of identity at a higher level, as they claim occurs in the thought of Burroughs, Nietzsche, and Joyce. In this sense, we must be wary of taking too loosely Deleuze's proclamation of a new logic of and, as this is also the slogan of the conjunctive logic of Hegel's spurious infinite. Rather, the rhizome is open and connectable in all of its dimensions, Tp. 12, and is a-centered, rather than poly. 73. Centered. While opposing hierarchy, it does not do so by recourse to linear series. This chapter has provided a via negativa of rhizomatic thought. It is not the thought of judgment, nor the attempt to incorporate judgment into the movement of infinite thought which we find in the dialectic. A positive account of rhizomatics would require us to see exactly how Riemann allows the move from dialectics to topology, and why we naturally believe judgment to provide an adequate understanding of the world. Only with such an account could we truly evaluate Deleuze and Guattari's concept of the rhizome. 5. Actualization, enrichment and loss. Bruce Bow. One aspect of the difference between Deleuze and Hegel which has not received sufficient attention is their opposing views on actualization, the becoming actual of a potential or of what Deleuze calls the virtual. For Hegel, actualization is the outward manifestation and expression of a truth or reality that had only been implicit. This process of manifestation is at the same time an articulation of what had been inchoate, a determination of the indeterminate, a becoming concrete of what had been abstract. In short, for Hegel, actualization is a process of enrichment. The actualized, whether it be truth, a shape of spirit, or an idea, is infinitely richer than the unactualized potential. We see this in Hegel's critique of inarticulate sense certainty and of the beautiful soul which refuses to express itself in action. One truth, or the absolute, must manifest itself as a differentiated totality, as a system. The power of spirit is only as great as its expression, its depth only as deep as it dares to spread itself out and lose itself in its exposition. Ps. 6. Unexpressed potential, such as an unexpressed feeling or an intention not expressed in action, is merely the untrue, the irrational. Ps. 66. Pure abstraction. Ps. 407. Pure being or empty nothingness. 2. Self-willed impotence that flees the world for the inwardness of pure intentions and any sentiments. Ps. 400 to 403. For Deleuze, by contrast, every actualization involves a loss of the infinite richness of the virtual. The virtual contains a multiplicity or manifold of divergent tendencies, any number of which can be actualized depending on the circumstances, but each actualization is an impoverishment relative to the richness of the virtual. Thus we read that every solution in the form of an organ is a relative success in relation to the conditions of the problem or the environment, but is nevertheless a relative failure, échec, in relation to the movement which invents it. Life as movement alienates itself in the material form that it creates. By actualizing itself, by differentiating itself, it loses contact with the rest of itself. 3. 77. Similarly, insensible intensities are always covered by a quality which alienates or contradicts them by leveling out and homogenizing their constitutive differences. For consciously recollected memories are images extracted from an ontological and unconscious past which cannot be represented. B. 71. There is a single, vital time of the virtual prior to its differentiation into differing fluxes of duration, a single virtual multiplicity underlying the plurality of lived durations. B. 81 to 83. In general, Deleuze seems to hold that the actual can only betray the virtual it actualizes by constituting the extensive and qualitative elements which are subject to negation through limitation and the dialectic of contraries. Dr. 188. The virtual knows nothing of negation. Dr. 202 to 3, 207. These arise only at the level of the actual. Consequently, for Deleuze, there is thus a sense of loss with respect to actualization, almost a melancholy, one that is quite at odds with the affirmation of life and of expression in his books on Spinoza 5 and even the Dionysian affirmation of suffering in his Nietzsche books. 6. This sense of loss brings him rather closer to the philosophy of tragedy, Shestov, and its romantic antecedents, Jacobi, Schiller. I will thus begin with the Romantics, who form the target of much of Hegel's critique of immediacy or unmediated experience in its givenness, and then look at Hegel's critique of immediacy, especially in the phenomenology of spirit, and finally at Deleuze's theory of the virtual and its actualization. Paradoxically, Deleuze is just as distrustful of experience in its apparent immediacy and givenness as Hegel. Like Hegel, he takes conscious experience to be an appearance and an effect of forces and processes that not only do not appear to the experiencing consciousness but also can never become conscious. Deleuze is not a champion of romantic subjectivity. He is, on the contrary, profoundly skeptical of the whole notion of the subject. Rather, what he shares with the Romantics is the conviction that, as Kierkegaard puts it, in existence, possibility or potentiality stands higher than actuality. For Hegel, it is just the reverse. Actuality always stands higher than possibility. Romanticism and the Cult of Immediacy. In the preface to the Phenomenology, Hegel takes aim at intuitive and poetic philosophizing by the light of nature, which offers up trivial truths as ultimate on the assurance that their meaning and fulfillment reside in the heart, and must surely be present in the hearts of others too, since it reckons on having the last word once the innocence of the heart. 78. The purity of conscience and such like have been mentioned, ps. 42. But rather than being the apogee of humanity and humaneness, staying within the sphere of feeling and being able to communicate only at that level, that is, through the poetic expression of feeling, is the anti-human, the merely animal. Human nature exists only in a community of minds that brings the recesses of what is inner into the broad light of day through the communication of rational thoughts, which are neither common sense nor skyrockets of inspiration, not ruined by the conceit of genius, but fully developed, perfected knowledge. ps. 42-43, 7. The scientific system of truth that dares to spread itself out and lose itself in its exposition. ps. 3, 6. Consequently, the mind that clings to immediate intuition, whether in the form of sensuous intuition or the moral intuition of conscience, contents itself with rapturous haziness, an intensity without content, the bare feeling of the divine, and not only deprives itself of the human and rationally communicable content of its experience but also is conscious of this loss of its human essence. ps. 3-6. It does so out of fear of losing its own, natural self, attached to the animalistic life of feeling and sensation. For the natural and intuitive philosopher, the loss of its beliefs and convictions counts for it as the loss of its own self, and in anxiety, it shrinks from articulating itself in the form of a rational system, holding on to its immediacy and inwardness at all costs. ps. 49-51. The cult of natural sentimentality and feeling, the authority of individual conscience over law and convention, and intuitive apprehension of the divine took its chief inspiration from Rousseau's Émile, or On Education, 1762, which presents childhood as a realm of infinite potential that is limited, cramped, and restricted by adult mores, duties, artifice, and hypocrisy. By Hegel's time, this view had numerous German exponents: Friedrich Schiller, the philosopher Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi, the poet Novalis. Schiller, for example, in Naive and Sentimental Poetry, 1795-96, who refers to our lost childhood, which eternally remains most dear to us but also fills us with melancholy because in beholding childhood, we are touched. Because we look upward from the limitation of our condition, which is inseparable from the determination Bestimmung to which we have attained, to the unlimited determinability Bestimbarkeit of the child and its pure innocence. In the child, disposition and determinability are represented; in us, the fulfillment that forever remains far short of these. Our childhood is the only undisfigured nature that we still encounter in civilized humanity. 8. In adults, only the naive temperament, Gesinnung, retains a childlike innocence and simplicity in the midst of the artificial circumstances of fashionable society. NSP, 92-93, 9. It achieves its highest form in genius, which, led only 79. By nature or instinct. With unpretentious simplicity and facility. Proceeds not by accepted principles, but by flashes of insight and feeling to its most sublime and profound thought, the utterances of a god in the mouth of a child. NSP, 98. Similarly, in his On the Aesthetic Education of Man in a Series of Letters, 1794, Schiller, although noting that the unlimited determinability of the human mind prior to being determined by experience is an empty infinity, a mere absence of determination, Bestimmungslosigkeit, or empty potential, Vermogen, laments that this potential becomes an effective force only through limits. Only through negation and exclusion, reality is then there, but infinity is lost. 19th letter. 10. But just as genius, the naive temperament, is the restoration of childhood naturalness in adulthood, aesthetic feeling restores man's infinite potential, not as empty indeterminacy, but as a full infinity, as aesthetic freedom of determination from either the senses or reason. Although man possesses humanity prior to every determinate condition into which he can enter, but he loses it in entering into every determinate condition by acting, he regains it in aesthetic feeling, the feeling of total potentiality in which our humanity expresses itself with a purity and integrity as if it had not yet experienced impairment, Abruca, through the influence of external forces. 25 RST letter, AEM, 144-45. Actualization and development, from child to adult and from unrealized potential to determinacy, involves a loss not only of innocence but also of infinite possibilities, sacrificed for the sake of the few possibilities among infinitely many that became determinate and made actual. Only through aesthetic feeling can infinite potential be restored and insight and great sentiments, Gesinnungen, achieved. 23rd letter, AEM, 162-63. The poet, the sensitive person of feeling and natural insight, is, as Schiller put it in On Grace and Dignity, 1793, the beautiful soul who retains the natural and spontaneous morality of the child even after developing adult reasoning and moral judgment. 11. His fine feeling makes him an artistic and moral genius, unhampered by accepted principles. In him, morality is second nature in which sense and reason, duty and inclination harmonize. HL 314. His feelings are laws for all races and all men, NSP 97, just as Kant's artistic genius is that through which nature gives the rule to art, CJ, section 46, 174. The beautiful soul's vocation is the attainment of mystical union with God through the love of others. 12. A love that transcends the self and reaches for the infinite, beyond the limitations and impediments of finite human circumstance and conventional morality, beyond the contention and strife of the everyday world, a vision that in its renunciation of worldly striving is all too clearly half in love with easeful death, as expressed in Nova 80. Lyssa's Hymns to the Night, where melancholy and infinite longing for his dead beloved allows the poet to behold her transfigured features in the night sky and makes him long for eternal night. Eternal slumber. 13. The cult of feeling, intuition, and moral genius, moralisque genialitat, gives rise to the moral doctrine that places individual moral conviction above public law and morals and immediate intuition above articulated conceptual knowledge, such that the individual's inner life is held to contain greater riches than can ever be expressed in words or deeds, and the acts and thoughts that give outward reality and determinacy to inwardness rob it of its truth. Why cannot living spirit appear? To spirit? Once the soul speaks, then alas, it is no longer the soul speaking. 14. All these elements are found together in the philosophy of F. H. Jacobi, probably the main target of Hegel's critique of immediacy. Jacobi ranges himself phi-rmly on the side of the individual subject, individual conscience, and inexpressible intuitions, both sensory intuitions and direct personal apprehensions of God. He is opposed to universal laws of thought, nature, and morality, all of which he regards as a negation of the true self and of concrete, sensible nature and a concrete, personal God. In his open letter to Fichte, 1799, Jacobi denounces the living death of the absolutely universal law of reason, the unconditional universal laws, rules without exception, and rigid obedience that the ego imposes on itself and which negate all otherness. The hollow nut of autonomy leaves man trapped within Fichte's empty, pure, and bare ego, the I equals I that lacks real selfhood. 15. Only the heart, he says, can raise man above himself and give him a distant presentiment of goodness in itself, just as an instinctive reason based on love forces me to believe the conceptually impossible and informs me of a highest being above and outside me, the God of faith, and not Fichte's divinized autonomous ego. Against divine reason and its laws, Jacobi declares himself an atheist and ungodly one who wants to lie as Desdemona lied while dying, wants to break the law and oath like Epaminondas, 16 like Yuan de Witt, 17. To attempt temple robbery like David, 18. Yes, to pull out ears of corn on the Sabbath if only because I am hungry and law is made for man, not man for the law. 19. Duty for duty, freedom in the absolute indefinite, is nihilism, the will that wills nothing. Only feeling, of the heart and the senses, brings man into contact with an external and absolute reality, goodness, God, nature. Feeling is an intuition of an external reality, faith, or belief, Glaube, in an existence that transcends the ego and gives content to the self. Both immediate self-knowledge, Wissen, and conscience, Gewissen, are the work of a secret something in which our heart, understanding, and sense combine. HL 315. 20. 81. Hegel's critique of romantic immediacy and the beautiful soul. Hegel characterizes the position of Jacobi and the Romantics this way. What is here called faith or immediate knowledge must also be identified with inspiration, the heart's revelations, truths implanted in man by nature, all of which are marked by the immediate or self-evident way that these are presented in consciousness. It is this subjective certainty that becomes the criterion of truth. Modern views put great value on the mere fact of conviction, there being no objective standard by which we can measure its truth. HL 99, 105, 35. Belief or faith is a certainty within consciousness precisely because the belief is an object of immediate intuition, like Descartes' cogito, no matter whether what is believed in is God or a thing present to the senses. HL 97-98, 100, 105. But this renders Jacobi's faith both a purely personal revelation that wants to be taken as valid for everyone and a purely formal category applicable to very different facts and beliefs. Rather than being concrete, pure, and simple, intuition is as formal and abstract as Fichte's I equals I. Worse, mere conviction can justify any belief, all superstition and idolatry, and any act, however wrong and immoral, simply on the grounds that the person was convinced of being in the right and acted in accordance with her convictions. HL, 98, 107-8. 21. Jacobi's sensory intuition is supposed to grasp sensuous existence in its concrete richness and individuality as something that is certain insofar as it belongs to me and my experience, something that is mine and shares in the certainty of my self-awareness. In sensory feeling, the thing is given as simply being, just as the I grasped in self-feeling simply is. P.S. 58-59, HL, 31. But everything and anything is an individual, sensible this given here and now, and so is neither this nor that. And with equal indifference this as well as that, just as every I is itself to the exclusion of all others and in that respect is just like every other I. I may mean to designate something that is individual and uniquely mine through the words this, here, now, I, in speaking of what is sensibly present to me at this very moment of my experience, but what I actually say is every this and every I, being in general and Ihood or subjectivity in general, a wholly abstract universality. It is just not possible for us to say or express in words a sensuous being that we mean or an I that would be uniquely my own, and in fact, language, which is the medium of consciousness in its universality, reverses the meaning of what I mean to say, not letting the meaning get into words at all. Consequently, the inexpressible, whether feeling or sensation or the self in its uniqueness, far from being the highest truth is the most unimport. 82. And untrue, the irrational and indeterminate, indistinguishable in its content from nothing, P.S. 58-66, HL, 31, 125-27. 22. The supposed certainty, Gewissheit, of sensuous intuition vanishes into the thing with manifold sensible properties expressed through universal terms and mediated through the categories of the understanding, Verstand. In order for sensuous intuition to attain truth and become something determinate, it must be expressed in language and grasped through universal concepts, it must become both rational and objective. Conscience, Gewissen, is subjective certainty on the moral plane. For conscience, its moral conviction is both the determination of its concrete obligations in the particular circumstances in which it is called upon to act and its way of knowing itself as a concrete personality in its individuality. Now is the law made for the self, not the self for the law. P.S. 386-87, pg. 467-69, hl. 97-98. 23. All that matters is that one be true to oneself in acting in accordance with one's convictions in their uncorrupted natural form, and that one accord to others the same right, including the right to hold different convictions, this toleration of differing convictions being the essence of political liberalism, gs. 285, 501. 24. But when feeling and the law of the heart are set above the law of the land, this is nothing other than arbitrary subjective opinion being placed higher than the authority of thousands of years of human experience, and emotional enthusiasm being placed higher than reason. With the added difficulty that if my conviction justifies me in breaking the law, then other people's convictions and feelings equally justify their condemnation of me. EPR 153, 176, 179-80, GS 287. The moral genius of the beautiful soul, the moral inspiration akin to that which allows the artist to surpass the rules and create new forms and genres, ps. 397-98, pg. 480-81, might be required at a time when laws have not attained full historical development, but once laws have been given a rational basis, the right of individuals to their subjective determination to freedom is fulfilled in obeying laws and institutions that constitute the enduring power by which the lives of individuals are governed and which, as an objective system of rights and duties binding on everyone, constitutes the common and universal spiritual essence of individuals, the actual vitality Lebendigkeit in which each has its own self-feeling Selbstgefühl and lives as in its element, EPR, 190-92, 196. Only indeterminate subjectivity that is not satisfied with the universal, and longs to attain distinctiveness and individuality through being an exception, regards binding duties as a limitation on freedom, EPR, 192-94. If one wants to be an exception without also being a criminal, then one can only express one's individuality in poetry in words rather than actions. One's genius can then be admired by one's circle, but at 83. The cost of leading a purely literary existence, ILH, 151, in which what is recognized is not the actuality of one's deeds but the sincerity of one's expressed convictions, GS, 512. Only the echo of one's speech returns from the community, Gemeinde, or circle of friends, who rejoice in the mutual assurance of their conscientiousness and good intentions, but this unmediated unity of self and others is just the emptiness of the I equals I writ large, PS, 397-99, pg. 480-83. Such indeterminate subjectivity does not attain existence or the objective determinacy of action, but remains within itself and has no actuality, EPR, 192. It lacks the power of externalization because it lives in fear of besmirching the splendor of its inner being by action, and in order to preserve the purity of its heart, it flees from contact with actuality and persists in its self-willed powerlessness, wanting its moral judgment to be taken for actual deeds, and expressing lofty sentiments, Gesinungen, in literary productions instead of acting, PS, 399-403, pg, 483-87, ILH, 150, GS, 521. Entangled in the contradiction between its pure self and the necessity to externalize itself in actuality, the beautiful soul is unable to realize its vision of oneness with others, and goes mad or wastes away in yearning and consumption, PS, 406-7, pg, 491. To attain actuality, it is necessary to act, and all action carries with it the one-sidedness of partiality of a particular individual acting in particular circumstances, that is, a selfishness that contradicts the universality of duty, PS, 404, pg, 489, only a stone is innocent, GS, 502. In wanting to love all, in choosing for all and against none, the beautiful soul hopes to preserve the unlimited, infinite determinability of its full humanity in its purity and integrity, Schiller, but in refusing to pass from determinability to a determination that will limit it by actualizing one potentiality at the expense of others and helping some at the expense of others, it in fact chooses no one and does nothing for anyone, and loves only itself. not even its self-sacrifice in madness, Friedrich Hölderlin, or consumption, novelus, benefites anyone, its feeling and moral vision accomplish no real change in the world. Real action would involve adapting itself to the world and finding effective means of realizing its ends, which would inevitably involve compromises, risks, and partiality, actualizing some potentialities and sacrificing others, benefiting some particular others at the expense of others. Not willing to do this, the beautiful soul's supposed richness of moral sentiments is exposed as bankrupt, its supposed selflessness revealed as self-worship. P.S. 397. Whether at the level of sensory experience or moral action, the unexpressed and the unactualized is the most impoverished and least real, not the richest and most infinite. Actualization requires determination, and so limitation, but without such limitation, infinite potential remains as 84. Vague, empty, and amorphous as unformed clay, much as children represent infinite potential, but have no definite character. For Deleuze, the virtual is superior to the actual. With Deleuze, by contrast, we encounter a sensibility that is in many respects more closely aligned with the romantic ideal of infinite potentiality. I have dealt with Deleuze's response to Hegel's critique of sense certainty elsewhere. 25. Here my focus is rather Deleuze's privileging of the virtual over the actual. Hence the privilege of the fractured I of schizophrenia, which opens being directly onto difference without the mediation of concepts, over the identity of the I think, Dr. 58, hence the valorization of Dionysian dismemberment in the eternal return, in which the thing is reduced to the difference which fragments it and to all the differences implicated in it and through which it passes, Dr. 64, hence the privileging of the body without organs over the body differentiated into organs and functions which limit and alienate the intensive vital fluidos. 26. Hence the possibility of a counteractualization which could return to the virtual tendencies at a virtual point where divergent tendencies converge again, b. 28 to 29, and seek to actualize them in a different way from how they have in fact been actualized. Ls. 148 to 51. It is as if actual life were a degradation of virtual life, as if virtual life were a value higher than actual life and through which actual life is denounced. Deleuze is not unaware of the danger of a philosophy of difference falling into the stance of the beautiful soul who grants everyone the right to his convictions, a stance he mocks rather mercilessly. The beautiful soul sees nothing but reconcilable and peacefully coexisting differences and says, we are different but not opposed, seeing in differences mere disagreements and even misunderstandings, acting like a justice of the peace thrown onto the battlefield, whereas the affirmation of difference is a power of aggression and selection which destroys the beautiful soul and its pious mystifications, and aligns itself with the bloody and inexpiable struggles of history. Dr. XX. 52. 207. The problem lies elsewhere. We can begin with the notion of the problem itself, a notion that is polyvalent in Deleuze, being at once mathematical, biological, social, and metaphysical. Dr. 220. In mathematics, it is the determination of the problem which is crucial and which delineates the range of possible solutions by assigning relations and points, places, and functions. Posey. 85. Tions and differential thresholds. Dr. 207, differential elements and corresponding singular points that defy any the phi-eld of the problem, dr. 209. This is why it is true both that a problem always has the solution it deserves as a function of how it is posed, the conditions under which it is determined as a problem, and the means and the terms available for posing it, b. 16, and that a solution always has the truth it deserves according to the problem to which it is a response, dr. 159. A problem, if properly posed, tends to solve itself by itself, b. 29. Deleuze, following Bergson, phi and ds the root of the problem in life itself, in the état vital, which determines itself in posing and solving problems. The construction of the organism is both the posing of a problem and a solution, b. 16, as for example the construction of the eye is above all the solution to a problem posed with respect to light, b. 103, dr. 211. A problem and its conditions are differentiated, virtually, as reciprocal relations among terms, and the solution is the actualization of this virtual phi-eld into distinct species and parts which incarnate these relations and functions. Dr. 207. An organism is a set of real terms and relations, dimension, position, number, which actualizes to this or that degree relations between differential elements of the virtual phi-eld, dr. 185. A solution does not resemble the conditions by which the problem is determined, although it can resemble something that was a solution to a different problem and produced by entirely dissimilar lines of evolutionary development, b. 106, dr. 212, but its success is determinable not through comparison with other solutions or other beings, but solely in relation to the problem to which it is a response. With respect to how the problem was posed and the means available for solving it, each solution is as perfect as it can be in varying degrees, b. 103. Nevertheless, it is still a failure in relation to the movement that invents it. Life as movement alienates itself in the material form it gives rise to, in actualizing itself, in differentiating itself, it loses contact with the rest of itself, b. 104. Every species is an arrested movement, and necessarily so, since the état vital is a virtual whole that actualizes itself along divergent lines, divergent tendencies that, when actualized, exclude and are external to one another as actual existences, b. 104-8, dr. 211-12. Beyond the point where they diverge in the process of actualization and so become actual, vital tendencies coexist in a pure virtuality that is the état vital itself, a virtuality in the course of actualizing itself, a simple unity in the course of differentiating itself, a totality in the course of dividing itself, shared out and divided among the actual differentiations it produces, b. 92-94, 113. Actualization of the virtual creates divergent lines of differentiation corresponding to differences in nature and actualized in different species, such that what coexisted in the virtual ceases to coexist in the actual and 86. Distributes itself into lines or parts that cannot be added up, b. 42-43, 94, 97-98, 101, 104. On the one hand, actualization is genuinely creative, b. 98, dr. 212 lines of differentiation actualize by invention. They create in these conditions the physical, vital, or psychical representative of the ontological level which they incarnate without being restricted by pre-established ends. B. 101-3. On the other hand, the whole must create the divergent lines by which it actualizes itself. It is forced to create its lines of differentiation in order to actualize itself. B. 106-97. It must, because even though the virtual is already in itself completely determinate as a problematic phi-eld, it lacks the set of determinations belonging to actual existence and which are incarnated in the object solution that results from actualization, as a system of differential relations is incarnated both in a species and in the organic parts that compose it and differentiate it from other species. Dr. 209. So although this actualization of the virtual is necessary to produce an integral and complete solution to the problem, Dr. 209-10, it at the same time involves a separation of the actual species from the vital, as if each living being were a slice shaved off the original virtual whole. Each slice, by virtue of its integrality or integrity, bears witness to its origin in a virtual whole. B. 95, and yet as divided up into divergent and exclusive series, matter-life, plant-animal, instinct-intelligence. B. 94, 108, it loses contact with the rest of the vital. Between actual terms and real relations, negative relations appear. The virtual, like the unconscious, however, knows nothing of the negative. Dr. 108, 207, 235. What has happened here? As with the Romantics, it is as if actualization were in a sense a betrayal of the infinite potential of the virtual. Yet Deleuze does not start off from a determinable but indeterminate state, as Schiller does, but from the virtual, which is already fully differentiated and fully real. It is a structure, Dr. 209, a fully determined and differentiated problem with its ideal positions, functions, and coordinates. Dr. 207, a system of differences or intensities, a virtual multiplicity. The structural virtual elements are not actual, Dr. 183, but they are completely determined along with the determination of the problem which establishes the phi-eld of its solutions. The movement from virtual to actual is thus not from indeterminate to determinate, but from a virtually differentiated problem or idea, differential relations among members of a set, to divergent actualizations or differentiation into solutions to the problem, species and parts, actual divergent tendencies, individuated individuals. Dr. 183, 207-12, 220, 255-58. Yet these solutions never exhaust the problem. A problem does not exist outside of its solutions. But far from disappearing, it insists and persists in the solutions that cover it over. 87. Dr. 163. The actual, products of actualization, never exhaust the virtual always retains something of its potential and points to the possibility of other actualizations, other solutions. In that respect, the virtual stands higher than the actualizations deriving from it, its power is more profound and subterranean. Conversely, the actual never rises to the heights or descends to the depths of the virtual. In fact, The actual is a flattening out and taming of the wild differences contained in the virtual, both a separation and ordering of divergent tendencies in the process of actualization itself, and then a blending and homogenizing of differences in the mixed objects of empirical experience. B. 22-27. Difference in itself. Difference as virtual multiplicity, the virtual whole from which all divergent lines emerge, the ultimate unity that differentiates itself and causes each difference to pass through all the others in a system of complications and implications. Dr. 56-57, difference which affirms disparity, dissemblance, and the many. Dr. 300, can indeed be thought independently of all forms of negation, limitation, opposition, degradation. B. 46, but actualized difference appears as a degradation of virtual difference. Empirical perception and the empirical ego as degraded difference. Two examples may elucidate this flattening and homogenizing of difference in the passage from the virtual to the actual, sense perception and the empirical self. In both cases, an intensive difference is flattened out and diminished in its actualization in the realm of extension. What in fact is a sensation? It is the operation of contracting trillions of vibrations onto a receptive surface. Quality comes from this, it is nothing other than contracted quantity. B. 74, a contraction of elementary excitations. Dr. 72, on a privileged surface of the body. Dr. 96. This contracted quantity is intensity, a difference in quantity that includes the unequal in itself and is defined as internal difference with itself. Dr. 232-34. Difference of potential, difference of intensity, is the being of the sensible and the reason for qualitative diversity. Dr. 57, 222-23, 266. Intensive difference is never given in experience. B. 92, rather, in experience, intensity appears subordinated to qualities which fill up extension, and so we are acquainted with intensity only as already developed in extension and covered over by sensible qualities. Dr. 223. Not only is intensive difference covered over, but it is also can 88. Sell it out in the extended region in which it is distributed through a process of equalization that annuls the inequality or disparateness which constitutes an intensity. Extension develops, externalizes, and homogenizes the distances and disparities involved in intensity. Dr. 230. Intensity, then, the being of the sensible, cannot be empirically sensed or perceived because in experience it is always covered by a quality which alienates it or contradicts it. Dr. 236-37. Only as explicated in extension and qualities does intensity become negative, an opposition of contrary qualities, the limitation of one extension or quality by another, the increase of one power at the price of the decrease of another, in a conservative, zero-sum game, the conservation of energy of matter, and so on. Dr. 235. Intensity is not explicated without being cancelled in this differentiated, that is, actualized system that it creates in extension. Dr. 255, because the law of extension is equality, extended space is homogeneous, and the law of quality is resemblance. Dr. 235. But in itself, intensity is no more quantitative than extensive and knows nothing of negation, dr. 238. Even as explicated in extension, the intensity remains in itself, implicated in itself, dr. 228 at the moment when they are explicated in a system, once and for all. The differential, intensive or individuating factors bear witness to their persistence in implication and the eternal return as the truth of their implication, dr. 256. Which is to say, outside of the empirical time of successive moments, there is the time that doubles back on itself and repeats itself in the eternal return, the virtual returning to itself and determining itself as differing from itself not once and for all but for all times, at each instant. Virtual difference, difference in itself, constantly differentiates itself through a world of differences implicated in one another, dr. 57, 67. In that sense, every intensity wills itself, intends itself, retraces its tracks, repeats itself and imitates itself across all the others, for being already distance in itself, it opens onto disjoint or divergent series, ls. 299. But such pure difference, one in which each difference passes through and is implicated in all the others, is that of the virtual. As actualized, every intensity is flattened out and homogenized in extended sensible qualities, dr. 230. With respect to the self, we witness something similar. Deleuze argues that Kant introduces a sort of disequilibrium, a fissure or crack, an alienation in principle, insurmountable in principle, in the pure self-moi of the I think, dr. 58, through his thesis that the form of the determinability of the being of the self, the I am, by the determination of the I think is the pure and empty form of time, dr. 86-90. My undetermined existence the I am can be determined only in time as the existence of a phenomenal subject, passive and receptive. The 89. Spontaneity of which I am conscious in the I think cannot be understood as the attribute of a substantial and spontaneous being, but only as the affection of a passive self which feels that its own thought, its own intelligence, that by which it says I, is exercised in it and on it but not by it, dr. 86. Between the I think and the I am is interposed the passive self, the receptivity of intuition, and between the determination and the undetermined, time must be interposed as the form of determinability. The result is that the passive subject lives its thinking activity as an other within itself, already, jes done autre, dr. 58, 86, ls. 298-99, another always thinks in me, dr. 199-200. The I is fractured from end to end by the pure and empty form of time, dr. 86-87, 276, 284, and because time is out of joint, unevenly distributed on two sides of the caesura between past and present, present and future, time is internally and unequally divided, and divides the self into 1,000 pieces, each unequal to the others, dr. 89-90. The I then is fractured by time, and the self or me is dissolved, the moments of the self no longer being glued together by relations of similarity and homogeneity. The I is the form of identity, I equals I, the self or me is the matter of identity constituted by the resemblance of thought with thought, dr. 257. Both are, as Hegel also argued, abstract universals, dr. 258, but for Deleuze, they find their truth not in an actualization through action, but in the fractured I and the dissolved me, dr. 259. At this point, says Deleuze, for a brief moment, we have entered that schizophrenia in principle which characterizes the highest power of thought and opens directly onto difference, dr. 58. The empirical, lived self holds schizophrenia at bay by the cogito, the me pence by which thinking unify I and me, dr. 257, and welds together the different faculties feeling, thinking through a supposed common sense by which we are supposed to think what we feel and feel what we think, dr. 133. The empirical self of the cogito repels and retreats from the differences that constitute it, the actual represses its virtual differences. Rather than being a simple unity, I equals me, selves are larval subjects, dr. 78, or rather, a system of local selves endowed with forms of receptivity, dr. 98, the system of the dissolved self, dr. 254, 259. This larval, dissolved self more directly displays the power of metamorphosis of virtual difference than does the empirical ego, dr. 57, 219. Its model is the egg or embryo, dr. 215. An egg is an intensive phi-L distinguished by orientations, axes of development, differential speeds, and rhythms, as primary factors of the actualization of a virtual structure, dr. 214, crisscrossed with axes and thresholds. Traversed by gradients marking transitions and becomings, AO, 1984, both the milieu of pure intensity and an already differentiated intensive system. 90. TP, 164. The embryo is capable of undergoing tremendous movements and displacements, Dionysian transports. The prowess and fate of the embryo is to live the unlivable as such, and the amplitude of forced movements that would break any skeleton or tear the ligaments, dr. 214-15, at the cost of twistings, torsions and displacements which mobilize and compromise the whole body, but free from the identity of the I and the resemblance of the me, it is too late afterwards, dr. 219, my emphasis. Heaven lies about us in our infancy, or rather, in utero. The embryo is the individual as such taken directly in its phi-eld of individuation, a phi-eld of individuation constituted of differences of intensity or bands of intensity, potentials, thresholds, and gradients that express differential relations as a virtual material to be actualized, capable of living what would be unlivable for the adult. It sketches out, dr. 250-51, AO, 19. As composed of intensive qualities that ceaselessly interpenetrate each other, or of little intensive souls that envelop and develop each other through intensive interactions, the larval or embryonic subject does not have the form of an I or a me, but rather forms the system of the dissolved self or me, le moi dessous, dr. 254, 257. Below the self or I lies the chaotic realm of individuation, intensities, and pre-individual singularities, intensive systems, dr. 258-59, 299. Moreover, the individuating system of intensities, whatever its indeterminacy in relation to its actualization in an empirical self, is not something unfinished in individuality or interrupted in individuation, but expresses the full, positive power of the individual as such, distinguished from the I and the me, just as the intensive order of implications is distinguished from the extensive and qualitative order of explication with respect to sensation. Dr. 258. The system of the I-me covers over and alienates the intensive individuating system that individuates it, just as sensible qualities cover over and alienate the differential intensities that constitute their being. Deleuze and Romanticism. Unlike Schiller and the Romantics, Deleuze's dissolved self is not a totally undifferentiated potential, it is an already differentiated system of intensities and capabilities. And yet Deleuze seems to share Schiller's melancholy that the actualization in adulthood of the child's unlimited determinability falls short of the child's total potential for becoming. NSP 87. Both regret that the actualization of the child's potential is achieved only through negation and exclusion, the actualization of virtual potentialities in one form being for Deleuze always at the expense of 91. All the other possible actualizations which could have been realized. In Schiller's words, after actualization, after maturation and development, reality is then there, but infinity is lost. AEM 128-29. The power of becoming and transformation of the egg or embryo is lost and alienated in the stability and rigidity of the organized and unified body of the adult, in which organs have their determinate functions within a hierarchical system of needs and ends, and which would be destroyed if it underwent the embryo's Dionysian transports. Just as Schiller sought to recapture the potential of childhood in its full infinity through aesthetic freedom from the determinations of the senses or reason, the practical question for Deleuze is, how can the self open itself up and liberate the acosmic, impersonal, pre-individual singularities which it had imprisoned within the bounds of identity and resemblance? LS 213. How can the self be dismantled to liberate the FLOs these singularities are capable of receiving or transmitting? AO 362. How can the full, positive power, the full infinity of the intensive individual be recovered? It would be necessary for the body to lose its organic unity and the self to lose its identity. LS 298-99. The adult experience in which this occurs has already been alluded to: schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is not just the fractured I and dissolved self, it is also an experience of intensive quantities in their pure state, to a point that is almost unbearable. An intense feeling of transition, states of pure, naked intensity, stripped of all shape and form. AO 18. To this experience corresponds the body without organs, that is, a body that resists the organization of organs into a unified, hierarchical, and functional system of separated, extended parts. AO 8, 326-27, TP 158. Here, there is no longer a self that feels, acts and recalls, but a system of affects and movements without a subject. TP 162, no longer an integrated, organized body, but non-stratified, unformed, intense matter through which intensities pass and circulate, a pure determination of intensity, intensive difference. TP 153, 164, matter that always phi LLS space to given degrees of intensity, AO, 326 to 27. The body without organs is not fragmented or dismembered, but complete in itself, an intensive multiplicity, LS, 189 to 92, TP, 164 to 65, just as schizophrenia is the process involving the dissolution of the self, a process and not a goal, a desire lacking nothing, a FLUX or FLAO, AO, 131 to 33, LS, 188 to 89, or a connection of desires, conjunction of FLAOs, continuum of intensities, TP, 161, where these FLAOs know nothing of meaning and aims but are part of a pure process that full phi LLS. And enjoys itself as desire, creation, and experimentation, AO, 370 to 71, TP, 156. It is a matter of deactualizing the self, of a counteractualization that brings the individual closer to the side of the virtual, the potential, AO, 376, the protest of the individual who 92. Never recognizes himself in the limits of the me and the I, Dr. 259. It is the recovery of the pre-individual singularities and intensities of the virtual from their alienation in the I equals me in a pure process of becoming which is manifested in intensities of feeling free from the determinations of reason and from the actualization of the powers of sensing in the organized sense organs. If this is not exactly the romantic cult of immediacy, with its emphasis on subjectivity, it is not far from Schiller's idea that aesthetic feeling, free from the determinations of reason and the senses, is a feeling of total potentiality as yet unimpaired by external forces which limit and determine potentiality in a particular way, AEM, 144 to 45, as well as Jacobi's valorization of the heart's pure feeling as a way of breaking the hollow nut of the empty, pure, and bare ego. 27. Similarly, Deleuze's valorization of schizophrenia as a pure process without a goal which opens us up to a field of pure intensities in their pure state through an intense feeling of transition at the very least recalls the romantic infatuation with madness as a way of retaining the purity of the self, uncontaminated by actualization through deeds, ps. 399 to 407. For Hegel, Deleuze's valorization of potentiality and intense feeling over the actualization of the self through the actions it performs in the world amounts to self-willed impotence, the choice of potentiality for itself, as the pure matter of experience, rather than for what can be done with it. It is the attitude of the beautiful soul, which chooses death and madness over action. True, Deleuze and Guattari write that dismantling the organism has never meant killing yourself, TP 160, and they are careful to distinguish schizophrenia as a pure process from the medical and medicalized form that renders its sufferers mentally ill. Nevertheless, death and madness haunt schizophrenia and the body without organs. Just as the romantic infatuation with the intensities of the inner life of feeling can too easily lead to a longing for death, Novalis, Keats, so too one must wonder to what degree Deleuze setting the virtual over the actual reflects an attitude of being half in love with easeful death. We have seen that for Hegel, feeling, and sensation and potentialities for becoming, taken in themselves and apart from their actualization in determinate thought, word, and deed, are mere irrationality and indeterminacy, a mere nothing, ps. 58 to 66, HL, 31, 125-27. Yet, although Deleuze's virtual is not the merely indeterminate, but an already determinate system of intensities, the suspicion remains that counteractualization and the dismantling of the empirical ego, founded on the protest of the individual who never recognizes himself in the limits of the me and the I, Dr. 259, amounts to the desire to be rid of one's self, and is in that sense a pursuit of nothingness. Indeed, Deleuze writes that death is I'm. 93. Implicit in the I and the me as an internal power which frees the individuating elements of intensity from the form of the I and the matter of the me in which they are imprisoned. A liberation of the little differences that it involves in intensity, Dr. 259, ls. 222. Of course, this is death in its transcendental sense, as a process which never ends for as long as one is alive, as opposed to the empirical death that always comes from outside in the form of external forces that cause the dissolution of the body or of its vital organization. Still, the body without organs is the model of the death instinct. It is the non-productive and inconsumable, outside production consumption, outside work, AO, 8, a refusal of working organs and a zero intensity, AO, 329. It may be that this 0 point of intensity is implicit in every feeling and affect registering an increase or decrease in the body's vital powers, AO, 330, but to make oneself a body without organs is to pursue this zero intensity, to seek to jam the functioning of the organs, to intensify the organs by liberating them from the work they perform to support the organic life of the body, that is, by disorganizing them. At that point, little larval selves may indeed emerge from beneath the skin, AO, 9, in much the way Lucretius describes that boneless and bloodless horde exuded from the body when its vital functions have ceased and its soul has been fragmented. 28. Conclusion. In sum, in Deleuze's philosophy, the actualization of the virtual represents both the creative actualization of divergent tendencies and a degradation and loss of potential. In the virtual, intensities, fluxes, powers, and potentialities coexist, interpenetrate, and mingle, as actualized in species, organic bodies, qualities, and selves. These virtual intensities are flattened out, homogenized and covered over, subjected to the rule of the same which governs extension. We see this degradation when the élan vital differentiates itself into species which are external to each other and cut off from life as a whole, when intensity as the imperceptible being of sensation is covered over by extended perceived sensible qualities, when the individual as a field of intensities or egg is actualized in the empirical self and a body of extended organized parts. Rather than being full filled in its actualizations, the already full virtual suffers a loss relative to the whole of its potentials. The model for this is the egg or embryo. It is a field of intensity, capable of great forced movements which no developed adult could withstand, the sight of bands of intensity in flux, and 94. The schizophrenic marks a partial return to the state of pure, tremendous potential. For both the egg and the schizophrenic, its potential and power remain inward and within itself, even in its interactions with its milieu through the exchanges of flus and fluxes with its outside, which it lives as intense affect. but this intensity of affect is not translated into actions by which the individual would express and actualize itself in the world. It is rather a pathos, the tremendous capacity for undergoing metamorphoses and intense feeling of a passive subject. Dr. 214-15. The tremendous potential and capacity of the egg and the schizophrenic remains in itself, undeveloped, capable of living and undergoing unimaginable transitions and intensities, but incapable of actually acting. It is in this sense that it shares much in common with the beautiful soul and its life of intense feeling. Just as the beautiful soul does not act because any outward action would compromise the purity of its feelings when the soul speaks, it is no longer the soul which speaks. So too for Deleuze, any actualization compromises the purity of the virtual, pure tendencies, b. 22-23, pure intensities, pure impersonal individuating intensive systems, virtual multiplicities in which differences coexist and differentiate each other and which constitute the true substance, substance itself. Dr. 182-83. Rather than the actual in which parts are external to each other and moments of time succeed each other in a linear fashion. Dr. 84. So, for Deleuze, it seems that what counts are two extremes and not the middle term. On the one hand, there is the pure potentiality of the virtual whole, on the other hand, there is the liberation of potentials and intensities in the dissolved self of the schizophrenic and the body without organs. Between, there is actualization and the actual, the world of extended space, linear time, the thinking and acting self with its bodily and mental faculties. Between the larval and embryonic subject and the shattered and dissolved self, there is the adult self, the mark of which is the courage to risk the purity of its intense feelings by deciding and acting in the world. It is not by intensive systems that one becomes an individual, Hegel argues, but by risking compromising the purity of intensity in action in the outer world. Speech, action, physical movement, it is through these that the individual develops capacities in an active way, capacities for acting, not just for undergoing experiences. It is through these that the individual is recognized by others and so achieves self-knowledge. One is what one does. It is in this way, says Hegel, one passes from the empty universality of the I and me to concrete individuality. For Hegel, that is a process of determining the indeterminate. For Deleuze, as we have seen, the virtual is already fully differentiated, and individuation is a function of a system of intensities that differentiates one individual from others. Nevertheless, Deleuze's individua 95. Tion is one of intensities and potentials, puissances, and to that extent, it is a merely potential individuation, an individuation and puissance. However much one embryo or egg, one schizophrenic, or body without organs, is differentiated from others by the intensities that constitute it, its individuality is passive and undergone. If the romantic's idealization of childhood seems a bit childish, the idealization of embryonic states and schizophrenia, on the grounds that these are more immediate expressions of the virtual, seems like even more of a flight from the adult world of action in which people acquire a definite character. Actualization is a loss only of undeveloped potentials, but to save a potential in its undeveloped state to preserve its purity only serves to ensure that nothing comes of these potentials. In that case, one has preserved the purity of one's potentials, but one has lost everything one might have done. 6. Political bodies without organs. On Hegel's Ideal State and Deleuzian Micropolitics. Fengqia. Deleuze's antipathy to Hegelian dialectics is well known. 1. According to Deleuze, Hegel is Nietzsche's archenemy, and Nietzsche's pluralist theory of forces is resolutely anti-dialectical. The concept of the overman is directed against the dialectical conception of man, and transvaluation is directed against the dialectic of appropriation or the suppression of alienation. Anti-Hegelianism runs through Nietzsche's work as its cutting edge. We can already feel it in the theory of forces. We will misunderstand the whole of Nietzsche's work if we do not see against whom its principal concepts are directed. Hegelian themes are present in this work as the enemy against whom it fights. 2. Intellectual historians will undoubtedly someday elaborate on Deleuze's antipathy as part of a more general rebellion of post-1968 French philosophy against the tyranny of Hegelianism. In Vincent Descambais's succinct words, in 1968, all that was modern, that is, Marx, Freud and so on, as before, was hostile to Hegel. 3. The aims of this chapter are more circumscribed. It focuses on one particular strand of Deleuze's anti-Hegelianism, the way in which his account of life breaks with Hegel's organismic account of life, and the political implications of this break insofar as the living organism supplies the metaphorical template not only for Hegel's theory of the ideal state, the state as idea, but also, more generally, for almost all normative theories of the political in modernity. If Deleuze's non-organismic vitalism offers an understanding of life that is no longer centered on the organism or on organization as the source of life, then how can we conceive of the political body in non-organizational terms? Or, which is the same question, what is a non-organizational politics? 98. The Hegelian state and the animal organism. The clearest statement of modern political organicism, the fundamental connection between the vitality of organic life and the rational legitimacy that constitutes the strength of the modern territorial state, is found in the following passage from Hegel's philosophy of right. The idealism which constitutes sovereignty is the same determination as that according to which the so-called parts of an animal organism are not parts, but members, or organic moments whose isolation and separate existence für sich Bestahen constitute disease. It is the same principle which we encountered as self-relating negativity, and hence as universality determining itself to individuality Einzelheit, in which all particularity and determinacy are superseded. 4. The principle of self-relation is the key to Hegel's theory of the organic state. It axiomatically joins the condition of freedom achieved in the state to the animal organism. For Hegel, freedom is the concept's self-determination, its teleological development to actuality in which it gives itself objective being whilst preserving itself. This principle of self-relation, the concept's return to self from particularity and objective externality, is the basis of the ideal state as the actualization of freedom. But since this principle phi-rst becomes objectively present to us in the animal as organism with a nervous system, irritation, and sensibility, the modern state in which freedom is actualized is literally a spiritual organism, in which the principle at work in the animal organism is raised to the higher level of spiritual life. The animal is thus a template for understanding the ideal state. It supplies the general framework for Hegel's elaboration of the state's concrete institutions and their relations to each other, to civil society, as well as to individual citizens in such a manner that the vitality of the state is repeatedly distinguished from anything artificial or mechanical, Technik or Kunst. Unfortunately, the misinterpretation of the organismic metaphor as a way of thinking in which the part is always subordinated to the whole has led to a corresponding misinterpretation of Hegel's political organicism as a simple form of right-wing political conservatism in which the individual and his subjectivity are always sacrificed to the cohesion of the state, thereby paving the way for political authoritarianism and totalitarianism. Accordingly, Hegel's state as idea has been linked to the Prussian state of his time, thereby allowing it to be connected to Bismarck and later, to National Socialism. There is also the problem of Hegel's Iden. 99. Tification of the state with reason, which has been interpreted as an example of state absolutism in which the state and the status quo it governs and administers cannot be questioned because it is the sole embodiment of reason. Hegel's infamous dictum from the preface of the Philosophy of Right, "What is rational is actual, and what is actual is rational," was Vernunftig, das ist wirklich, und was wirklich ist. Das ist vernünftig has been read as an authoritarian justification of existing political institutions as rational by the likes of Rosenzweig, Popper, and so on. 5. For present purposes, two features of Hegel's political philosophy are important. First, the organismic metaphor in Hegel's account of the state is so thoroughly pervasive that he even says at moments that the state is a living organism. Second, far from subordinating the members of the organism to the whole, the self-relation of an organism that constitutes its life is such that the individuality of each member can only develop to its fullest by returning or being related back to the whole, even as the strength of the whole, its vitality or health, is essentially this capacity of self-return and self-relation. As we will see, it is precisely this account of life that Deleuze seeks to question. But what exactly does Hegel mean by life, and what are the consequences of understanding the state in organismic terms? A bad state is one which merely exists. A sick body also exists, but it has no true reality. A hand which has been cut off still looks like a hand and exists, but it has no actuality. The state is indeed essentially secular and finite, and has particular ends and particular powers, but its secularity is only one of its aspects, and only a spiritless perception can regard it as merely finite. For the state has a soul which animates it in Belebensziel, and this animating soul is subjectivity, which creates distinctions on the one hand but preserves their unity on the other. To contend that the secular spirit, that is, the state, is purely finite is a one-sided view, for actuality is not irrational. A bad state, of course, is purely secular and finite, but the rational state is infinite within itself. Pr. 270z, 302-3, 429. Hegel's unmistakable twofold reference to the Aristotelian conception of form indicates a revival of a teleological understanding of life. Aristotle had defined the living body as a body with organs, an ensouled body where the soul as intelligent form is the source of life, because through the ascription of ens, it directs the parts of the body as organs or members of a whole, thereby organizing these parts and giving actuality to a merely material body that would otherwise only have life potentially. 6. At the same time, he had also characterized the relation between the state 100 and the individual in terms of the organic relation of interdependence between whole and members. The state is by nature clearly prior to the family and to the individual, since the whole is of necessity prior to the part. For example, if the whole body be destroyed, there will be no foot or hand, except homonymously, as we might speak of a stone hand, for when destroyed the hand will be no better than that. But things are defined by their function and power, and we ought not to say that they are the same when they no longer have their proper quality, but only that they are homonymous. 7. In Hegel's organismic metaphor, the animating soul, the source of life itself, is reason. However, what is distinctive about Hegel's conception of life is that reason is only fully active when it has externalized itself in member organs that have full individuality, even as these fully developed individuals are brought back to the universal whole, which is for that reason a concrete individual, a universal that has attained particularity. Now, for Hegel, organismic vitality is only truly manifest in the animal, whose nervous system gives it the capacity for sensation and the ability to distinguish between itself and the external world. The animal is truly alive because it has a subjectivity that does not lose itself in its contact with externality, because it can limit or check its relation to THIRD-WORLDISM. THIRD is both the external world, which the animal organism has to assimilate, and the animal's own members, which are distinct individuals. As Hegel puts it, the organic individuality exists as subjectivity insofar as the externality Äußerlichkeit proper to shape Gestalt is idealized into members Gliedern, and the organism in its process outwards preserves inwardly the unity of the self. This is the animal nature which, in the actuality Wirklichkeit and externality of immediate singularity Einzelheit, is equally, on the other hand, the inwardly reflected self of singularity, inwardly present subjective universality. 8. We see from this that the organism is a process in which a subjectivity takes an external shape that it idealizes into members or organs of the whole, each with their proper ends or functions, thereby enabling the organism to retain or maintain the unity of the self in the process of externalization. The organismic process is therefore a dynamic of limiting the subjectivity's relation to THIRD so that it can return back/relate to itself. Animal subjectivity, Hegel writes, consists in preserving itself in its corporeality Leiblichkeit and in its contact with an outer world and, as the universal, remaining at home with itself bei sich selbst zu bleiben. 101. PN, 350Z, 352, 430. The organism thereby achieves a complete unity of ideal form and particular material content, inward subjectivity and external objectivity. When an organism becomes diseased, it comes into conflict with an external power that is not organic. Here, an individual member of the organism establishes itself in isolation and persists in its particular activity against the activity of the whole, the fluidity and all-pervading process of which is thus obstructed. Disinflussigkeit und durch alle Moment hindurch der Prozess hier mit gehemmt ist, PN, 371, 428, 520. Disease is that which undermines the organismic living process. Whereas the living process involves a limitation of the relation to THIRD that reduces otherness to a form of self-mediation, in disease, otherness arrests and obstructs the process of self-mediation. Thus, whereas health designates the right proportion of the organic self to its existence, Dasein, a commensurate relationship of the organic to the non-organic, so that for the organism there is nothing non-organic which it cannot overcome, disease arises from a disproportion between the self and its external being, an alienation or non-properness in which the negative, the external shape the organism takes in immediate existence, is not sublated, aufgehoben, and does not return to the organism itself but phygts with it, such that a dehiscence is introduced in the organism between its inner self and its external shape, Gestalt, pn. 371z, 428, 521. Disease arises when the organism, as simply immediate, is separated from its inner sides, which are not factors, but whole, real sides. The cause of disease lies partly in the organism itself, like aging, dying, and congenital defects, partly also in the susceptibility of the organism, in its simply immediate being, to external influences, so that one side is increased beyond the power of the inner resources of the organism. The organism is then in the opposed forms of being and self, and the self is precisely that for which the negative of itself is. A stone cannot become diseased, because it is destroyed in the negative of itself, is chemically decomposed, and its form does not endure, because it is not the negative of itself which overlaps its opposite, as in illness and self-feeling. Pn. 371z, 429, 521. For example, one manifestation of disease involves the overcharging of one member, which begins to compensate such that it functions not as part of a whole, but in an isolated way, to the point where the member dominates the whole. In this scenario, one of the organism's organs becomes entangled with a non-organic power, thereby undermining the unity that gives to the organism its vitality. While medicine can restore. 102. The formal activity of the whole over the particular irritation. When an organism succumbs to this dividedness, it will die. If we return now to the deployment of the organismic metaphor in the political sphere, we see that the living process requires the full development of the subjective freedom of individual members. In Hegel's words, in an organic relationship, the units in question are not parts teal but members glider, and each maintains the others while fulfilling its own function. The substantial endzweck and product of each is to maintain the other members while simultaneously maintaining itself. Pr. 286a, 328, 457. The essence of the modern state is that the universal should be linked with the complete freedom of particularity Besonderheit and the well-being of individuals. Thus, the universal must be activated, but subjectivity on the other hand must be developed as a living whole ganz und lebendig entwickelt werden. Only when both moments are present besten in full measure can the state be regarded as articulated and truly organized gegliedert und wahrhaft organisierter werden. Pr. 260z, 283, 407. We can see from the above that Hegel's political philosophy is not politically conservative insofar as it does not forestall critical resistance to state domination. For just as not all existing shapes or objects have actuality, Wirklichkeit, not all existing states are actual or inherently rational. Hegel notes that there are inadequate, deficient states that merely exist because they are sunk in contingency and arbitrariness. In contradistinction, the ideal state has genuine actuality and is the vehicle of the infinite, but only insofar as it embodies the vital organismic process in which the full subjectivity of individual members is developed. The state is not a work of art Kunstwerk, it exists in the world, and hence in the sphere of arbitrariness, contingency, and error, and bad behavior may disfigure it in many respects. But the ugliest man, the criminal, the invalid, or the cripple is still a living human being, ein lebender Mensch. The affirmative aspect life das Leben survives bestet in spite of such deficit and size. PR 258Z 279 404. The problem rather lies with Hegel's understanding of the affirmation that is life as the self-affirmation of reason, in which the members are brought back under the rule of universality, that is, affirmation as the negation of the negation, as the self-mediation of reason, the return to self of reason and the self-identity of the concept. In the political sphere. 103. This understanding of affirmation takes the shape of the much-discussed phenomenon of recognition, which is the basis for the health of the territorial state. For Hegel, the state is the only valid form of political life because spirit can only appear in the external shape of a concrete individuality, that is, as a sovereignty in external relations with other sovereign states. For reasons of economy, I simply cite two passages, one on recognition, and the other on the necessity of the territorial sovereign state. The reader should bear in mind the correspondence between the health of states and the health of animal organisms in relation to externality, and how internal factors such as weaknesses and strengths, external threats, and common interests, can feed into each other to bring down a state or to prop it up. Concrete freedom requires that personal individuality, Einzelheit, and its particular interests should reach their full development and gain recognition of their right for itself, Anerkennung ihres Rechts für sich, within the system of the family and of civil society, and also that they should, on the one hand, pass over Übergehen of their own accord into the interest of the universal, and on the other, knowingly and willingly recognize anerkennen this universal interest even as their own substantial spirit, and actively pursue it as their ultimate Endzweck. The principle of modern states has enormous strength and depth because it allows the principle of subjectivity to attain fulfillment in the self-sufficient extreme of personal particularity, while at the same time bringing it back to substantial unity and so preserving this unity in the principle of subjectivity itself. PR 260, 282, 406-7. The ideality which makes its appearance in war in the shape of a contingent external relationship is the same as the ideality whereby the internal powers of the state are organic moments of the whole. This is apparent in various occurrences in history, as when successful wars have averted internal unrest and consolidated the internal power of the state. Other phenomena of the same kind include the following. Nations which are reluctant or afraid to accept internal sovereignty may be subjugated by others, and their failure to attain honor and success in their struggles for independence has been proportionate to their initial failure to organize the power of the state from within, that is, their freedom has died from the fear of dying, and states whose independence is guaranteed not by armed strength but by other factors, as in those states which are disproportionately small in relation to their neighbors, have been able to survive with an internal constitution which would not on its own have secured either internal or external peace. PR 324, 362, 493. 104. Deleuze non-organismic vitalism. The intervention Deleuze makes in relation to Hegel's political organicism is threefold. First, the freedom of individual subjects obtained through the mutual recognition between state and citizen that is the basis of the strength of the modern territorial state is reinterpreted as a freedom that is produced by modern biopower, understood, following Foucault, in terms of the power over life, the political control of life, and even the power to make life through various technologies of discipline and government. Second, this power over life, which is properly organismic, however, discloses an internal limit to itself, a power of life, a life that is more powerful than the life of the organism and that is the basis of organic life. This power of life is manifested in the disorganizing of organic life and the disarticulation of the members/organs of the organism, sometimes by forms of disease. Third, insofar as the modern territorial state is the exemplary case of the organism at the level of political life, the life of which Deleuze speaks is figured in terms of FLAs of deterritorialization. In what follows, I will argue that Deleuze's critique of organization indicates the problematic character of the power of life as a basis of politics. Deleuze elaborates on the power of life that is more powerful than the life of the organism through an ontology of force that explores the implications of the play of the aleatory from the level of the constitution of individual organisms to the level of political forms. In his book on Foucault, Deleuze argues that what is at stake in the former's work is how forms are composed of relations between forces. Forces only take on a specified form as a result of contingent relations with other forces in a given historical situation. Hence, any given form can always decompose into forces that can be recomposed again into new forms in unpredictable ways when they come into relation with different forces. 9. The dominant tradition in the history of European philosophy has obscured the play of the aleatory because it has always explained the constitution of forms in terms of the subject's power of determination. The world is regarded as indeterminate matter that is given form and constituted as objects of appearance by the subject's sensible and rational cognitive faculties. This image of the relation between human life and the world, however, involves an anthropomorphic projection of the unity of rational consciousness onto the world. Because it makes the identity of the self or the cogito the basis of all appearance, it reduces the world to objects determined by and for the subject, that is to say, to things that are recognizable by and that resemble the subject because they conform to its ideal or sensible forms. Hence, in Deleuze's view, even prior to the structure of recognition that underwrites Hegel's philosophy of objective spirit. 105. Thought as such has generally been understood through the ontological motifs, or more precisely, topoi of recognition and resemblance. Our thinking faculties are considered to be essentially recognitive because their functioning together is premised on one faculty locating an object that is given to it as identical to that given to another faculty. Recognition takes place when all the faculties together relate their given and relate themselves to a form of identity in the object. 10. The ability to do so involves a structure of recognition because it implies that my faculties are the same as those of another subject. Hence, my recognition of an object presupposes the recognition of myself as being the same as another subject and, indeed, all other subjects. As Deleuze puts it, recognition relies upon a subjective principle of collaboration of the faculties for everybody. This is the meaning of the cogito as a beginning, it expresses the unity of all the faculties in the subject, it thereby expresses the possibility that all the faculties will relate to a form of object which reflects the subjective identity, it provides a philosophical concept for the presupposition of a common sense, Dr. 133. In Deleuze's view, this image of thought is false. Thought understood in this way can never give rise to anything new or surprising. It can only lead to the repeated rediscovery of the same. The form of recognition has never sanctioned anything but the recognizable, and the recognized form will never inspire anything but conformities. Dr. 134. This is because recognition obscures a prior generative differential interplay of forces that must have already been at work so that something can become determined. This interplay of forces, which is best seen in the existence of affects, is a reciprocal determination that constitutes both the world and the self. Dr. Chaps 3 and 4. What is important for present purposes is that the interplay of forces creates individuals that are permeable, fluid, and multiple because they are generated by productive differentiation and intensity, the form of difference. Such individuals are prior to and do not have the identical form of a thing, object, or a substance, a subject or a person, whether this is an I or a self. They are more precisely modes of individuation, what Deleuze calls hoxities, mere permanences, or durations that are not localizable or locatable in or as things or persons because they consist entirely of relations of movement and rest between molecules or particles, capacities to affect and be affected. 11. They point to a non-organic life that precedes and is more powerful than the life of an organism because it refers to a plane of immanence or consistency, a realm of potentiality in which there are only unformed elements and the speeds between them and non-subjectified powers and the affects between them. In contradistinction, the organism is generated in the plane of organiza. 106. Where the development of forms and the formation of subjects take place. 12. But the organism, Deleuze argues, does not genuinely embody life. It merely traps and imprisons the play of singularity and multiplicity that characterizes non-organic life within an organized form, after the latter has been actualized in subjects and objects. Using a geological analogy, Deleuze suggests that the organism or the process of organization is a movement of stratification. It coagulates or condenses the plane of immanence by compressing the FLO of forces between two layers or strata, TP, 40-41, 269-70. But whereas organisms will die, the plane of immanence is where life itself is liberated from these limited forms. If everything is alive, it is not because everything is organic or organized but, on the contrary, because the organism is a diversion of life. In short, the life in question is inorganic, germinal, and intensive, a powerful life without organs, a body that is all the more alive for having no organs, everything that passes between organisms, TP, 499. Non-organic life, the life of a body without organs, BWO, exceeds the life and death of any subject or form. It is the movement at the membrane of an organism, where it begins to quiver with virtuality and can break down into potentiality and recombine again. Deleuze describes this movement as the releasing of a life. There is a moment that is only that of a life playing with death. The life of the individual gives way to an impersonal and yet singular life that releases a pure event freed from the accidents of internal and external life, that is, from the subjectivity and objectivity of what happens. A singular essence, a life. 13. The indefinite article of a life indexes virtual singularities prior to their actualization as forms, and the in-between of already actualized forms that are always pulsing with singularity and virtual force. The body without organs is a living body all the more alive and teeming once it has blown apart the organism and its organization, TP, 30. The dissolution of the organism into and by the BWO is not a negation. It is the releasing of intensity and, therefore, of positive forces that are adjacent to the organism, before stratification, before they are articulated into an organism. Hence, it is not destructive. It frees up the FLO of forces that enable further generation and creation, which will require the restratification of the released FLOs. The relation between the two planes, between the organism and the BWO, is the ontological version of Foucault's more concrete account of the relation between biopower and the power of life. Deleuze and Guattari characterize it as a relation between two poles of a continuum rather than a relation of mutual exclusion. The two poles struggle with each other with regard to any being, but this struggle is unceasing and cannot be resolved because both planes are necessary to the existence of any being. Without the release of 107 FLOs, without the movement of deterritorialization, nothing new would be created and nothing would arise. At the same time, without the stratification that is necessary for the constitution of forms and subjects, the plane of immanence can easily become a plane of abolition or death, a regression into the undifferentiated, TP 270. Hence, any being continually passes from one pole to the other. The plane of immanence causes particles to break off from the strata even as the plane of organization attempts to stop or weigh down the lines of FLOI by embedding the FLOs in forms and subjects through restratification. Deleuze's non-organismic vitalism poses a radical challenge to the central tenets of political philosophy, which has always taken the human subject or self as the starting point and the basic unit of collective life. The human subject and the political body are generally conceptualized through an extended analogy in which the rational subject, political community, and organic life are mutually defining terms. The relations between members to each other and to the political body are modeled on the relations between an organism's different organs and the organized whole. Accordingly, the development of political forms of increasing complexity is viewed as an ongoing process of rationalization that resembles the rational organization of the human being as an individual organism. This extended analogy is elaborately thematized in modern political organicism, in which the resemblance between the living rational subject and the organized political whole is dramatized in the dynamic of recognition. As we saw, in the Hegelian version, the relation of openness between subject and state in their mutual constitution is such that the subject rationally accepts and internalizes the norms of the political community as legitimate or universally rational because he recognizes his subjectivity in the political substance, that is, realizes that the state is the substrate in which he can develop and live to the fullest as an individual. This is the modern state's source of vitality. The motif of resemblance or recognition, however, is precisely what Deleuze's ontology undermines. In his view, the rational subject, the organism, and the state are similar to each other because they are forms of stratification that obscure and cover over a more fundamental power of life. From an ontological perspective, the rational recognition that constitutes the subject is already a constraint that suppresses the FLO of intensities. At the socio-political level, the fact that the play of intensities precedes and travels across subjects and forms of collective life alike, has three implications. First, the subject does not pre-exist the collective. The subject and the collective are mutually constitutive since they are generated by modes of organization and stratification that can intersect. This means that the form and identity of any self, even a natural self. 108. Is always open to the shaping influences of its surroundings, including social and political processes. Second, stratification always has oppressive consequences. To take the most obvious example, the rational recognition that constitutes both individual subjects and state is simultaneously a process of subjectification and a process of socio-political coercion and control. It channels and shapes desires by blocking movement, foreseeing effects, and organizing forms and subjects. Recognition is therefore also a process of segmentation, that is, stratification at the level of collective life. 14. Segmentation assigns identities or socially functional roles to the masses, hoxides at the level of collective life, thereby making them socially meaningful subjects. Third and most important, all the subjects and forms within the plane of organization can be destabilized by the deterritorializing FLOs that occur in the plane of immanence. The fact that deterritorialization is always real and can take place at any time means that power over life, which seeks to organize life, can always be undermined by the power of life. From an analytical perspective, the struggle that takes place between the planes of immanence and organization at the level of politics can be studied through a cartography of power that maps the different lines that constitute individuals and groups. Simply put, the ordering and organization of collective life respectively create supple and rigid binary segments that hierarchically divide existence into two. The codes, which correspond to stable structures or forms, and territories, which correspond to actualized substances, of these segments need to be phi-xed. Deleuze subscribes to a vaguely historical argument in which supple segmentation is more dominant in non-Western pre-modern societies, whereas rigid segmentation characterizes modern Western societies with their centralized states, although he also stresses that both forms of segmentation coexist and interact in modernity. The centralized state is the concrete actualization of the abstract machine of overcoding, many politics, 129. It is coextensive with the decline of localized codes and territories in modernity. Its univocal overcoding creates uniformity across the whole of social space, and it reterritorializes the FLOs released by the destruction of localized codes and territories. It leads to macrological forms of politics such as that of class. In contradistinction, supple segmentation involves molecular FLXs and leads to micropolitics. In modernity, segmentation also takes place via technologies of power knowledge in the Foucauldian sense. These technologies organize social space through the pervasive distribution of norms. Deleuze distinguishes these two types of lines, which are respectively, the sedentary line and the migrant line, from a third type of line, the line of FLOite or the nomadic line, which is primary and gives rise to the phi-RST2 types of lines, many politics, 136. 109. Lines of FLOite, which undermine segmentation, are marked by quanta and defined by decoding and deterritorialization. What is crucial for present purposes is that the destabilization of the power over life by the power of life always involves the movement of deterritorialization. Two features of a deterritorializing politics are noteworthy. First, deterritorialization is an ontological figure. It does not necessarily refer to the aimless wandering of peoples without any phi-xed destination or to FLOs of goods and money, since the FLUX in question is that of forces and intensities. Second, the politics of non-organic life, a politics that does not take organization as its central aim, is also not a simple repudiation of all forms of organization. For the BWO, which is opposed to the organism, is not completely independent of the organism even if the organism uproots the BWO from the plane of immanence by stratifying it and organizing the organs, TP 158-59. Instead, the BWO is the swinging between the organism and the plane of immanence, the movement of disorganizing the organism. Hence, for Deleuze, the question of a revolution has never been utopian spontaneity versus state organization. The question has always been organizational. Is an organization possible which is not modeled on the apparatus of the state, even to prefigure the state to come? Many Politics, 145. It is a question of a deterritorialized or non-organizational mode of organization. The privileging of deterritorialization over organization as an ontological figure, however, leads Deleuze and Guattari to view globalization as a positive case of deterritorialization and to celebrate its potential as a radical revolutionary force because its uncontrollable FLAs undermine centralized forms of power. This argument was already presented in Anti-Oedipus, where the release of the universal equivalent by the globalization of capital was characterized as a decoding and deterritorialization that is conducive to molecular quantum FLAs that escape the overcoding and reterritorialization of the modern centralized state apparatus. In their words, capitalism and its break are defined not solely by decoded FLAs, but by the generalized decoding of FLAs, the new massive deterritorialization, the conjunction of deterritorialized FLAs. It is the singular nature of this conjunction that ensured the universality of capitalism. 15. Consequently, most of Deleuze's later examples of deterritorialization in the concrete socio-political field involve different forms of global movements and FLAs such as population and money FLAs. Global capitalism is the organization of the entire world. However, the global FLAs that enable this global organization also escape this organization in two ways. First, as molar organization becomes stronger, it induces a molecularization of its own elements and relations. The diffusion of central power through a microphysical fabric causes more insecurities, gives rise to more forces that 110 threaten to escape organization. The diffusion thus creates a zone of instability or indiscernibility. The deterritorialization of the worker by global capitalism creates the molecular or mass individual, who can form movements that thwart and break with the worldwide organization, TP 215-16. Deleuze and Guattari explain the rise of new social movements along the north-south axis in terms of lines of FLA from the Cold War division of the world into East and West. Second, insofar as political power emerges in response to quantum FLAs, these FLAs are the true origin of power. Because the central power can only convert but not defy any or control these FLAs and quanta, they constitute a zone of impotence that also defines the central power. In global capitalism, financial FLAs are the paradigmatic example of this zone of impotence because they exceed the mastery of state sovereignty. As Deleuze and Guattari put it, there is no power regulating the FLAs themselves. No one dominates the growth of the monetary mass, or money supply. An image of the master or an idea of a state that dominates over FLAs and segments. is a fictitious and ridiculous representation. The stock exchange gives a better image of FLOs and their quanta than does the state, TP 226. This celebration of financial FLOs risks becoming a naive endorsement of global financialization as radical and revolutionary, simply because FLOs of money are uncontrollable and undermine state power and centralized banking, TP 226-27. One should note that in Anti-Oedipus, Deleuze and Guattari emphatically distinguish capitalist FLOs from schizophrenic FLOs because capitalism binds the energy of FLOs within the body of capital as a deterritorialized socius, thereby inhibiting the revolutionary potential of decoded FLOs. 16. In subsequent work, Deleuze has characterized post-industrial capitalist societies as control societies in which businesses are the new masters and marketing has become the instrument of social control. 17. Nevertheless, despite the repeated insistence that none of the three lines that constitute existence are intrinsically good or bad, that lines of FLOite can be destructive and can lead to fascism, Deleuze suggests that the truly revolutionary path is to follow the movement of the market to maximize deterritorialization and decoding because this will enable new kinds of micropolitics both from within the territorial state and also beyond its borders. On the one hand, the national state is no longer able to fend off the social repercussions of globalization and this intensifies molecularization at the sub-state level. On the other hand, the planetary organization of the global capitalist machine is also unable to control the quantum FLOs. Hence, new revolutionary forms that express a right to desire have developed that are entirely immanent to the global economy and the national state system. 111. Why not think that a new type of revolution is in the course of becoming possible, and that all kinds of mutating, living machines conduct wars, are combined and trace out a plane of consistence which undermines the plane of organization of the world and the states. For once again, the world and its states are no more masters of their plane than revolutionaries are condemned to the deformation of theirs. Many politics, 147, emphasis added. Indeed, insofar as the global capitalist economy has become axiomatic because it has no outside end, thus, functions according to laws that are entirely immanent to it and can repeatedly set and repel its own limits, movements of becoming minority are by definition immanent to it. What is proper to the minority is to assert a power of the non-denumerable, even if that minority is composed of a single member. That is the formula for multiplicities. Minority as a universal figure, or becoming everybody/everything, devenir tout le monde literally, becoming the whole world. The issue is not at all anarchy versus organization, but a calculation or conception of the problems of non-denumerable sets, against the axiomatic of denumerable sets. Such a calculus may have its own compositions, organizations, even centralizations, nevertheless, it proceeds not via the states or the axiomatic process but via a pure becoming of minorities. At the same time as capitalism is effectuated in the denumerable sets serving as its models, it necessarily constitutes non-denumerable sets that cut across and disrupt those models. TP 470-72, emphasis added. The tacit model here is most likely the collapse of the totalitarian socialist regimes of the Eastern Bloc as a result of economic globalization. However, as I have argued elsewhere, complete openness to FLOs is not as salutary for countries outside the economically hegemonic North, as illustrated by the Asian financial crises of 1997. 18. This is an ironic historical performance of the dangers of deterritorialization. Falling currencies triggered investor panic, leading to a crashing stock market and falling property prices. As the result of a contagion or domino effect, the pattern was repeated with some variations in countries throughout the region, some of which were generally perceived to have much stronger economic fundamentals than Thailand, for instance, Malaysia, and South Korea. The reversal of short-term capital inflows led to a severe liquidity crunch that caused the collapse of local corporations and massive unemployment even as inflation grew as a result of the devalued local currencies. The combined effect was a drastic deterioration of living standards, especially for the millions of poor people, and this suffering escalated into social and political upheaval, riots, destruction, and death. Certainly, the crises hastened the demise of corrupt political regimes such as the Suharto regime of Indonesia. The social movements that intensified and led to the collapse of these authoritarian regimes can be interpreted as 112. Examples of the becoming minoritarian that is coextensive with global capitalism's deterritorializing flows. However, the economic devastation could only be contained through a recoding and reterritorialization, namely, the imposition of currency controls by the affected nation-states. Indeed, the viable long-term solution to the dangers of speculative financial flows is sustainable development to be achieved by the cultivation of human capital through state education policies. Based on focus group data from Indonesia and the Philippines, the World Bank recommends. Beyond the crisis, the education system will shape the region's future workforce and the competitiveness of its economies. Sustaining high-quality and broad-based educational expansion is central to equipping workers with the skills for high-productivity manufacturing and service industries and to train them over the course of a working life. Institutional and policy reforms are required to foster the high-quality schooling which includes the skills that will propel East Asian countries into the knowledge economy of the next century. 19. The sensible solution here is precisely the opposite of becoming minority, since what is prescribed is more intense subjectification through governmental and disciplinary technologies. A politics of non-organization risks abandoning too much, because it is based on a power of life that is not limited by the organization of organismic form. The quandary of the modern politicization of life is therefore the following. The pervasive control over life by power means that it can only be resisted by a power of life that undermines organization. But how viable is such a power of life? Must not the power of life necessarily have ends and, therefore, take on an organized political form to be effective? Re-envisioning state institutions and, indeed, all political institutional processes as these have been studied in the social sciences in terms of the capture of deterritorializing virtual flows of living desire by the organic forms of their realization may be palpably satisfying at a philosophical level, but it may not be conducive to the theory and practice of empirically recognizable forms of political and social transformation in contemporary global capitalism. 7. Deleuze and Hegel on the logic of relations. Jim Vernon. As is well known, one essential weapon Deleuze employs to oppose Hegel is the thesis of the externality of relations. Hegel, after all, is the archetypal thinker of organic relations between systematically structured terms, and thus to escape him one must demonstrate that such putatively necessary relations are in fact only contingently applied, and thus can intrinsically be undone. By extension, one of Deleuze's primary practical concerns, flowing from his logic of relations, is the dissolution of internal relations, for only it allows for the creation of new modes of action and thought. The logic of relations, then, is fundamentally political in consequence. In this chapter I seek to articulate the rival logics of relation developed by Deleuze and Hegel. Both thinkers are concerned that contingent habits may ossify certain terms together, producing the false appearances of internal relations that hinder the development of action and thought. However, for Hegel, unlike Deleuze, positing the externality of given relations generates the determinate, truly universal forms through which all terms must be related. I conclude by considering the political consequences of their accounts. Deleuze. While the thesis of external relations pervades Deleuze's philosophy, too, and thus can be approached through a variety of angles and figures, it is most explicitly and substantially developed in Deleuze's THIRD major work, Empiricism and Subjectivity, 3, a commentary on Hume's empiricism, which will accordingly be my focus. For Deleuze, there, credits Hume with creating the THIRD great logic of relations by showing that all relations were external to their terms, e.s. X. 5. It is, perhaps, unsurprising that Deleuze 116 should from the start embrace a central tenet of empiricism, grounded in its chief exponent, for he famously claims that the hatred of interiority and the positing of the exteriority of forces and relations was the secret link between those thinkers who challenged the rationalist tradition that he felt defined the history of philosophy, and from whose patently repressive role he sought to escape. 6. Rationalism is the philosophy of coherent deduction from clearly intuited THIRD principles, in short, of necessary, internal relations between terms. To reject this history, then, is to posit relations as the always revisable results of contingent practice, or as external to their terms. It is just such a logic of relation that Deleuze locates as one of the new concepts created by Hume in one of his most essential and creative contributions, es. 9. Thus, relational exteriority is presupposed throughout Deleuze's philosophy, precisely because it is the rejection common to all empiricists of organic rationalism, es. 99, 109. 7. To make the claim plausible, however, Deleuze cannot seek to ground it in some more primordial principle, as rationalists do. Rather, he must show how purportedly necessary relations can be accounted for by it, thereby retroactively justifying his methodological starting point. Rationalism works to reveal the necessary presence of relations in a knowing subject. A consistent empiricism, then, must account for the origin of such seemingly necessary relations and knowing subjects through an irrational, asubjective plurality that precedes them. In short, Deleuze must explain how irrational relations and subjectivity can arise from contingently given terms. 8. Thus, the absolute essence of empiricism, es. 87, 92, is the answer to the question how can a subject transcending the given be constituted in the given. Es. 86, 91-92. 9. What, then, is the given? If we begin by presupposing that no relations hold either between things, or between things and a subject, then we are simply left with a collection of distinct perceptions or ideas, es. 87, 92. According to this principle of difference, ES, 87, 93, what is primordially given is a multiplicity of distinct and differentiated terms. If subjectivity presupposes any relations or principles for creating relations, then clearly there is no subject in the given. However, Deleuze nevertheless argues that the subject can only arise from the given if the distinction between that which will become the subject, and that which will be related by it, is itself also given. 10. That is, anticipating arguments he will more famously make through Bergson. 11. The given must contain both the ideas to be related, and that which will eventually do the relating, or the difference between the given as distinct ideas and that to which they are given. Thus, what Deleuze calls the mind must be presupposed, not, yet, as a subject or a faculty or principle of orga. 117. Nization, but rather as a particular set of the given, ES, 87, 93. This set is particular just because it is experienced in a mind, of whose nature we presuppose nothing, rather than being unexperienced, or being in another such mind. Mind, then, is simply some given collection of impressions and separate ideas, or a kind of empty container that comes through experience to hold any ideas at all, which are in turn unrelated beyond their being contained in mind. ES, 132, 150. 12. Thus, mind is the mechanism only of distinct perceptions contained only as different. ES, 96 to 97, 106 to 7. Mind mechanistically retains, rather than organically relating. Of course, in positing the complete lack of relation between terms, Deleuze presupposes that such a mind contains no composite ideas, for the composite is the related. Thus, the mind and the given are not derived from such and such an idea, but rather from the smallest idea precisely because it is not under the category of quality that we must consider the mind as mind, but rather from the viewpoint of quantity. ES, 90, 96 to 97. One might object that the very distinction between ideas, let alone between simple and complex ones, presupposes a qualitative distinction between them. After all, one must be able to distinguish between gold, mountain, and gold mountain to grasp not only that the former two are not only distinct but also the simple ideas from which the latter's complexity arises. Nothing essential changes, however, in Deleuze's account if mind cannot distinguish simple from complex ideas, for it is simply the mechanistic collection of any ideas whatsoever, considered only as different from each other. What does this imply? Discrete ideas are, in themselves, neither spatial nor temporal. However, the collecting together of such ideas in mind makes them spatio-temporal. 13. A distinct idea, in its singularity, is not successive to another. However, the difference between terms ensures that they are not experienced together, or else they would be given as related in themselves, but the mind experiencing them, just by experiencing and therefore collecting them, holds them all together within mind, counting them all as part of the same experience, and thus orders them in succession. Similarly, no unrelated point occupies a space next to or distant from another, but any two such points perceived by the same mind are grasped in their distance and proximity in the same space. That is, space and time are merely the idea S. Distributed in a certain order, ES, 91, 99. Space and time are, of course, not identical. All ideas are collected within one mind, and thus are related within the temporal flow of its experience. Only some of these ideas, however, lead us to think/perceive them as being in the same space as well. Extension, therefore. 118. Is only the quality of certain perceptions. This is not the case with time, which is effectively presented as the quality of any set of perceptions whatsoever, es. 91, 99. We should note the necessary appeal to the qualitative distinction between what are still meant to be strictly quantitative units. It seems that Deleuze is forced to admit, even in the basic differentiation of terms from each other, that ideas are different not only as numerically distinct but also as qualitatively something, even if only minimally. However, this does not undermine Deleuze's claim that space and time are in the mind rather than in the ideas themselves, es. 91, 99, for quality does not necessarily imply relation without a mind ordering its ideas. Thus, we can say that the discrete elements in mind already possess two objective characteristics: indivisibility of an element and distribution of elements, atom and structure, es. 91, 99. What form does this structure take? Successively ordering discrete ideas requires that mind bring together previously experienced ideas with those that came after, and this can only be done in a time that is not any of the past ideas, that is, the present. That is, linking discrete, past atoms into structured succession is a synthesis of them into one contracted present. The temporalization of ideas is thus a synthesis of time, or, what is the same thing, a synthesis of the mind, es. 92, 100. It is in this collecting of different ideas successively within mind that empiricism discovers a principle, es. 91, 98. Mind structures certain ideas as preceded or followed by certain other ideas and, thus, its experience is actually not of atomic ideas, but of related ones. As such, the experience of any idea is the experience of expecting its successively associated ideas to follow. Thus, the synthesis posits the past as a rule for the future, es. 94, 103, thereby creating habits in mind, inciting us to move from one idea to a second, es. 96, 105. Mind, in other words, is the habit of contracting certain ideas into syntheses, and thereby becomes the anticipation of similar syntheses in the future. 14. Whenever an experiencing mind is given in the given, its experience of discrete ideas inevitably leads habit to enter the mind as a principle, relating previously experienced ideas into present expectations that anticipate future connections between similar ideas. Mind, thus, inevitably takes on a spontaneity of relation, es. 96, 106, giving itself a structure of habit anticipation independent of given ideas, transforming itself into what Deleuze calls a subject, which transcends the given by imposing upon it relations not derived therein. The subject, then, is essentially the spontaneity of the relations that, under the influence of principles, it establishes between ideas, es. 97, 107, and the principle of habit explains how a subject is constituted in the given. 119. It is just because the subject is habitual relation, moreover, that it takes on particular dispositions, es. 97, 107. Having developed habits concerning its contingent, specific ideas, the subject expects these relations to hold in the future, and thus presupposes the conservation of its acquired content, that is, its habits and syntheses. Subjects therefore have a practical interest in conserving what habitual expectations they have/are in the future. As such, the principle of habit creates in subjects the dispositional interest in Humean terms the passion to see their expectations fulfilled. Relations, then, are external to their terms, because they arise as the creation of a subject, but appear as internal to their terms precisely because subjects habitually expect the given to conform to them. The relational principles of habit and disposition thus constitute, within the given, a subject that invents relations and believes in their necessity, es. 133, 151. Each constituted subject therefore reacts, whether by instinct or invention, to every part of the given in accordance with its habits, thus altering the very nature of its experience, es. 133, 152. Under the influence of principles, the mind becomes a subject and the collection becomes a system, which the subject inevitably takes to be organically related, es. 98, 109. This is why the principles of association and disposition are laws of human nature, es. 114, 129, which correlatively turn the given into a nature, es. 133, 152. All of this, however, is the product of a chance encounter between a mind and the given, the contingent contraction of specific ideas into habitual syntheses and the passionate belief to conserve these habits. The thesis of the externality of relations, then, leads directly to the affirmation of the complete contingency of human nature and its supposedly essential particular or universal interests. This explains why Deleuze is even less interested than Hume in specifying the laws of human nature, claiming that we do not have to justify their exact number or their particular nature, es. 114, 129. Because its atoms are in themselves unrelated, the given will never justify relations between its separate parts, and thus the laws of nature are not laws, es. 133, 151. Deleuze's logic of relations does not justify subjective or natural laws, it simply offers a theory of what we are doing, and what we are doing is always already unjustifiable, es. 133, 152. This bears repeating. For Deleuzean empiricism, all principles from which practical interests are or can be developed are in principle unjustified. No interest or passion is intrinsically more valid than any other, for all arise contingently as habits transcending and imposed upon the given, thereby making each subject a slave to its origin, es. 129, 146. In short, no matter how its associations or passions arise, develop, or change, the practical, interested subject, for Deleuze, is a slave. 120. To habit, reactive rather than active, and thus constrains the possibility for novelty, of both thought and action. In sum, Deleuze affirms the empiricist logic of external relations specifically to escape from rationalist idealisms. Building from external terms collected mechanically within mind, he accounts for necessary relations as arising from contingent, subjective habits which enslave us to unjustifiable expectations and interests. Hegel. In the psychology section of the Philosophy of Mind, 15, Hegel likewise explores the development of a consciousness that immediately experiences things, or intuits, anschauen, a given world, pm. 446. Intuition consists of some outside content experienced by a mind constituted such that it can receive it. While Hegel previously, pm. 387, 412, argues for the arising of a conscious mind within the given, we will here presuppose nothing more than deleuze, and begin with a mind that simply phi and ds itself determined by given content, pm. 445. Unlike deleuze, Hegel clarifies the distinction that must exist between perceiver and perceived. Minimally, this difference manifests itself in the fact that mind is necessarily a particular view on the given, for it is only in so far as the given falls within mind's view that it is experienced. In other words, while the specific content perceived leads mind to have the ideas that it does, it also has to be attended to be perceived, for apart from attention there is nothing for the mind, pm. 448. Thus, within experience itself, what is particular and contingent are the given contents, while because it can equally experience any particular content and must be present for any particular content to be experienced, mind is both universal and necessary. As such, whenever mind arises in the given, it arises as the necessary and universal condition for the possibility of each contingent experience. The consequences Hegel draws from this, initially, are not that far from those developed by Deleuze. Mind experiences given individual contents, but does so only in so far as it collects each into its unified attention, specifically as its time and also its place, its when and where, pm. 453. Thus all objects are experienced as related in a time and space brought to them by the subject, and mind inevitably takes the relations it brings to bear on the given to be, like itself, necessary and universal. Unlike Deleuze, however, Hegel draws attention to the fact that this lawful subjectivity is in fact presupposed in immediate experience. Because I'm 121. Mediate experience is impossible without a mind to attend to the given, and because its subjective form is taken to be universal and necessary, there is no immediate experience, mind was always already a subject. However, Hegel locates attention internal to the subject. Experience is made possible through the necessary structuring of the given by a subject that transcends it. However, in intuition, the subjective ground of experience is only grasped through objects that are contingently given. Thus, the subjective forms of experience are taken to be necessary and universal laws, since they structure all of the given, but in actual experience retain the appearance of contingency and habit, since they are always attached to givenness. For Hegel, this is an explicit contradiction that drives the subject to resolve the tension. The specificity of the dialectic which arises from this drive need not detain us here. Essentially, Hegel argues that, through recollection, imagination, and ultimately language acquisition, CPM 452, 62, mind progressively seeks an empirical content that is not merely given, but which is as subjective and universal as the forms of relation. By acquiring a more universal or subjective content, mind seeks to break with its arbitrary habits and reveal the necessary forms of relation. The reason the details need not concern us is that each new content as experienceable reveals itself to be still tainted with contingency. Mind holds its forms of relation to be lawful, and yet can only relate content that can be intuited and thus somehow given. Thus, it appears to be left with an irresolvable conflow. Hegel, however, offers a solution. To determine the necessary forms of relation, we must relate experienced content. However, that content cannot be related as experienced, for such relations simply reflect arbitrary habit. Thus, we explicitly abstract the content we habitually relate from all actual and possible relations, evacuating merely contingent relations. In this abstraction, mind reaches the stage of development that Hegel calls mechanical memory, PM 463, which affirms the complete externality of all given contents from each other. In short, Hegel affirms the necessity of positing the externality of terms from all relations, or Deleuze's principle of difference. Unlike Deleuze, however, Hegel does not simply presuppose the contingent existence of such a mind, as the precondition for the emergence of the experiencing subject. To the contrary, Hegel shows that such a mind cannot be presupposed, for mind is always already transcending the given simply by virtue of experiencing it. Deleuze, then, only holds relations to have been external to their terms prior to habitual structuring, which is all that we ever experience. It is not clear, therefore, whether they actually are ever external within experience. Hegel's 122. Mechanical mind, however, arises through the conscious dismantling of all relations, actual or possible, radically transforming mind from experiencing subject to retaining collection. Mechanical memory, then, arises when mind posits its content as a mere collection of discrete atoms, and reciprocally posits itself as the totally abstract power over any given content retained in some stable order without determinately being related. PM 463, Transmodify ed. Deprived of all relational habits, mind also loses all subjective particularity and becomes the mere container for an arbitrary collection of discrete contents. This mind, then, could be any mind at all holding any content at all, because it has completely purged itself of the contingency of both external determination and subjective particularity. Hegel stresses that it is because of the complete externality in which the members of its series stand in relation to each other that this memory is called mechanical. PM 463, Transmodify ed. Each retained idea is a discrete atom different from the others, both otherwise indeterminate within a mechanistic mind that is no more than the collection of such atoms. Because there is nothing specific to the retained that presupposes principles of relation, and because mechanical mind is devoid of any habits that impose relations on what it retains, any formal relations that may arise between the content will necessarily hold between any possible ideas possessed by any possible subject. That is, any forms of relation that arise from merely different, unrelated terms will be universal to all given, experienceable content. Of course, whatever relations Hegel develops from mechanical memory must presuppose nothing beyond mechanical retention. Moreover, as per Deleuze's demands, they can presuppose nothing but the difference of the retained atoms from each other, specifically, since Deleuze argues that we must begin with the smallest unit, relations can only be justified if they arise from the consideration of a single retained atom, considered only in its difference from the others. What, then, can be determined of any idea mechanically retained within mind? Any retained idea must qua distinct be differentiated from the retained others, that is, grasped as a qualitative one or this, SL, 621, 300. The qualitative distinctness of any particular idea, in short, presupposes its qualitative difference from the others. Even the smallest idea is only this one insofar as it is not another, that is, only insofar as it is distinguished from the others from which it is different within the mind retaining them all, however minimally, for example, Deleuze's own admission that an impression is qualitatively spatial rather than merely temporal, and so on. This means that each idea is only distinct insofar as it exists in a relation of mutual differentiation and distinguishing with others. Thus, mechanical memory, while lacking habitual structures, is 123. Not completely without relations, for the very differentiation of ideas from each other posits them as related in difference within one relating/differentiating mind. As Hegel puts it, retained ideas do not subsist in merely external difference but are only determined as different in the difference of the concept, SL, 622, 301, transmodify ed. In short, the form/content relation of mind/ideas is that of identity indifference, that is, that of ideas determined as distinct by being differentiated from each other within mind, and mind determined as self-relating identity only by differentiating retained ideas from each other. This relationship of identity indifference is thus revealed as immanent to any content retained within mind, and is what Hegel calls the judgment, precisely because mind's distinguishing through relation brings each idea into existence as a determinate being, SL, 623, 302. The determinate idea is judged as qualitatively distinct, that is, as that which immediately is, SL, 624, 303. However, an idea is only determined as distinct through its differentiating relation to at least one other. Thus, an idea only receives its qualitative distinctness through its formal relation with another, that is, it is what it is only in and through the other, or what it is not. Thus, the THIRD idea's determination as distinct is, in fact, the second, as it is the relation that produces its difference. The judgment, then, posits the relationship between the two as one of identity. Thus, ideas are not only essentially related, their relation presupposes some manner of identity as holding between the terms. This also makes clearer why Hegel calls the relation a judgment. The THIRD is what it is through its determining relation to something else. This essentially describes the subject-copula-predicate judgment form, which asserts the qualitative distinctness of one idea by asserting its identity with another. The predicate idea, then, posits the determining relation, while the subject arises through it in its determinate individuality. While we lack the space to detail the dialectic that follows this most basic relation, we can say that the various permutations of the judgment and relation that follow, especially the syllogism, seek to further eliminate the contingencies of human nature or subjective interest from the forms of relation, to progressively uncover the various identifying relations appropriate to individual terms. Hegel's account seeks, then, not to justify habitual or existent relations, but to build from completely external terms to all of the forms of predicating relation appropriate to their qualitative nature, merely different, contingent identity, ref action of essential nature, and so on. Hegel's core argument, then, is that, by evacuating the relations that have been contingently brought to bear on terms by particular subjects, we can grasp the relations that essentially determine them. 124. In sum, to overcome the contingencies of experiential habit, Hegel posits the complete externality of any terms retained within any mind as such. The distinction of any term within this mechanical mind presupposes its determinate relation to others in the form of identity indifference. Thus, it is in the very nature of externally held terms that they be internally related to each other. Conclusion: pragmatic consequences. As Peter Hallward rightly notes, Deleuze is the first to recognize that it is futile to argue about whether a philosophy or a concept is literally right or wrong. 16. Deleuze as often as not justified the concepts he created not by the various and subtle arguments that backed them but through their pragmatic consequences, or what they allow us to do. Thus, we shall conclude by considering the practical and, in particular, political consequences of the above accounts. A clear result of the empiricist account is that there are no better or worse relations, passions, interests, or actions that Deleuze can recommend in favor of others. 17. While it assuredly follows from the thesis of external relations that terms can be related in a multitude of ways other than those of our habitual nature, many of which Deleuze brilliantly explores, it does not justify any of them over the ones we currently employ. As Deleuze and Guattari famously write concerning the lines which structure social and political relations, we cannot say that one of these three lines, that is, the molar, molecular, and line of fluid, is bad and another good, by nature and necessarily. 18. All relations are contingent, all lead to habits, and all set up limiting expectations for the future, enslaving us to subjectivity. Relations cannot of themselves remain open to the new, just because relation produces expectation, therefore habit, and thus reaction. Relating better, more accurately, more imminently to the given are thus all ruled out in principle. In revealing the practical subject, Deleuze simultaneously reveals it as reductive and rigid. What, then, can Deleuzian empiricism be besides an account of what we are doing? While practical pursuits arise from passionate subjects interested in seeing particular relations manifested in experience as slavish reaction, the externality of such relations nevertheless implies that disinterested actions are possible which are directed toward recovering the presubjective given. That is, and here Deleuze clearly moves beyond Hume, if relations are externally imposed by subjects enslaved to habits. 125. Such relations can be undone, liberating both them and the given from the strictures and interests they unjustifiably impose. As such, the key practical prescription that can arise from this theory of relations is that which seeks to undermine relations as they currently exist, thus Deleuze's concern for novelty and creation. Mind relates content by necessity, but this inevitably makes it a slavish subject. To emancipate mind from subjective slavery would be to actively undo imposed relations, regardless of their specific nature. Of course, this cannot be achieved by simply evacuating relation entirely. The merely given will always result in habitual, reactive subjects whenever it is collected. Rather, one must keep enough of the organism's habits and relations required to turn them against their own systems. 19. One should not eliminate the relational subject, one should rather experiment with it, in a continual effort to gently tip the assemblage over to the plane of consistency. 20. Releasing presubjective forces, inevitably to be related anew, but always to be released again, staying as close to the principle of difference as possible. The political consequences are both obvious and well known, so we will rehearse them rather quickly. Our habitual interests, for Deleuze, force us to seek to conserve what we have, leading us politically to erect public institutions and laws that provide for the satisfaction of our interests. Given Deleuze's antipathy towards such interests, it should thus come as no surprise that in his political works he evacuates the ties of communal solidarity, institutional determinacy, and committed action in favor of missing people, the indiscernibility of the public and private spheres, and fragmented, impersonal action. 21. Deleuze's politics is not only devoid of subjective interest but also dedicated to the perpetual dismantling of interested subjects/collectives. 22. Assuredly this process requires the dedicated work of individual subjects who direct their pursuits away from both social institutions that facilitate intersubjective recognition and defend individual right, as well perhaps as concerted actions against those institutions. And assuredly it is dedicated to constructing experimental relations, each possessing its own dangers, and thus needing to be experimentally undone in turn, thus the prescription, keep moving, even in place, never stop moving, motionless voyage, desubjectivization. 23. However, Deleuze's politics necessarily prizes impersonal creation above personal interest, missing people over collective struggle, and novelty over progress. For Hegel, on the other hand, while the evacuation of habitual interest is essential, it does not entail the evacuation of subjective or collective interest. Equally cognizant of the fact that merely existent relations both lack justification and thwart possibilities for action and thought. 126. Hegel develops a method mechanical memory whereby subjects can liberate themselves from their constraining habits and external determinations. However, this not only demonstrates the possibility of the emancipation from existent relations, it also reveals truly universal forms of relation through which all content can be qualitatively determined. Thus, Hegel's account offers a practical method through which subjects can come to emancipate themselves from the merely existent to discover what is essential to themselves and their experience. As such, Hegel's politics begins by extolling us not to confuse the prevailing circumstances and existing institutions of right with that which is right in itself, pr. 3r. Political philosophy does not seek definitions of right in the situation in which it finds itself, that is, through the abstraction from particular cases. Rather it seeks the nature of the concept in all of its constituents, qualities and relations, and only then as a second step looks around for what corresponds to it in our ideas, pr. 2r. Far from apologizing for the state as it exists, Hegel abstracts from all existing relations, seeks to determine the essential ideas and relations of right, and thereby to liberate them from that which is contingently given or habitual in social life. This is possible because, as Hegel has demonstrated through mechanical memory, anyone can discover in himself an ability to abstract from anything whatsoever, and likewise to freely determine himself in accordance with universal and essential relations of human subjectivity and experience, pr. 4r. Unsurprisingly, what is essential to Hegelian right is human freedom or spirit, that is, freedom from constraint by the merely contingently given and self-determination according to human essence. His politics, correspondingly, proposes the emancipation of free subjects from the given natural, psychological, social, and political forces antithetical to free subjectivity. For Hegel, one only truly liberates freedom from restraints external to it by relating free subjects to and through institutions that can be determinately identified with its qualitative nature. Emancipation is not simply freedom from constraint, but the determinate actualization of essential freedom in concrete relations, and thus the system of right is the realm of actualized freedom, the world of spirit developed from within itself, pr. 4. This is